No
Let me put it
problem.
to let me
So
put it to
so
you like
you
this.
said, hold on. No. We go because I screenshotted what you
I'm
said.
glad you
I
did,
screenshotted what you
because I
said. You
said I
said you
didn't
can't be
start it.
put to death. You said you can't be put to death for working on the Sabbath, right?
No,
That's what you said,
that's
correct?
what I said.
You want me to screenshot it? All right, I'll go back and I can't do it on my phone. I'm gonna send that shit. We gonna screenshot it. But just you said that. I have it on
I said
screenshot.
that. I
Now,
said that. You can screenshot it, take a picture, write a letter, copy it, spit on it. I said exactly what I
so
said.
you said
Now let
so
me
you
now
said
answer.
that you
Now
cannot
let
be
me
put to
answer you
death,
one question.
sir.
No, let me
Sir,
answer
you
you one
said
question.
it. Could you
No, no,
read?
no, 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 no,
Could you read
no. Let me
Exodus
ask.
31? So
Let
you
me
can
ask.
say
This is what I
whatever you want,
said.
brothers and
This is what I
sisters.
said.
Exodus 31 and
You
15. I'm gonna be
you
quiet. You can say
did
whatever the
not.
fuck you want to say,
You
bro.
don't understand the law. Now let me put it to you like this: do you drive a car? Do you drive a car? Are you gonna answer my question?
Bro, I'm not answering your questions.
All right,
No. I
then
asked you a
let's not
question
talk.
first.
Then let's
Yep.
not talk. Next,
All right, then
next,
let's not talk.
next. Let's next. You can't answer a simple question, but you always want somebody to answer
No,
your simple ass question,
you can't answer
brother.
you can't
If
answer a
on the
question.
Sabbath
No
day,
problem. Mute it.
if on the Sabbath day, if you get behind the wheel of a car and you drive that motherfucker and it stops on you, what you gonna do? You gonna leave it where it's at? Are you gonna leave your car where it stops on you at? Or are you going to try to fix it? Are you going to pay for somebody to fix it? If you do that, that means that you're working on the Sabbath. Now, would you leave your car anywhere? See, that's what I know what you would do.
Oh, my
See,
bad. I thought
y'all
I
don't
was. Oh,
think.
listen, my bad, Mike. I hit the wrong button. My
No,
cars
you ain't
are
hit the.
insured. I had the
This not what
video
I
button
asked
on.
you.
My
No, I
cars
didn't
are
ask.
insured. You said,
I didn't ask
listen,
you was your
yes,
car
yep,
insured.
I'll leave it. If we were in
Okay,
our
you
own
would leave it.
land, if the
You would leave it.
Israelites were in our own land, I would
Well,
leave it
wait a
because
minute.
I would
We
lock the
not in
doors
our
and leave
own
it.
land
My
no
cars,
more. We
so
not in
I
our
still
own
leave it.
land. We not in our own land.
It's insured. Do you know
We
what
not in our
insurance
own
is?
land. Because see
What
what
is
you trying to
insurance?
let me try to tell you
What is
something.
insurance?
Let me tell
What
you
is
something, son.
insurance? What
You
is
trying to make the
insurance?
same
What is
argument that's already been
insurance?
answered in the
Sir,
scriptures. The same
sir, what is
argument, bro.
insurance?
The same
Does
argument.
insurance? What is insurance, sir? When you
We
park
ain't
your car,
talking
when you
about
go to the
insurance,
club,
man.
when you go to your car and
We
you
ain't
leave it,
talking about insurance, moron. I
you
asked
said,
you
"Well,
if
I
you
gotta be
leave
all
your
that."
car on the
All right,
side of
then.
the road
Yep,
and you
exactly.
act
Now
like
we all
and
that.
ain't
Here's
nobody
my
watching your vehicle, you
question:
will
can
leave
you be
your
put to
car on the
death for
side of
working
the
on the
road because
Sabbath?
it's the Sabbath?
Can
If
you
you
be put
drove
to
it,
death for working on
if
the
you
Sabbath? I'm
operate a
gonna finish.
vehicle,
I'm
you're
gonna
not
finish
working the
cutting
car.
here.
If you operate a vehicle, you're not working the car. If you got a child and your child falls down and has an accident, you gonna mean to tell me you're not gonna get up and you're not gonna drive to the hospital because your kid, because it's on the Sabbath? If you pick up the phone and dial the phone, you operating this work, bro. Don't sit up here and talk that stupidity that y'all try to push on people, man. Y'all have no idea. You need to cut your throat with them clippers, bro. That's what you need to do with it. That might help that voice you got.
Hey, if I could say something real quick, I think to be honest with you, bro, I think the disconnect is you have Israelites who know the Torah, love God, and all that other kind of stuff, but they also believe like we're in some kind of Babylon. But then you have other Israelites who have um have read the Talmud and they understand that certain things are off limits. And what a lot of times when Israelites who go and read the Talmud, they understand that the authority was given to the elders not to change laws but to update laws. So when you
Exactly,
so so
Q.
so so when you see things such as you can't drive or you can't do this, these are new inventions. Driving is a new invention. So when you see
Exactly.
so when you see things such as you can't drive, it doesn't compute for them because they say, well, where's that in the Torah? But what you have to understand is that there's an authority there that you don't appeal to, unfortunately. So that's kind of why brothers, you'll hear them every now and again get on me and say, well, you used to read the Talmud and this and that. Well, yeah, because in the Talmud you see what was going on, because the Talmud the initially was written by black people. That's not even something that can even be played with. We know that to be a fact. So these laws were not being changed, but were being updated.
Right.
So a lot of those same laws that were written in the Talmud apply to a lot of new inventions today. And it's kind of hard for brothers who are, as they say, solo scriptura. They
Right.
it doesn't translate for them. So
But
you
Right.
you,
gotta
peace,
go
y'all.
go ahead.
I was about to say, you have to, a lot of times when we be talking about the Sabbath, you got to take into context who you speaking to about the Sabbath. Peace to everybody too, y'all. And
Shalom.
Peace, peace.
I'm
shalom.
sorry, man.
Yeah, and when you're speaking to a person whose discipline is the New Testament, then you would have to read Mark 2:23 through 28. And I got my sword right here, but I don't want to read it if y'all don't want to go into
I see.
scripture.
I didn't even want to bring out here because what they think is they think that that's new arguments that they be bringing up. Oh, you can't work on the Sabbath. You can't do this on the Sabbath. If your faucet bust in your house on the Sabbath day, you gonna sit there and let your whole crib flood out?
Mm-hmm.
If you got to go under there and work and go to the store and fix that yourself, that's work. It don't matter how
But
you
see,
try to put it.
but see the thing, but
Jesus
see the
said,
Hold
thing
up.
is that
uh,
I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all the reason why I said that. One of your New Christian Testament nigga brothers always say, "You brothers don't follow the law."
right.
So
But see, you try to,
tell him
but you
my
Go
think,
ahead.
anyway.
but you
He
think that's
tried.
Phone
against
broke
the
up,
law,
Rob.
though.
wait,
That's
wait.
not
Yeah, Rob,
He
let
against.
him go. Hey, you're Rob, let him go real
Your,
quick. I think
your phone
let him
broke up,
go.
Rob.
right. The Yakanan dude.
Now
He tried to say, "Oh,
start over, Rob. Start over. Start over. Your phone broke up.
all right.
You
Wait.
start.
Oh,
You broke up at the new. You
nah. I
broke
know
up with the
why.
new Christian.
No, no, no.
Yeah, you still
About
breaking up,
law.
bro. Hey, you might have to leave out and come back in. Just leave out and come back in, and we'll let you go. Cause like we can't even hear like 5 words from you. We'll hold on for you. Just leave
Hey,
out and come back in.
hey, Swab.
What's up, King? Hey, thank y'all for joining. What's going on, brother?
Hey, man. Shout out to you, man, on the Argument Debate League, man, and the thing with Solar, man. I appreciate you for sending me the link tonight.
Oh yeah, that's what's up, man. I fucks with y'all, man, despite everything. I appreciate that too, yeah. And that's
So,
a good look on Solar, man.
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like I
yeah.
appreciate that, man.
Yeah,
That means a lot to me.
After
that's a good
y'all
look.
finish, tearing it up about this law thing, you Cube and Rob, who did Gideon? Who's that?
Now that's your raw.
You're right.
You're raw. Yeah. After y'all finished chopping it up about the Sabbath, I want to hear about this because I missed the debate with Tazariot now.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Oh,
we can
okay.
get into that.
Yeah, so I want to see
But
y'all go
yeah,
into that.
I did want to talk about this law thing because that's something that's very important,
It's
and
big. It's big.
I think a lot of Israelites really don't get it. And I'm not
Let,
even talking about Old Testament, New Testament. I
let,
think that there's a lot of ignorance when it
let,
comes
let
to
me
Israelites.
ask you this right here. Jesus said this in the last scripture, Mark 2,
Yep, there it is.
28.
Don't
He
read
said
it.
the son of he said not the lad, but the 27th. He said the Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath.
Right,
Mm.
Yeah, like
right.
I think that's
This
common
why
sense.
that's why I be trying to
You
get
said that
them.
makes sense, huh?
No.
Yeah,
I said that's common sense if you read Exodus the 20th chapter. You know,
exactly.
and
And
even
my
if you go
bad,
before,
y'all. I
even
didn't give a proper weapon gold man to the panel. We got DJ Black Charm already in the building outside the cube. Y'all Rob Ben Nazareth and Rob Black. Thank
Shalom,
all y'all for
shalom.
joining the panel.
yeah, I was just saying, peace, y'all.
Appreciate that, fam.
I was just saying that's common sense, especially if you go back to Exodus 20, and then even if you go back to Genesis, I want to say the second chapter, when it tells you, you know what I'm saying, that the Most High rested on the seventh day. So it's common sense. And, you know, a lot of people like to look into all these metaphysical things on why God said this and why God said that.
But
At the end of the
everybody's got caught up on that Exodus 35 scripture. You read that one, Q?
uh,
Anybody? Y'all read that
uh,
one?
yeah,
Yeah, I
what is it? What
read
does it
that one.
say?
The Exodus 35 is one where Rob was saying that if when Moses was telling everybody, he gathered everybody together and he say, "Hey man, God made the day, the earth and 6 days. On the seventh day, He rest. Meaning, if y'all work on the seventh day, you're gonna die."
No, bro.
Well, it was made clear in I want to say the book of Deuteronomy
Hold the
to
fuck
where
on. Hold the
I can
fuck
read
on.
it verbatim. I can read it verbatim. Then Rob back and he can break it down because
I never
he brought
said
it up.
that. Can you
It
hear
said
that? I
Moses
never
called
said
30.
that.
Oh, okay.
He said
I
Moses
never
called
said
30
what you
people.
just said. I
No,
never
I know,
said
no,
that.
no. You didn't say that. You said you said something about being put to death. So that's why I was saying that scripture
No,
that
no, no, no,
about put to
no.
death. I was
I
about to
said
read the scripture.
Exodus 31 and 15. Could you read it?
Hold on, let me pull it up, bro. I can read it. Oh, yeah. Let me pull it up. I had pulled up. I had went to 35 when Moses was on their head about what you said. Moses had kind of said what you said, so that's why I had that's why I was about to go to. But I can go to 31.
yeah,
And
after you read
I
that,
read 30 and I read 35 for you, Rob, so you can and then you play this tape back. You say, yeah, you kind of said what Moses was saying too. So, but what 31 and what now? 31:12. Start at 12. Where you want me to start at?
My bad.
11.
15. Yeah, can you hear me? Is where I'm at. I have no service, man.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. I can hear you, bro.
All right.
15 says 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest. Holy to the Lord, whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Keep going. Um,
I think that's evident right
No,
there.
no. Look, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me clear, brother?
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. You clear?
Okay,
Go ahead.
cool. Now, let me tell you guys the reason. Now, it was a dude named Yakanan. He was like, you Old Testament dudes keep harping on the law when there's brothers like Chris Harris who don't grow their beard and who shave their beard. I said, okay, if I tell Chris to shave his beard, are you going to stop working on the Sabbath? So he
Right.
tried to do a whole bunch of talking. I said, look, not growing your beard or shaving your beard does not require you to be put to death. I said,
I agree.
but working on the Sabbath does. I said, if we were in our own land, I totally understand. This is why I don't harp on my brothers and sisters about certain aspects of the law. But I said, since you want to harp on the aspect of the law like this, I'll harp on something that you're doing, but the one that you're doing could be put to death. So if I go to Chris and I say, Chris, you got 24 hours to make sure that your beard start growing. And then I go to you, Yakanan, you got 24 hours to make sure you don't work on the Sabbath. If you do any work on the Sabbath, I'm going to chop your head off according to the law. Chris, if you don't grow your beard or it just grows, that's what happened. You get to restart it. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I only harp on certain aspects of the law. That's why I brought it up. Then there was another brother who said you can't be put to death for working on the Sabbath. And I said, yes, you can. So I pulled up the law. Then what I tried to tell him was like, we not in our own land, but I was breaking up. So I said, this is why I don't harp on these certain aspects, because we're not in our own land. You see what I'm saying? We can't
Well,
end that.
let me ask you why don't you?
That's all.
Well, let me ask you
Huh?
why don't you? No, I'm asking like why don't you harp on it? Because if you believe that,
Because first of all, look,
hold on,
sir,
let me
hear me
hey,
out.
let me just
Because
finish.
it
Okay,
became
Okay,
an
but you got
argument
to
of the
give me.
Pharisees. I'm sorry.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I want
you got to give me a
no.
second. I'm still cutting hair. I'm at work, so y'all could talk. I still got like 25 minutes of work to do. I got this motherfucker. He keep moving. This little ass kid.
All
Fuck,
right.
man. I really don't want to do this
I
shit, man. You,
well, it's cool. I'll ask somebody else. It's cool. You can do what you're doing, and when you're done, you can get on. So let me ask somebody else. If you're an Israelite, why wouldn't you harp on that? Because from what I know, it's not. There's nowhere that you can substantiate that you cannot keep the Sabbath if the in captivity or if you're not in the land. There's nowhere that you can substantiate that. So
I
why
mean, if you
wouldn't
work
you
for
harp on
yourself,
it?
you can keep the Sabbath if you work for yourself. But if you work for
No,
anybody
no,
else,
no,
you sharing
no. That's
envy.
no. That's
I'm
not the
sorry.
question. No, no, that's not the question. The question is, why wouldn't you harp on not keeping the Sabbath, especially if you believe that this was given by God and this is His word? So why wouldn't you harp on that? And why wouldn't you at least tell brothers
Be-
and not?
Right. The reason why I don't harp on it because you got other people like yourself who don't believe in this stuff, right? So
No. I'm not talking about me. No, not me,
I'm
not
not
me,
talking
because I'm
about you.
not gonna keep it.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it, making it just so bringing it back back around to your question as a whole. When you say, Tom, you got to work on Saturday, bro, because I ain't got nobody to come in. Now, I got to be there on Saturday because you ain't got nobody to come in. Now, I still could be praising the Lord, and you know what I'm saying, and not overexerting myself on that day, like overdoing it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sharing the energy with you for that day. It's kind of like what Jesus was talking about. What did David do? What with the priest and all that with showbread? You know what I'm saying? So when you're looking at it like that, it's like, okay, I gotta share my energy, but I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't finna do
Hold
no
on.
off the
So are,
wall.
so are you saying that you can work on the Sabbath as long as you're not exerting yourself? Because
Nah,
to me,
That's what
be-
I mean,
well
like
that's
because
long,
what it
long
actually
as I'm not
means
in,
though, Q.
long as I'm, I feel like if I'm not, to me, how I interpret, you know what I'm saying, when they say that the Sabbath was made for the man and man not made for not made for the day. The day was made for the man to have a day to chill. You got God
so
gave you a day. Okay, let me bring you all the way into my paradigm. I don't know what nobody else is on their paradigm, but how I look at it is you work real hard for 6 days, and the seventh day, even though you chill or whatever, and your rent still got to be paid, that on the eighth day or whatever, God gonna make sure that when you, because you work so hard on that still 6 day, that seventh day you're gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? You really can chill and wait on the Most High, because the eighth day gonna be cool. Now, however, He still give you an opportunity to also make money on that seventh day as well. And you can have
so
through faith that you make it through without hurting yourself, because you work yourself so hard for working
but
yourself so
but
hard.
but
So
but yeah, uh, say,
your phone breaking up.
hey, hold on. Can you hear me better?
Yep.
Yeah, I find that to be problematic because what you're saying is that you can have faith in not keeping God's laws.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you're saying
Now,
is,
listen what
well,
I'm saying, bro. God gave us the day, right? That for you to use it,
no, but he didn't
but
give
you
it to
don't, you
you.
don't have to
No,
use it.
but hold on, listen. He didn't give it to you to do what you want to do with it. He gave it to you and told you to do something specifically in that
Yeah, He
day.
told you
And
to
that,
chill your ass out. You got
okay,
6 days
okay,
to work and 7 days. So who 7 days is it, Q? Let me ask you that. We on the argument league. What this is? This the argument league. Or what this is? Just a regular swag channel?
yeah, but
Man,
we
let's
still
go.
kind of we still kind of want to keep it a little copacetic because
Okay,
we
so
are
so let me
we,
ask you this: when do your first day start, and when is your seventh day? Because that's a whole nother concept itself as far as your work pattern.
well, okay, well, if you want to look at it from that point of view, then the first day that you work and the sixth day that you work, that seventh day you can't go to work. So if you start work on a Tuesday, there is no work to be done
on,
whatsoever on a
on
Monday,
Monday,
and
right?
there's no and if you start on a
And so
Saturday,
on and so forth, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like
that's
so,
that's
so,
that's how I look at it. That's how I look at it. Now somebody else can chunk me off and say, "Well, the Sabbath is always Saturday," which I know that. You know what I'm saying? When I hold, you know what I'm saying. As far as you saying Sunday through Saturday, I know how to count and keep up with the calendar. But everybody works schedule is not the same.
So how can we now look at this as the word of God
Mm.
if not everybody is on one accord? Because if this is the word of God, then that must mean that it's right and exact. And if it's not right and exact to where everybody can look at it, read it, recognize, and then apply it, then it's not right and exact. Because you're sitting here telling me that, well, if I start work on a Tuesday, then that just means next Monday I'm not
I
supposed
don't
to do
work
no work. But the
right.
next person can tell me, well, every Friday sundown to Saturday
Saturday,
sundown
Sunday,
is
yeah,
the
right,
Sabbath. But
right.
when I was an Israelite, a practicing Israelite, I didn't even follow that. My Sabbath was sun up on Saturday to sundown on Saturday, and that's how I
Mm.
practice my Sabbath. So what we see here as evidence is we have three. and this is just minimal. We have three
Right, three.
different types of Sabbaths. So how can and I don't want to take
Not
the
not three different types of Sabbath, three different ways that we practice it. Like
exactly,
yeah, three
exactly,
different ways that we
and
practice.
I don't want to take the debate here. But my
Yeah.
thing is, how can we look at this as the word of God if it's not even clear?
Let me
Right.
So
explain.
and
Let me explain.
I don't want
What
you.
I say an Old
Wait,
Testament
let
argument
me say
would
this.
be
Let me say
would
this.
be that
Let me
is
say
Go
this.
ahead,
Let me
finish
say
up,
this.
Q.
I
Then
don't want to
Q,
take it. I
DJ,
don't want to.
and then Yara go at the DJ. Go ahead.
Yeah, but let me say I don't want to take the debate there because that's where I'm coming from. But I don't want to take the debate there. I kind of want to keep it on the Sabbath. But my point still stands. How is this the word of God and how we're supposed to do this thing if we all don't know how to do it? You follow me?
right. So my answer to that would be is like right now we on the Gregorian calendar, and before it was I think it was a Caesaric calendar or something. I forget how you pronounce
Yeah,
the
yeah,
name.
yeah, 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 yeah. I get
You
you.
know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, yeah, I get
those
you.
the days, months, and a lot of this stuff had changed since then. You know what I'm saying? How they kept up with 7 days and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So even still, like I say, with it being the word of God, and this is my honest opinion, and it's just only opinion because I don't know no Romans or none of that shit to question them. You know what I'm saying? But for them to change up the calendars and stuff like that was to change up, you know what I'm saying, the timing of God or the timing of the word of God. I would say that would
What
be
what
my
what what
answer.
what? See, my thing is this, and like, well, let me ask you this question: do you think when we changed over from BC to
AD,
AC,
mm,
well, some say AD, I say AC because I know what AD means, so I prefer to say AC.
the after
So
dominated.
yeah, I know Dynamine. That means the year of our Lord, and that's the Roman shit.
Well, I mean, they
So
changed it to dominated. Whatever that's
no, no, no,
supposed to
no,
mean.
no, 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 no. It actually means the year of our Lord. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know, I
And I
know, I
don't.
know, I know.
Yeah, I just choose not to use that, but that's small time. But what I'm
Mm.
saying is, when it actually changed over from BC to AC, we lost about a year and a half to 2 years. You know that, right?
I think more. I think you say we lost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was there was
I
some.
would say, I wouldn't say the lost years or
No, no, no,
whatever.
no, 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 no,
'Cause
no. No, no, no. You got to understand me. What I'm saying. When it changed over from BC to AC, is approximately like a 2 year gap
right,
between
right.
that
Let me
because
ask
not
you this,
every.
Q. Let me put a twist on this conversation, Q. Do you feel like time is infinite?
No, hell no,
You don't feel like time is infinite? So
hell
you
no.
could go back to the beginning. You can calculate the beginning of time. You can calculate the end of time.
Well, see, when you're talking about time, it depends, and I hate to take it this way, but when you're talking about time, are you talking about Earth time or space time?
I'm talking about Earth time, like from the Kemites all the way to
Okay,
America, to all the way
okay,
to
so so
America from
so
the
then
sundial.
so then I would have to say yes because we know emphatically that the Earth had a time from the time that it was made until where we are now. So I would have to say
That
yes.
okay, even though you can say yes, right? It's still
Mhm.
it'll be your opinion against another scholar,
No, no,
against
no, that's
another
not
scholar,
opinion. No,
against
no, no,
another.
that's not opinion. That's a fact, brother. That's a
Man,
fact. In a,
no,
in a
okay,
way,
we can
listen.
say it's a fact. We can say it's a fact, but at the same time, they still hadn't dug to Earth to the
No,
to the meat of Earth to the meat of the Earth's core to actually
but
determine. They hadn't went to certain parts of the water to even determine. So we could
no, no,
say it's
but we
still
don't
right
have to
now.
do that. We don't have to go to the water. And the evidence I'm about to show you right now may make you change your mind, but it's
I,
gonna take. But hold on,
I,
listen. The evidence I'm gonna produce to you right now may make you change your mind, but all you have to do, I promise you, if you take 10 minutes and go and Google search what I'm telling you, it will make you change your mind.
I'll read it after we finish building. I'll read it and I'll let you know
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
read
yeah,
after we
yeah,
finish.
yeah. Of course,
Okay, now
Right
my
quick.
thing is this right here to y'all is
Oh,
if
after DJ go. Go ahead, Yara. After DJ
if
go.
All right.
if you say time is not infinite, you could calculate time and all that old stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Earth time, not
Yeah,
space
Earth
time,
time.
Earth
That's
time.
what I'm talking about. Earth time. Earth time. You can calculate Earth time, and even with it being a sundial, 8,000 years ago, in that sundial, people say can calculate how many times the sundial had done went down if they want to keep up with time. You know what I'm saying? All that
Okay.
other stuff, right? So my thing is this right here. Even with that right there, even with them adding a month on, adding a day in the week, you know what I'm saying? Adding daylight savings and time and all that old stuff. You know what I'm saying? I still say that the rest day, to me, in my opinion, and I know my man want to build after this, but in my opinion, that rest day is the day, and that's a debate that y'all can have when y'all debate. But the rest day is from the day that you start work to the seventh to the end of that 6th day. However, you know what I'm saying? However, according to the calendar, I also agree with the Sabbath being Saturday.
Well, let me say this, and I'll let y'all rock go. It's not even gonna be long. I can't even think of what's the name of that clock? It's called
I call
what's
it
the
the
name of it?
sundial. I can look it up.
No, not that one. It's not called the subatomic clock. It's called the There's a clock that damn, what's the name of this clock? The clock that we get our actual time from.
Big Ben.
No. There's a clock, it moves off of subatomic particles. Fuck, I can't call the name of the clock. So I'll come back with it. But this clock right here, it deals with the exact date and
The
exact time.
atomic clock.
Okay, yeah,
That's
there you
it.
go.
The
Yeah,
atomic
he
Yeah,
clock.
said
That's
the
it.
talk.
There's been a
He
whole
yeah,
said
bunch of
not
shit
the.
I've been wanting to say, but I'm over
yeah,
here.
He gonna say
yeah.
not the subatomic clock.
Yeah, I was
Oh
close, but
yeah.
I couldn't get it out. So yeah, it's the atomic clock, and this atomic clock is accurate within billions of a second, within billions of years. So with that being said, this is not happening when it comes to the scriptures. But I'm gonna let your rod go. But I just wanted to say that when you're
No,
talking
I'm
about the
just hot.
time, I just wanted to say when you talk to me about them taking out days and adding days, they're not taking out and adding any days because the subatomic clock is still moving, and you know what time it is.
But you use the words you also you can rewind the tape back while you the one said I guess you was asking me if they took away time or whatever they had. I don't know if you
Nah,
was asking me
they
that or
didn't
you
take
was trying
away.
to say that's what happened. I don't know what.
Nah, they didn't take away anything whatsoever because and you know, a brother that was on the phone with us probably about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, he tried to say something to the effect of, well, when babies are being had, they're taking away the first 6 months that the
I
child is
heard that.
germinated and all this other kind of shit. And I'm like,
I
no,
heard
that's
that.
stupid. The only reason that they start when you come out is because what if a child is early born. So that's when they start the fucking clock. They don't start it if you've been in the womb 4 months or 9 months. It's easier to just count when the
All
fuck you
right,
come
let
out. So
your
nobody's
go.
taking. Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah,
y'all
yeah,
rock. Go ahead.
yeah. I just want to say this. Like a lot of times when we talking about this Old Testament scriptures, this is where a lot of people go wrong. See, that's why it's difficult to have this debate in the Solar Vision debate league because like a lot of things that they were doing, you have to consider why they was doing it and at the time they was doing it. See, a lot of things that we do now don't fit back that in that time. So
Mhm.
to say that you got to keep the same, you're doing the same exact law as they saw it and as they observed it back then as we do now is ludicrous.
Right.
It can't be done. So like when they talk about the law, they don't realize. I could take you to the scripture. And DJ, you might know it. The law was amendable. It was not something that was just
Right.
a stamp. You could change it. There's a
Right.
scripture. There's a verse in the Old Testament where it talks about
E- Exodus.
Zephalad's
I think it's in
daughters. Yeah,
Leviticus.
it talks about
Go ahead.
Zephalad's
Call it the
daughters, and
clause.
Zephalad's
Yeah.
daughters, right? Zephalad's daughters. The law was the inheritance had to go to the men. But Zephalad, he had daughters. And so when he died, they said, look,
Oh
Moses, we
yeah.
don't have no men in our
Who does it go
family.
to? Yeah, they say who
Right.
does it go
And
to?
And
who it
who
goes
Right.
and
to?
who amended it? Who did they ask to amend it? Did they ask
Moses.
men or did they
Moses.
ask the Most High? But
Listen,
who
No.
did?
let me tell you this,
Okay, I'm
right?
gonna shut up. My
They
bad.
went to Moses. They went to
Moses
Moses
did it.
and they said, Moses, what should we do? Moses said he
Mhm.
went and prayed and asked the Most High. Now, you could debate that. I could believe if that's what you want to say, fine. But Moses changed the law. So now you have to ask this, Rob. Does the Most High change? Does he change his
Hold
mind?
on, wait. Before you ask him that, I'm gonna take you back to Exodus when Jethro came to Moses, and Moses was dealing with a lot of shit, and Jethro saw it. He said, "Damn." I forget exactly where it is, but Jethro came to Moses. He said, "Damn, you dealing with a lot of people. They coming to you with all these different problems." And then Jethro told Moses, not Moses went to God. Jethro told Moses, he said, "Okay, you set up these different people, these are different judges to do this shit
Right.
a certain way." And a lot, and you know what he gave those different judges? He gave those judges power
That's
to
right. And here's the
adjudicate
crazy
to.
thing, though, Q. Here's the crazy thing. If you research Jethro, he was an Edomite. I'm gonna leave that alone. But see, this is what I be
Well,
talking about.
what
See,
that
this
would
is what
mean that would mean that his wife was. I mean, that would mean that his daughter was an Edomite too. Like I
yes,
don't
she
really.
was. Yes, she was. But see, this is what I
So you
be.
saying that the Bible is wrong when it says that she was a Zipporah was a yeah, what does the Bible say she was? His daughter? She was a somebody help me out. Jethro's daughter was a
Are you wait? First of all, y'all said Moses had a daughter. Then y'all said
No, he didn't
Moses
say
had.
Moses
Hey,
no
had a
it's
daughter.
no
cool.
no
I'm letting y'all build. I'm recording
No,
this.
no,
I'm
he didn't
recording.
say Moses had a daughter.
no.
Want to
I'm talking
bet?
about Jethro's daughter because
He
Moses
said
married
Jethro.
yeah,
He
Moses
said
married
Jethro. I
Jethro's
know what he's
daughter.
talking about. You
She was a
you can record it. See, you one of them I got you niggas who don't never learn nothing though. When I'm saying he said Jethro's daughter, I know exactly what he's talking about.
yeah,
No.
she was
See,
a damn.
okay. First of all, you guys had said that you guys said a whole bunch that I really want to deal with. You guys agree with the Gregorian calendar, which no problem. I don't mind. Hey, do what you want. You also
Okay,
said
fine.
a
When
few
I'm
other
done,
good
I'll
things.
let you
No
get it though.
problem.
But
But
here's the
what
problem.
I'm
No, you can't. Here's the problem. This is the problem that they had
Now I
back in
think I'm the only
Babylon
one who
coming out of
agreed with it,
exile.
Rob.
They
Yeah,
Moses.
listen.
I didn't want
Coming
to
out of
interrupt
Okay,
him,
no
but
Babylon.
I let him
problem.
go.
Well, to get the story straight, because
Yeah,
y'all over here
but
butchering up the
listen. I'll
story.
talk to him. I
All
understand what
right,
he
I'm gonna shut
means.
up. My bad.
Thank you. I understand what he means, so I can dialogue with him. I ain't here for that. I understand exactly what he's talking about. But here's the problem with the calendar and keeping the Sabbath and is it every Saturday and that. First of all, the Hebrews follow the lunar calendar system, okay,
Right.
which is a
Ooh,
much shorter
right.
calendar than what we keep today. So if you keep in
Right.
7 days, you're not keeping the right Sabbath day. That's
Mm,
you can't get around that argument.
that's
It's
a cut.
29
That's a
and a
cut.
half days in a lunar calendar. That's why when you read in the scriptures where it says Moses and them lived, I mean where it says Methuselah and them 800 years and 900 years, that's not true based on how we calculated translated in English. They were
Exactly. Not
much
our standards. It
younger
wouldn't
than that.
translate to our standards. You're right.
Oh, this shit is
Exactly.
heavy
They
right there.
lived
Can't you say
they
that all
lived
that stuff
much
again?
younger than that. Their ages was much younger than what we perceived
Hey,
because they
start back
counted.
at the lunar calendar. Start back at the lunar calendar. Say that again. Can you say it again?
See, a lunar calendar, which most ancient cultures back during that time relied on. They relied on the cycle of the moon.
Yep.
Okay, that's why all Israelite festivals and observances is based on the moon. If
Right.
you go back as far
Mm.
as Samaria, the agriculturalists, the Sumerians were the first to create agriculture based on the
Ooh.
phases of the moon.
Hold on.
Okay,
But go
so
into that. But go into it. Why it had to be based on agriculture. Go into
Really,
well, it
that.
really,
had to
really
be
quick,
based on well, it
really
had to
quick,
be.
really
Go
quick,
ahead.
Alternate
brother.
news,
Quick, really.
alternative news.
Hey,
Go ahead.
yeah, really quick. I had just wanted to know which calendar when they came out of the Babylonian captivity when they changed one of the names of the months to Nisan.
Great
They
question.
no listen. They
All
did
right,
what?
then I'm gonna go back to shutting up.
Yeah, thank you. That's good for you. That's a good look for you. Here the thing is this: when they came out of the exam, and I mentioned it before, when they came out of Babylon, when they came out of the exile from the Babylonians and the Assyrians, what happened was in the book of Daniel and Ezekiel, you'll read this. They changed the times.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
it tells you that specifically. It changed the times. They went back to it. They went to a different calendar system where they started looking at solar,
Mm.
counting it by solar days. So that's why even
So
when you
excuse me.
so you
What
had
calendar are we on right now, sir? Are we on lunar or solar?
But hold on,
Just
but bro,
asking.
he's trying to.
Is the Roman? I know. Are the Romans on the solar or lunar calendar, sir? Are the Greco-Romans? I know, but is that based off of lunar or solar time, sir? Is it based off of lunar or solar time? Okay, exactly. Okay, I'm going way back to shutting up, and I'm finna roll up a fat one.
Well, hold on. Let me. Can I say something about that? Can I say something about that? Can I say something about that calendar real quick? Now, and this is what I be talking about.
Rob, first, I still don't know what's your point about that.
Well, let me say this. When it comes to that calendar, a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand because these are a people who are coming out of a captivity. That's number one. Number two, they actually are going along with the fucking times. That's number two. And number three, if you actually pick up the fucking Talmud and read the shit, you'll see the evidence that they were actually going along with what you would say the rest of the world was doing. Because these new calendars were not out when they was doing it. So they actually changed what they was doing. And they started to go with something different. So
let me add to this real quick, and then you jump right back in if you want to. This is why when you get to the New Testament scripture, when you get to the New Testament verses, and they have an argument about when the Passover was in Matthew, it's because the Jews were separated, they were divided, the Hebrews was divided on what was the right Sabbath days to keep because they didn't know coming out of Babylon.
They didn't all agree.
They didn't all agree. So some kept one Sabbath day, some kept another Sabbath day.
Exactly.
We know Christ and the apostles, they kept the Sabbath day that was from Moses' time. The Pharisees and the Sadducees kept the calendar from coming out of Babylon. So that's why you have these two differences. So when they say, well, Jesus said he had his Passover meal and he didn't eat the Passover meal and he died after 3 days after this, and they try to go back. Was it on Wednesday?
That's why the time don't match up. That's why the time don't match up.
Because y'all don't have an understanding of this history. Y'all don't have an understanding, and then you try to make an argument and a doctrine based on what you don't know. So you confuse yourself.
Let me say this, bro. The Pharisees made the same argument though. So you have to show your humbleness and your teaching. Do it like Jesus said. How Jesus did it. Jesus went straight to David. What happened
that's what
with
I
David?
just said. He did it before they went. He did it before they went into captivity. That's what Jesus followed. He went to the time before David. See, coming out of the Babylonian captivity, they were so confused. They didn't even have a Torah. See, y'all, they don't understand it. When they coming out there until Ezra came and bought them a Torah, the Torah that he rewrote from his mind.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Now hold on. Let me add this to your argument. What was the reason? What was the whole reason for them even writing the fucking Talmud?
Ezra rewrote the Torah from his mind.
Hold on.
Yes,
wait,
he did.
no.
Because he didn't have.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. So see, this is where a lot of people get mixed up at. It's because first, when I ask people, okay, you hate the Talmud so much, you think that the white Jews wrote it and all this other kind of bullshit. So then I said, well, why was the Talmud even written? And I'm not even talking about the Jerusalem Talmud. I'm talking about the Babylonian Talmud. Why was that even written? And mum's the word. The reason for that is because you had what you would call what in modern times, such as in Jesus' times, they would call the scribes. The Pharisees. But actually during those times, the scribes, they were actually trying to hold on to their fucking tradition and their culture. And what they saw was, damn, we're going into captivity after captivity, and every single time we're constantly losing a little bit more and more and more of our culture. So what they did was, black people, by the way, they wrote this shit down so their children. Brother, no. I'm telling you. And the reason they wrote this shit down is no. Listen, bro, I don't believe this shit, but I'm telling you why they did it.
If you know the history, you gotta agree with what Cube's saying.
He just said he don't believe it, so
it don't matter.
I don't gotta
no.
agree with nothing.
No. He's quoting you the history. Don't matter
I'm
if you
just
believe it or not.
I'm just giving you the history. I'm not saying I believe none of this shit. I'm just telling you why they did it. It's for the simple fact that they were losing their culture. Because think about it. Let's use common sense for 1 second. Let's take African Americans. Let's take African Americans who we are now. If we came to America right now and we were enslaved for 70 years, mind you, we was enslaved here for over 270 years. But the average time that Jews were enslaved was 60 years here, 70 years there, 40 years here. So they kept saying, damn, every time we come out of these captivities and we go back to our land, motherfuckers, we keep losing our culture. So what we're going to do is we're going to write this shit down. So when they wrote it down, this is how you get the fucking Talmud. So when I ask these questions, people don't know. When you read the Talmud, other Israelites look at you like you're some kind of evil or some other shit. And that's weird. So then when you go to the white Jews and say, well, what are they doing? What are they following? They're following the same goddamn Talmud that
Right, the
black people.
Babylonian Talmud. That's what they
Exactly.
follow. Yep.
Exactly. That's how the fuck it went down. So this shit always befuddles me when I get into these kind of conversations because people don't even want to go into. Because I said this to myself once I read this shit and figured out that hold on, I called myself an Israelite, and then I figured out that black people actually wrote this shit. I said, hold on, so why wouldn't I want to read this shit? Okay, some people may say, well, some of this shit is off and some of this shit is crazy. Well, you know what? This is documented that these motherfuckers were crazy during that time, that they were off as hell during that time. And guess what? It also further says that they weren't even following God. They were going off as fuck. So why wouldn't you want to understand what your
Who was
forefather was
going
doing?
off?
If you want to call yourself an Israelite, why wouldn't you want to understand what your forefathers and mothers were doing during this time? That shit
So who
always
was
just
right and who was wrong?
That's what we trying to
say,
figure out. Who was off?
say that again.
Who was right and who was wrong?
No, it's not about a right or wrong. It's
But see
about
what
what actually.
Right.
It's
See what
about
the
what
Babylon.
happened.
See what was going
Man,
on.
Nah,
who
you said
arguing
somebody
with
was
you? It seemed
going
like
off and they was crazy.
you
Who was
and
off?
y'all rise going against DJ John.
No,
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not
going
really
against
going
him.
against
I'm just
DJ
giving the
John.
history. I'm
But
just
like,
giving
They
the
let's
is
give
trying
the
to
history.
tag
history because
team though.
like when Rob jumped in and he said when I said Ezra was writing the Torah from his thoughts, he was writing it from his memory. Now you can say the Most High gave it to him. I go along with you with that. But this is what was happening because
Okay,
they
I'm
didn't
finished
have
cutting. I just want to know,
Yeah,
can I see proof of that? Or
yeah,
what you
hold
just
on,
read
Rod.
this
Let
morning?
me answer them right quick and then
go
go
in the book of
crazy on them.
Ezra. You'll
Hold
read
on
it.
1 second. What I was saying was I recognize the Gregorian calendar, not on no Babylonian shit, but like Sunday through Saturday. But at the same time, I also recognize the Israelite calendar as well as saying, okay, since all of this stuff is messed up, I'm gonna do the day I start working. From that day to the 6th day is how I do it. But since I work for myself, I'm able to keep the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday to Saturday.
And I find that
Hey,
fallacious. I find that fallacious.
no, Q. Here's the thing. That he is more closer to what I believe than anything. To see the Sabbath is the 7th day. Okay, so see when the Israelites are in there, and when we are in our land, when the Israelites were in their land, they knew all the Sabbaths. They had the new moon Sabbath, then they had the weekly Sabbath, and you know what I'm saying, the day of rest, and then the land had Sabbaths and all this and all that, right? Now,
Right.
what I'm trying to say is when we are in our land, when the Sabbath is going on, everything is shut off. Okay?
So
The
let me ask
Walmart,
you. So
the
let me ask you a quick
McDonald's, wait,
question.
hear me out. Hold on. Let me finish talking.
So we're gonna have a
Everything is
Walmart in
shut
our
up.
land.
No, you understand me. The places that serve there was a quote unquote. If you want to go back in time and we can compare things. We can say that this would be a Walmart, a brother who's selling this, this, and he got a little bit of everything. He would be considered the Walmart. That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to say. So since we playing semantics,
No, I'm not
okay,
playing semantics. That's a pertinent question.
Hold on, let him go. Let him go
okay,
because I got a pertinent.
I'm
Let him
gonna
go
say
because
this.
I have a
If
real
you
all right,
pertinent question.
all
if
right.
there's a
Nah,
I got a real
Q,
So
he
pertinent
ain't
listen,
question.
done, Q.
if you're a doctor
No,
and
I said let.
oh my,
if there's a
No,
hospital
I'm
He
saying let
wasn't
Rob
done
there's a
go.
making his
hospital.
premise. How y'all gonna
No,
jump in? Y'all
I'm
been
saying let
No,
tag
it's
Rob
teaming
cool
back
go.
because
and
they
forth.
know where they probably know what I was
No,
finna do. It's cool. Nah,
I'm
it's
telling
cool.
y'all
Y'all
Rob to
got it.
chill.
Rob doing too much ranting anyway. I'm gonna shut up and listen.
Right.
No,
Hey, Rob,
Rob,
you
I'm
need to
telling you,
make
no,
that.
I'm
You need
telling
to
you
make
to
that.
go,
Hold on,
Rob.
Q, I got you, bro. I
Let
got
him
you, bro.
go.
Hey, Rob, you need to make that panel
Make
the
your
Rob
point.
Brent, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah. If
That's jiggy. I like that.
yeah.
Who was
if
going in?
Hey, go ahead and
All
go.
right.
This is what I'm doing.
if
Go ahead,
you
bro.
if you
All right. So
if you
the
go ahead.
Israelites are not in their land. They cannot enact any judgment laws.
Who
Okay.
land are
Just
they in,
like,
fam?
Hold on, no, no,
if
let
you
that go.
listen,
Say it
Q,
again,
I
listen.
Rob.
got
Say it again. Say that line again.
We are not in our land. Okay. We
Mm-hmm.
cannot enact any judgment laws. Just like if I'm not in my house, I will not walk into one of you brothers' house the way I will walk into my house because I'm
Indeed.
not in my house out of
Indeed.
respect,
Indeed.
and vice versa. Okay. So what I'm saying is right now we are in the white man's house. Okay. He allows homosexuality, bestiality, us to work on the Sabbath. When we were slaves, we had to work on the Sabbath. The white man made it. But now that black people, when they go fill out that application and they say, what days do you want off? You can pick. Now, if you so desperate for a job, you say, I'd work any days you need me to work. And then they'd be like, all right, you have to work the weekend and you get Tuesday and Wednesday off. Okay, fine. That's no problem to me. But let your Sabbath be your Sabbath. Let your seventh day be your seventh day. If your off days is Tuesday and Wednesday, don't do shit on Wednesday. That's
Well, let me
all I'm
show you
saying.
what. Let me show
Okay?
you where your
Because
Let me show
we
you where your
aren't in
problem
our
is.
land.
Oh,
Well, let me show you where your problem is with that. Because if you're talking to people that have three different interpretations of when the Sabbath is, when you get into that land, who's the one to say that this is the Sabbath? And will you agree with me?
Exactly. The Sabbath is your seventh
That's
day,
not what I
brother.
asked. That's not
it
what I
would be
asked
like
you.
this.
That's not what
Look,
I
the
asked you.
Sabbath is the days that you are off. If your
No, no, no,
schedule
no,
say
no.
Tuesday and Wednesday, your Sabbath is
That's not
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Suave. That's not what I'm asking him. Hold on. That's not what I'm
Yeah.
asking him.
Okay.
Because he's talking about right now when he's not in his land. So the question I'm asking is when you do get in your land and you have three different perspectives. One perspective is that it's
No,
the
there
Sabbath.
won't be, sir, when we're in
Hold
our
on,
land,
brother.
there won't be
Brother,
three
listen.
different perspectives, sir.
Let him
If
speak,
we're not in
Q.
our land, so we can speculate all day, but I'm telling you, there will not be three different perspectives.
We'll
Okay,
have
There
a
so
won't
I'm
panel.
be.
asking.
Hey,
Let me
Listen.
challenge you on that.
Q. Watch this. Watch this really quick, brother. There's only, and when Israelites are in their land, there's no three different perspectives on homosexuality, brother. You
So
get
whose
caught doing some
perspective is it?
homosexual act, sir. You
So
get caught
so
doing a
whose pers-
homosexual act, and
Let's
we
go.
bring you to the elders.
You
Whatever
die
happened
with
to you
the land.
happened to you. You
All
understand
right.
me?
no.
There's no
So
Hold
different
on.
so what's
perspective
supposed to
on
No,
the
happen in
because
his
Sabbath.
I
land?
got
What's
it. No,
supposed
no,
to
I
happen in
gotta
his
hit it.
land?
I gotta wait. I gotta hit.
Right.
No,
What's
wait.
supposed to
I
happen in
gotta hit
his
the answer.
land though?
Wait, hold on. I gotta hit
Rob,
the answer to this question.
Okay,
Hold on.
I'm trying to. Yes, I'm trying to have him
Hold on.
ask me the question.
I
Yes,
gotta hit the answer to this question. What you're
ask
telling
me the
me.
question.
Okay, I'm asking you. If we see right now, when you're not
Okay.
in your land, that you have three
Uh huh.
different perspectives. You have people that say that after 6 days, whatever day that is, then that's your seventh. Then you have another group that says that on Friday to Saturday sundown, that's the Sabbath. And then you have another group that says Saturday from sun up to sundown, that's the Sabbath. So when you get back into your land, when is the Sabbath, and who is going to be the one to enforce that?
Oh, okay. First of all, number one, enforcement outside of the land ain't happening. We need to congregate those three different perspectives, brothers, while we're not in the land and even while we're in the
no,
land.
no,
We
no,
need to
no.
congregate and figure
That's
out.
not the
All right, no,
question.
no.
That's not what I
He was just
asked you.
clarifying. He was just clarifying that to his brothers. Now that was his. Y'all get back in the land. Who is in authority to set those days and enforce those days?
Right.
Um, um, the law is once see
Gee,
the
We know the law. Hold on. We know the
uh,
law does, but the law don't know that the day's been changed. So
Thank you.
Exactly.
okay,
what
so brother, there will be when people get together to clarify things like, oh well, what is this and what does that mean? Oh, it's 2 + 2 4, it's 2 + 2 5. Once we come to a consensus and pray and ask the Most High, is this the correct Sabbath?
What can you ask
Then,
him now? Can you
then,
ask him now which is
no,
the
no.
day?
Hey, wait, Cube, hold on. Do you
So
want?
once you get
Listen,
back in the land,
wait.
land,
No. Let's not talk about the land. Let's talk about right now. Okay, let's talk about right now. Watch this. Watch this. Say if all Israelites got together this weekend and said Sabbath is Thursday sundown to Friday sundown. Okay, me being my own boss, I don't have to tell a white man. I don't have to tell my woman that I'm changing my off days. Guess what? I'm my own man. I'm not saying y'all not. I'm saying Rob is.
Right.
Rob can say, I'm changing my off days to get right with the Most High, and I'm going to do that shit ASAP. Now, for other brothers, it might take some time, but, you know, they got to work on it,
Right.
okay?
all
Man,
I'm
that's
not harping on them. But now you have some brothers who say, fuck that shit, I'm getting my money. Those are the brothers who's going to get dealt with as far as, yo, you see, you're one of the reasons. Now, we're not in our land, so we're not going to try to push a hard line. Niggas just going to be like, you just one of the reasons. You running the reasons. You know.
man.
But that's
What?
not the
You asked
question.
me to
like
answer the
y'all really
question.
think,
I'm
like
not
y'all
going to
really
answer it
think
the way you want.
y'all can't
No,
wait to get in so y'all can stone somebody. All right, let's at least touch on the title that we got on the fucking screen right now, which is
well, hold on. Well, hold on. I kind of want to deal with this real
I
quick,
know
though,
you
brother.
will. We can come back to that.
That's Sabbath, the
When
crazy
we start
argument
in
with
this
that.
conversation, we get to, you know, we fuck with the idea that people can't, you know, people can't.
Turn your mic up, Swall. Turn your mic up, Swall.
Oh, my bad.
Somebody, can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right, let's at least touch on the topic at hand, and then we can get back
I
to
like that chain
everybody.
too.
Oh yeah, my queen.
Yeah, I like that chain.
That's what's up, John. That's what's up, John. All right, here we go. Chris crossed the line with Tazariak today on Solar Vision Debate League, and they called in to the ISUPK live, whatever the hell. And okay.
So check this out, Tazariak. I don't agree with human sacrifice. I don't agree that Jesus died for our sins. That's probably the only place me and you gonna disagree at. I teach that Jesus was a saint. I teach that he was a Nazarene. Right? Go ahead. Good question. In Isaiah 53 and 10, right? It says the soul shall be for a sin offering. Sure, right? Now, I'm not saying that it's Yahweh Shah. That's not why I'm asking this question. Okay. Cool. Okay. So when it says his soul shall be for a sin offering, you say you don't believe in human sacrifice. So whose soul is the sin offering for? Oh, that's easy. We see Israel, they're commanded to pour out their soul unto the Most High. And I got scriptures to back that up also. We can read that. This is the quick-ass body bag. You just said you don't believe in human sacrifice. No, that's not talking about human sacrifice. Okay, it's not talking about human sacrifice. Can I read the scripture I got to support that? It say right here, 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 15. And Hannah answered and said, No, my Lord, I am a woman of sorrowful spirit. He's nervous. Chris is nervous. When you call a scripture, I like to go to the scripture so I can read it with you. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. My fault. But you're in 1 Samuel 1 and what? Yeah, I think I'm on debate mode on the clock. We got time. Let's get it. 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 15. Well, you said 1 Samuel 1 and what? 1 and 15. 1 and 15. Okay. And it says, and Hannah answered and said, No, my Lord, I am a woman of a sorrowful spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but I have poured out my soul before the Most High. So that's not talking about human sacrifice. That's talking about pouring out their spirit unto the Most High. Let me dumb this down for you. According to the law, you understand what's supposed to happen to a homosexual? A homosexual is supposed to be killed. That's not a human sacrifice. That's a punishment. Let me explain something to you. So there are crimes that's committed inside the scriptures, right? So that's correct. If somebody was to steal, what's the punishment? It can go. There's many types of different punishments. They can be cut off from the congregation. They have to be ordered to pay that person back. There's many types of different
so
punishments.
there's a crime that's committed
But I'm trying to get to this Daniel 9, though, bro. I'm trying to kick it with Cesaria, homie. Okay, focus. You understand? Yeah, no doubt. Right. Go ahead. So now, sometimes you could have to sacrifice an animal. Sometimes you could have to pay it back sevenfold. Like you said, sometimes you could be kicked out from the congregation. So, for example, when there's a homosexual, they're supposed to be what? They're supposed to be killed. They're supposed to be put to death. That's a human sacrifice. No, it's not. Okay, and you can't back that up with the scripture because according. Hold on. I'm gonna show you that it's not according to the law. I'm gonna show you his blood cross. Hold on, brother. Can you show me that in the book? That his death is a human sacrifice. Brother, you said. Let's hold on to Zarbiak. He had a big mouth. Let's see if he can show us that in the book that punishment is considered a human sacrifice. That's very easy. All you got to do is go. When he's got to be put to death. Why are they? One at a time, guys. One at a time. Why are they putting him to death? They're putting him to death because a male on male or woman on woman is considered an abomination before the Most High, and they are destroyed and wiped out. The Most High requires punishment for sacrifice for that. No, he does not. He does not consider. He does not require a sacrifice for that, and you can't find that anywhere in his manuscript. Why according to the law? Why is the homosexual dying? The homosexual is dying because he is an abomination to the Most High, and it said he must be cut off from among his people, not sacrifice. So because now you're saying, hold on, let me say something. What you're saying to Zarbiak is the Most High is like the gods of the Canaanites, and he wants a human sacrifice. But according to Deuteronomy, hold on, brother. Okay, say what? So an animal gets put to death, and that's a sacrifice. But a man gets put to death because an animal isn't enough of an atonement, and that's not a sacrifice. Well, let's see. According to Leviticus chapter 17, verse 11, it said that blood must cross the altar in order for it to be a sacrifice unto the Most High. Now, here's the thing. You understand? Very, 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 very carefully. You understand this? I'm going to help you out. You have certain things which are sacrificed, you understand? For example, whether it's a turtle dove, whether it's an ox or whatever the case may be. Then, when that's not enough, a human has to be sacrificed. A human has to be. Can you show me that in the scriptures? Can you show me that in the scriptures? You're making that up. Can you show me that in the scriptures? It's very simple. Just like the ox is put to death, the man is put to death, and you're not going to order a man. Can you show me that in the scripture? You just agreed with me that they. No, you just said. I just showed you the Most High said, if we sacrifice, which was never a commandment to Israel. Only that was commanded to the priest. It clearly tells you that in Leviticus 1. It don't say nothing about no human offering nowhere throughout the book of Leviticus. You just made that up. That's why you can't quote the verse on that. Does he? I don't think you understand the concept. Very simple, which is why. No, it's not very simple. Let's read that. Let's go here and read it. And this is what it says right here. It's probably not simple to you, which is why I said to you, it says, when you read Isaiah 53 and 10, entirely, I focused on the soul as a sin offering, which is what you right. And can I answer that again? According to 1 Kings chapter 8, when we're in the land of our captivity, the Most High told Solomon, our king, to pray for us to pray unto the Most High, face the east. Now, the question I want to ask you is, what was Daniel's sacrifice in Daniel the 9th chapter when he prayed and received an angel? I'm not finished yet. Isaiah 53 and 10 says, yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. Right. He had the grief. So this is an individual who knows the nation of Israel, and I can prove that too. You can say, once again, in one scripture, I can prove that. I preface, did I not preface my statement by saying, I'm not saying this is Yahweh? Okay. And I didn't say that was Yahweh. What I'm telling you is I can prove to you that that's the nation of Israel. I don't know what your reason was for saying that. You could say it was Israel, you could say it was one person, or you could say it was a million. That's of no concern to me. That's why I said I'm not saying this is Yahweh. But this is an individual or peoples that are bruised and put to grief. Right? Is that a sacrifice, though? Again? That bruised and put to grief, is that a sacrifice? But did not say when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin. If I read to you, how do you make your soul an offering for sin according to the book of Daniel? Hold on. Right. And it says what? Psalms 141 and 2 says what? Psalms 141 and 2 says what? Let's read that. All you got to do is stay right here. Before you listen, what I do when people give me a scripture, before I get to the precept, I at least explain the scripture that they pulled first. Okay. So now the precepts that you're pulling don't match what you're trying to say about the soul for an offering for sin. It doesn't match this, because this is, we're going to go with your nation. You say that this is the nation of Israel. Fine, let's use the nation of Israel. So the nation of Israel is about to be a soul offering for sin. No, that's not what it says. Okay, Cesaria, I'm trying to explain it to you, and you won't allow me to talk. I am allowing you to talk. You said it pleased the Lord to bruise him. You said that's talking about the nation of Israel. Bruise is not sacrifice. Let's walk because Luke chapter. Well, let's talk for a minute. I want to kick it with y'all. Okay, all I'm trying to do, line by line. You shouldn't even be bringing up Luke. You believe in the New Testament. I ain't bring up a New Testament scripture yet. No, I'm trying to show you Luke 1 and 18 says Israel is bruised. Once again, the question ain't about. This is the question. You said you have a problem with human sacrifice. Was that not your problem? And I'm asking you, can you show me human sacrifice in Isaiah 53? You can't. The word sacrifice is not there. Did you say that was your problem? The word, yes. I don't believe in human sacrifice. No, I do not. You said your problem was next to it. So, hold on, Cesaria. You keep mentioning that. That's a punishment to be destroyed from before the congregation so they don't pollute the rest of Israel. Not sacrifice to the Most High. Sin offerings are punished. Was a punishment, specifically a blood offering. Okay, a blood offering of what? According to the law. Leviticus chapter 1 said it must come from your flocks. I got you. And it must be. You must present it to a priest, and he must take that blood across the altar, and you know it. But here in this verse, it's not talking about a flock. It's not talking about a dove. It's not. No, it's not. It's not. We're gonna go with your notion. Right. I don't agree with that, but we're gonna go with your notion. You said it's the nation of Israel. That's right. And put to grief, and they are being an offering for sin. An offering for sin requires blood. Yes or no? Actually, that's actually wrong. Because when you read Isaiah 53 in its full context, let me go to Isaiah 53 right quick. And I figured, I didn't know you was going to stay here, but I thank you for doing that. It says right here, yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He has put him to grief when you make his soul an offering for sin. Right? That word right there is a sham, which means a guilt offering. And a guilt offering, the actual Hebrew translation is a sham, and the guilt offering do not require a blood offering nor a burnt offering. So according to the law. I got you. Now, who's being sacrificed though? The word sacrifice does not appear anywhere in Isaiah the 53rd chapter, and we have mentioned it. Hold on. Let me ask you. Let me sit up there and finish answering this question. What is an offering? Okay, I just showed you. According to it, say poured out soul. Hannah poured out her soul. Did she live or did she die? It don't say she offered. It don't say she was made an offering for sin, atonement, or it says right here. But I have poured out my soul before the Lord. It says right here in 1 Samuel 1 and 15, I have poured out my offering before the Lord. Job 30 and 16, and now my soul is poured out unto the Most High. The affliction have taken hold upon me. I appreciate it. You're doing a very good job showing precepts. It's different. The sister poured out her soul before the Lord. This says the Lord did something. There's a clear distinction here. And Isaiah 53 say the Most High is punishing Israel. For example, you can pour out your soul. I can pour out my soul to the Most High. I'm pretty sure you pray, right? I pray too, right? That's right. You pour out your soul. But this here is talking about the Lord doing something specifically to us. I'm going with your notion. Right? It's one of the you say it's the nation. Right? It's something that we're doing as an offering for our seed. Right? Can I give you the precept for that? Yes, please. Okay, Psalms 141. And it says, Lord, I cry out unto you. Here they go pouring out their soul again. He says, make haste to me, give ear to my voice when I cry out to you. Hold on. You gotta let me finish reading, right?
You keep doing this. I said, when you call a scripture, I like to go to the scripture with you. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, go ahead.
You read the scripture.
Okay, my fault. You got it. Go ahead.
I had to do that.
All right, my bad.
I was 141 and 1. I'm there.
141 and 2. Go ahead. Okay, I'll read it. I got you. It says, Lord, I cry out unto you. Make hasten unto me. Give ear to my voice when I cry out to you. Let my prayer be set before you as incense, the lifting up as my hands as the evening sacrifice. We see Daniel doing this in Daniel, the 9th chapter. No blood needed, no human sacrifice needed. The Most High wants a sacrifice of praise. He don't want the sacrifice of blood, bulls, and goats. And I tell you that was added. Go ahead.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but the scripture that you're pulling is showing what we're doing, what David is doing, what the sister is doing. This is talking about something that the Lord is doing and requiring. You do agree to the different judgment that the Lord meant out than what we meant out, right?
Well, the Most High tells us to trace his footsteps. So he gave us the Most High gave us the power.
I didn't want to ask you, for example, the Lord said, "I keep alive our wounds and not heal." We can't do that of our own accord.
No, that's true.
Okay, so the Lord can do it as he sees fit, right?
That's correct.
But you keep showing me verses of what we're doing, what Daniel did, what David did, what Jesus did. This says it pleased the Lord to bruise him.
Not sacrifice, though. The word is bruise, not sacrifice.
I'm not focusing on sacrifice.
But I am, because I called up here to talk about that. And many times people run to Isaiah 53 to talk about a human sacrifice. This is not speaking of a human sacrifice. This is speaking of the affliction that the nation of Israel went through.
Absolutely right. And who did they do it for?
This is talking about their affliction when they were in the Assyrian captivity before they were taken before Cyrus came.
Who did it belong to? They had to get in there. Why does it say?
It says, get there. In verse 63, go to possess. He said the other nation.
Isaiah 53. Israel is going to get. Why
There's a comma there.
Whatever you want. You said it's Israel. And it pleased the Lord Jerusalem. You said it's Israel. There's somebody that's making Israel's soul an offering for something.
No, it's telling Israel. Watch it. Let me read this to you. I'm going to keep it in context for you.
Please do.
It says, when you make his soul an offering for sin, right? The problem we have in Isaiah 53 and 10, when you see that those two words there, they're not there. They're not even listed there in the Aramaic nor in the Hebrew. It says, when he makes his soul an offering for sin. That's what's supposed to be there. An offering.
I basically went on and on from there. I'm trying to catch the end because I like how Tazariak wrapped that shit up.
That was kind of wild right there.
It was game over. Chris had that nigga against the ropes, and Chris gave it. Chris let that nigga breathe hella times.
I hate when niggas be trying to prove Jesus outside the mythos. I like Jesus inside the mythos.
And if y'all want to check that out, go over there and check that out, man. Check the whole thing in its entirety. It's Solar Vision Debate League. Under Solar Vision Debate League Review, Cross the Line edition. Every Thursday they do a Cross the Line with Captain Tazariak and the white boy of ISUPK. Today was supposed to be Out of the Blue Day, and I'm very interested in how the fuck did you do such a magnificent job of running and allowing Chris jumping in. Welcome, Blue, to the panel. What's good, bro? Blue, don't run again. Can you hear me?
Blue,
Chris gonna come in and answer. All right, we'll wait on Blue to get back to the phone. So, what you think about that, DJ?
Well, I think I say, oh, he back.
Okay, there you go. What happened, man? You just came home from work. You had to go get your girl and the kids from the grandma's house. What happened, bro?
As soon as I walked back, bro, he had already hung up. And when I called him back a few times, he ain't answered. And then I seen that Chris had got on. I was like, oh, okay.
Could you
So
have
I
done
didn't,
it?
huh? No,
You couldn't have done this.
no, not yet, buddy. Not yet. I know
I
the
honor that, man. That's what's up. I saw you in the chat. You was like, man, y'all trying to get me body, fam.
Yeah, I look, I said, how the hell I end up crossing the line? I'm like, hold up. Hey, look, I was just returning a call that Solomon, he had called me earlier. I was just returning his call. He was like, oh, we got Blue crossing the line. I'm like, hold up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. My thing is when I listen to that. Yeah, I was saying that when I be listening to folk try to defend Jesus in such manner, you know what I'm saying? I already know how a lot of people don't believe in Jesus and all that stuff, but then they be trying to defend Jesus in such manner as like a pig on a bonfire or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man. And when the understanding that I come from an old school understanding of Jesus, you know what I'm saying? When they talk about sacrifice, you know what I'm saying? Meaning like all of us on this panel, one of us got to be the goddamn guinea pig to say, fuck this shit, black power. I'm gonna say that shit everywhere I go. I'm gonna go in the White House and I'm gonna scream black power. We one of us gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? That's that sacrifice. One of us got to make the move to say, this what we finna do. Israelite out of order. One of us got to make the move and say, Israel, line your motherfucking ass. So that's how I look at Jesus. When niggas be doing it on that other level, they gonna get killed every time talking about he came and died for somebody else. He didn't die for nobody else. He died for, in my opinion, he died for the cause of what we supposed to be here doing. You know what I'm saying? We supposed to be here being a beacon for the Most High and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? But when niggas be trying to do that shit, talking about die for another nigga mistakes and shit like that, nah, man, nah, he ain't die for another nigga mistake. He died because he put his face out there and say, Israel, line your ass up. Not for no nigga mistake. A nigga mistake still a nigga mistake.
But see, that's a misconception though, because y'all think another man or another human being can't die for another man's sins, and that's not biblically correct.
No, I didn't say he can't. I didn't say die for it. I didn't say he couldn't. I said like what I'm saying, what I'm saying, bro, is if you saying you gonna stand up for me, if you saying you gonna stand up for me, you standing up for me, right? But then if you say you finna stand up for some that because we family, our great granddad, you finna stand up for the cause of the family. But I'm still out here fucking up. You know what I'm saying? And you put your face out on the line for the family, even though I'm fucking up, you still doing it for the face of the family, not for my fuck ups.
Hold on, DJ. Let Nazareth go ahead and go to David and the Hittite. That's what he want to do.
I don't want to go to no David in the Hittite. I don't want to go no David in the Hittite, but you don't know where I want to go.
Bro, know what I'm talking about as far as right now. You know what I'm talking about for right now.
Where you was
because at the end of the day, it's just what y'all. It's a lie you can't prove. It's a lie you can't tell though.
You pull that verse that you pulled on me in that debate. I'm cutting you on it immediately.
What verse did I pull on you in the debate, son?
You pull that. You gave me my first loss. I won't get another one, and I can't wait to get you again.
I promise you will though.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me ask y'all like this then.
You got me with one of them.
So I got my own sins, right? Everybody got their own sins, right? And then one of us have a child that's real pure, right?
Mm-hmm.
That pure child says, Uncle Chon, Uncle Blue, Uncle Yara, I see y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all out of line. I'm a line, y'all. I need y'all to get in line. Even if we get in line lining up with this kid, you know what I'm saying? Our mistakes is our mistakes. We got to be accountable for our mistakes. We still got to face the Most High for our judgment for our mistakes. The whole down for our sin thing is meaning like the disobedience of Israel. I got to show Israel how to be obedient. That sin of being disobedient, That's the sin that he died for, not the sin that a nigga still finna cuss somebody out. Somebody still finna commit adultery. Somebody he didn't die for that personal thing that you got going on.
True. Exactly.
And a lot of folk be trying with how Chris and a lot of folk be bodying niggas about Jesus is because niggas try to make it seem like Jesus was a pig on the bonfire. Right. Yeah, they try to make it put like Jesus wasn't no pig on no bonfire, man. And y'all need to stop. Everybody who teach that need to stop teaching it like that. Right. In my opinion.
I'm gonna say what's bad though. What's bad though is that the whole time, Captain, just think about this. We all supposed to love Yah and we love his law. That's what we supposed to do, Captain included. Right.
Indeed.
Spent the whole time trying to prove that the Most High broke his own law. And and did a human sacrifice. That's what they just spent the whole time. Like, that's what you're trying to prove, is that the Most High broke his law and sacrificed to him. That's crazy. That is insane, man. And it's just, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Man, I don't even heard some folk even go up to Abraham having to bring his son.
That's something Q supposed to be trying to prove or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm expecting an atheist or somebody to come with that.
But man, y'all, you must ain't never built with Tazariot. No, Tazariot don't believe in no. They don't believe in no Jesus how folk believe in Jesus. They believe in Jesus like Joseph hit Mary and they cover it up as a conspiracy so they won't get cut off from. That's how they believe in. They don't believe in Jesus like a lot. They got ISUPK got a whole nother way that they explain Jesus.
Right, and everybody don't know that. They don't believe Jesus the way like a lot of other people or like Christians believe Jesus. They don't believe it that. They don't believe it that way. They got their own separate doctrine on how on what they think about Yahweh Shai. They got a whole nother different doctrine. You're absolutely right. Because I've talked to them like that. He was a Kari. I've talked to Eleazar about that. They believe the same way. They don't believe it like that. So
the only thing they're gonna tell you do is come to class.
Yep. That they believe a whole nother that one West teaching doctrine, that's a whole nother different level we ain't seen in this debate. Tazariak follow that. General Yohanan them follow that. They follow that one West doctrine. If y'all don't know what that is. But they follow that to a T. Don't be fooled by that. So when you cross the line with them or you debating them, that's what they follow. That's what they follow. And they got so many holes in that.
I know. That's what's bad about it.
Yeah, so if you debate them, that's where you get them at. Just on that one West doctrine alone, because they not gonna go on air and they not gonna go live and tell you, you know what I'm saying, and be like, no, that ain't what we really believe. When you got them and you know that's what it is, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna come on air and do that. They gonna
we really still be busting their head every week.
Can I ask?
Yeah, that's what he did with Chris tonight. Now I was messing with Chris in the chat, but Tazariak literally ran the whole time, which is a bad look. You know what I'm saying? And then at the end, he gonna say you got body. Well, you can't really say you got body with Chris because you really never answered none of his questions. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just fuck with Chris just on just whatever. He know that I just fuck with regardless in the chat. But Tazariak ran the whole night.
Let's just say JC is real. Right. For the sake of argument. Okay. How do you determine that a male child is from a specific tribe?
Here's the thing.
Sir. How did you know that King David was not from Zebulun, sir? I got this, Blue. This is exactly why I'm getting Tazariak next week.
Listen, because of a bloodline, because of their bloodline.
Okay, cool. Because of a what?
A bloodline.
Okay, cool. Because of a bloodline, right? Cool. So, according to Revelations 22:16, where it says, "I, Jesus, have sent my angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and offspring of David and the bright morning star." Right. All right. So that means he comes from the line of David.
Yeah,
correct?
You about to lose this argument. I hope you ain't finna try.
Okay. All right, cool. Don't worry. He comes from is that a physical bloodline or a spiritual bloodline of David?
It's a physical bloodline.
Okay, cool. May I ask you the name of Jesus's physical daddy on earth?
Let me tell you this, see, because you tried this question before. And so let me
Wait,
break it.
sir,
Let me
sir.
break.
Who
No,
is
stop.
King David's physical daddy on earth? Who is King David's Blue? Can I talk to you for 10 seconds? Blue. Who is King David's daddy,
See, this is
Blue?
what I'm saying. This is what Rob do. Rob don't like to hear his arguments get crushed.
Okay,
Yeah, y'all.
I'll shut up.
Who is
I'm
the
getting ready to
dad?
explain it to you. I'm getting ready to explain it to you. Here's what your problem is. Y'all arguing from points when you don't know Hebrew customs. Hebrew custom is this, all right? At the end of the day, when you marry a woman, or she's betrothed to you, her child is your child. Period. So
Okay, sir.
physically, listen to me, man. Listen to me. Listen
Okay.
to what I'm getting ready to teach you. I want you to be quiet for 2 seconds.
I'll be quiet for 30 minutes.
When you ask who's his physical father, yes, he has a physical father. His name is Joseph. So when you go in the scripture, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see Yahushua ben Joseph, because that's who everybody related to. When he goes back to Nazareth, they say, look, ain't you the carpenter's son? So just like when we go back and we listen to and they talk about David. Well, we don't know who David's mother was. It doesn't mention her name. So again, and y'all have a misunderstanding about Hebraic customs. I can take you in the scripture and show you people was calling themselves. Listen, man.
Can I speak now, sir?
Listen to what I'm getting ready to tell you real quick.
Oh my
People was
gosh.
calling themselves Hebrews
You said
in
2
the
seconds.
Bible. People were calling themselves Hebrews in the Bible that wasn't even from the bloodline, but no one corrected them.
Tell me this.
But
Joseph
wait, Blue,
had
I haven't even. I was trying to cook.
Okay, no, go ahead. But real quick, Chris want to get in.
I want to cook.
Send him the link. I was looking for him in my chat, in my back chat, but for some reason I can't find a picture with him on the beach. Go ahead, Rob.
All right. So
I got you.
now, according to Numbers 1 and 18, during intertribal marriage. So if a Judite married a male Judite married a female Simeonite, that child would be considered a Judite. All right, according to Numbers.
No.
Okay, hold on, sir. Let me pull it up, sir. I'm going to pull it up, sir.
No,
sir.
But
sir. But sir,
But why are you pulling it up? I'm gonna tell you why you pulling.
I already got it up, sir.
What I'm telling you is this: y'all try to dismiss the female lineage, and you can't do that because it's not biblical.
No, I'm not, sir.
And I'm getting ready to show you. Go right. You pull it up. I'm gonna come right back to a scripture with you and show you why you can't do it.
Okay, now hold on. Let me cook. Numbers 1 and 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of their names from 20 years old and upward, by their polls. As the Lord commanded Moses, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai, right? So he numbered the men according to their pedigrees, according to their bloodline, okay? According to their bloodline, right? Now that's how the men of Israel were, and also, brother, the women. Okay, because if a dude had a fraternal twin, a male and a female, and the father was Judah and the mom was Simeon, due to land rights, those children would get land in the they would get their inheritance, their land rights in the section labeled for Judah. All right.
Could you repeat that last statement you made?
Okay. If a male from a specific tribe, I'm using Judah, married a woman from another Israelite tribe, no matter what the tribe is, because the male is Judah, those children are considered children of Judah.
For what reason?
Even though they're Israelite.
For what reason? For what reason?
Sir, for the land allotment.
Thank you. For the land allotment.
Now hear me out. Hear me out.
Nothing else.
Hear me out.
Nothing else in scripture
okay.
That applies.
Wow, sir. Else. You keep talking. Okay, let me talk.
You're not even gonna be able to
Okay.
show me that scripture.
All right. See, I asked him a regular question. I said, who is Jesus's earthly daddy? And then he went into something that he can't prove. I'll be quiet. I'm going to take this argument to Tazariak. I'll take it to Tazariak. Hey.
He said Joseph.
Didn't I give him an answer? Thank you.
Oh, he said Joseph. Okay, cool. Okay, let me go here. You said Joseph is the earthly daddy. Oh, can you explain this? Matthew chapter 1 and 18.
Mm-hmm.
Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise.
Mm-hmm.
When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Now I'm confused. Can you explain that before they came together part? Because
listen, you got to be quiet, man. You got to learn how to be quiet. You talk too much. I know this is what barbers do, but you got to learn how to check that. So again, when it says the word is begotten, and that's the word that y'all always miss, is begotten. The word begotten in the Greek is monogenes. That means it's unique, none other like it. No other, there's nothing else like it. So when it says the only begotten son, that means he's the only one of his kind. That's what that means. So when it's talking about the Holy Ghost, which is a Greek term, basically what it is, it's the same word that you hear, breath of life. It's the same word Zoe when you read in Genesis, when he breathes breath, the breath of life into the nostrils of man, into the nostrils of Adam. It's the same exact meaning and term. There's no difference there. So that's what it's saying. It says this is the breath of God, the only begotten one, the only one of his kind. That's all that means. Now, there's more history to that, but that's a whole nother lesson. I got to take you into the teacher. It's a whole nother lesson to that. So when it talks about the virgin birth, it's talking about exactly this. It's talking about there was a certain period of time that they worshiped these three different deities. During the time from Moses to the time of Josiah and Josiah's reform, you will see that in these temples, the Israelites worshiped Asherah, Yahweh, and El. They worship three different deities.
And when they worship Asherah and El, did they get in trouble for that?
Yes, they did. I said up until the time of Josiah.
Okay.
Josiah's reform. All right.
Okay.
So when we get to Josiah's reform,
everybody, that's the Slayer of the Night, Chris. Welcome to the panel. It seemed like he still ain't calmed down.
Peace.
Nah, man. Man, trust me, don't give me no praise on that, man. Like I said, I give all my glory to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Human sacrifice, not.
That's what.
Listen,
I give my praise to you. You can give it who you want to. You did a good job tonight. You did a very good job tonight. It was on the fly. It was like that was. It seemed like you had that on your chest for a minute, brother.
Nah, I just know the book. Yeah,
right.
That's all.
That's his thing. So it's good. So again, up until the time you get to Josiah's reform, then you see Josiah, the king of Israel. He removes Asherah out of the temples. He takes this and what they do is they fuse Yahweh and El together. Listen, you got to go into the history. They fuse Yahweh.
Can
and
I
El
ask you a question?
Go ahead.
The question was,
I'm getting to the question. So don't stop. I'm getting to the question. Don't stop me.
She was pregnant.
Listen, no.
What does that mean?
I explained that already.
No, man. No, you didn't.
Who didn't hear me explain that?
You went around it.
No, I didn't. Who didn't hear me explain it?
I didn't, but it might have been because I wasn't paying attention. When we run it back, my bad.
So again, like I told him before, when you go into the scripture, when it talks about Christ being the only begotten son, when it talks about Jesus being the only begotten son, listen to what I'm saying to you. When it talks about him being the only begotten son, the reference to that is that it means that he's unique in one of his kind. It means monogenes. That's the Greek term that is used to describe
does he have a mother? Does he have a mother?
Yes, he has a mother.
Then
Absolutely.
he ain't unique of his kind because
Listen to
he
what I'm
got the
saying. Don't
Israelites
stop me,
all in his
Chris. Let me
system,
finish,
in his
Chris. Don't stop
genealogy,
because you
man.
don't know. Chris, let me explain to you. He is one of his kind in this way. He was the one of his kind at his particular time. There was
That
none
lied
like
all
him
the time,
because
right?
when I take you back, listen, stop what you're talking, man. When you go back, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. See, y'all try to make assumptions without the history. And Chris, you know better than
Sir,
that.
I know the
If you don't
history
have the
pretty good,
history,
and
come
what you're
inform.
saying
Okay,
is
listen to
not
what I'm
taught by
saying
any
then.
of the prophets.
Listen to what I'm saying.
This is
If
new
you go
doctrine.
back to history and you look at from Moses' time, okay? If you look at from the time of Moses, right? And then you look at and then you look from Moses' time to the time of Josiah, you know that they worship many gods. It's evident. Israel worshiped several different gods. They did not just
What does
worship
before
Yahweh.
they came together mean? Can you just answer that? What does before they
I
came
don't know why
together?
he won't answer that. I was listening
What you
in.
mean? Well, before they
Please.
came together, I'm trying to
What
get
does
you.
that?
You're not
What
gonna
does before they
understand
came
it.
together mean?
Listen, Blue, you ain't gonna understand it if you don't listen.
Before they came together mean?
Listen,
What does
if
that mean?
you don't listen, you won't understand none of it. What I'm getting ready to tell you. This is y'all problem. I know how y'all try to do. You try to take one thing and put it state. If you don't have a full understanding of the history, you ain't gonna
We know how you
understand
try
none of
not to
it.
answer the
It ain't gonna. I'm not
question.
even
The
trying to
Bible ain't
answer
a
nothing.
history book. Answer
I'm
the
trying to.
question.
You gotta have a history book. That's what's wrong with you now. Chris
The
knows this.
Bible
Chris
ain't
know
a
the history.
history book.
You know why Chris?
So answer the
You
question.
know why Chris comes across as a great debater, as a good debater, a great debater, because
Because
he
he
knows
did a
the
good
history.
job. Now answer the
Because he knows the
question.
history. He knows history,
He know the
and you
book.
can't
You
get,
heard
and
what
you're
he
not gonna
said.
ever
Hey,
get
really,
it.
really
Answer the
quick.
question.
I'm taking this argument to Tazariak, and if this one ain't good, we going in on his bloodline. I got 4 books that
I mean, you can go in. You can go in. You can
I
wish
wish
on the bloodline,
ISUPK.
but you're gonna
I
lose
know.
against Zariak on the bloodline. Don't go
No, I'm
there
not.
then with that.
I'm
I'm
beating
telling
you
you.
up with it
You're not
right
beating me up
now.
with it. How you
Watch
beating me up
this.
with it?
Watch this. Before you want me to go over the word Greek before and came together? You want to go over definitions?
Let me. Can I
That
get?
ain't got
Can
nothing
I
to
get that
do
a shot,
with.
man? Before they
This
came
ain't
together,
have.
can
See,
I give
this
it a
is
shot?
Yeah,
again. This ain't got nothing to. This is the problem. You don't know Hebrew
he
customs.
did give us
You
a
don't know Hebrew culture. You don't know Hebrew culture. If you
okay,
go back
brother.
and if you go back in Genesis, this is what I'm saying. If you go back in the book of Genesis, you'll see Abraham when Abraham didn't have a son. Abraham didn't have a son, so the next person that was going to get his inheritance or be in his line to take over his land and his kingdom was going to be the son of his servant.
Okay, but
Until
guess
what?
what? Did Abraham have a
Until
son? Yes or no?
Listen
Did
to
hold
what I'm
on.
Abraham
saying,
have a
bro.
son?
Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all
All
missing the
right
point.
there.
Y'all missing the understanding of Hebrew
Hold on.
custom. Y'all sound like
I
y'all ain't past the 5th grade.
Okay,
You
look.
gotta
Since
have
you
a
don't
full
answer that
context to
question,
understand
let's
these
move on.
arguments you're trying to make.
Okay,
And you don't have a full
answer
context.
that question. We'll
You
let
don't
the
sound like you even made it to the 5th grade. You can't answer a question.
All right, look. Yeah, for real though, you gotta answer that question.
I'm answering the
Like,
question. The question
What
I
does
ain't
know,
be
the
I
God
know.
mean
question.
then?
The question you can't. Y'all trying to get like it's like trying to teach a 2-year-old
Fuck what
to
we
fix a
trying to
car
do. You
engine. I'm
trying not
trying
to
to get
answer
you
the
to
question.
understand something. The only way to understand the question is if you know Hebrew
We
customs.
understand you not answering the question.
I understand I
Yara
ain't
don't
All right,
talking
believe
go
this
much.
ahead.
either.
Let you finish and explain
Okay. Okay.
That's
So
the
so
bottom line.
let's say they all know the history. Let's say they all know the history.
They
Go
don't
to the
know it
answer.
though. It ain't gonna make sense. It's not gonna make sense.
Okay.
And
We
this
yes,
is
know
it
the
the
will.
problem
story,
they
so
have.
answer the question.
They ain't gonna have sense, like I told them. So before Josiah's reign, they worshiped Asherah. Y'all gotta understand
You
this.
got
If
another
you don't
question, Blue.
understand this, if you don't understand this, you're gonna be
Yeah,
stupid
I
and
got
not
another
understand
one.
it. So when they talk about a virgin birth, this is exactly what they're
Don't ask
talking
him.
about.
Are
Okay.
you
Because
in the ISUPK?
listen,
Wait. I think Tazariak passed when he ran from you, Chris, he passed the baton to him.
but see, I'm trying to teach him, but you stupid. You
Christian's
won't
going for
listen.
the gold medal tonight.
No, you stupid, but you won't listen to what I'm trying to
I'm
teach
not
you.
stupid.
You are.
I asked you a simple question.
I'm
You
trying to
lost.
teach
You
you.
All
lost. You
right,
done.
Hey, it's
hold
good.
on,
Let's
hold on,
change the
hold on,
subject.
hold
Hey,
He
on, hold
I'm
lost.
Suave,
asking
He
you the
hey,
right
lost.
let's
question.
get on
It's
Y'all
all
don't
something
like the
good,
else,
man.
man.
He
history.
lost.
This what's
on.
wrong
He
with people.
I
lost.
What's
got
wrong with niggas? Y'all
We
don't
got to
like the
quarantine you
history.
now.
When I'm
We got to
trying to get you to
quarantine him. Mute
understand is
him,
this:
Suave. He needs to be
version was a
quarantined.
term. Version was a term. It wasn't about a version that didn't have no sex. What they're
Bar
talking
rating
about is
two.
this. What they're talking about is this. A virgin was used as a term for the maidens of Asherah.
We know that.
Okay, so when they
Already
talk about virgins, that's what they mean. And
That's
then it
not.
what did
says
they
before.
mean when they
Listen to
said
what I'm saying. The
So
part
what is we already know that.
Right,
So what
right
does
on that.
before they came together mean? Can you
before
break
they
that?
came together means that
That was the
she
question.
wasn't
oh,
presented to him. She wasn't presented to him. Okay, so that's why when you go into the scripture, if you
what
understand
did she
Hebrew
want
custom, they
presented
had
to
a
him
custom
mean?
called
Right. What does
where they
that
laid
mean?
the sheet
That
down
means you weren't
and
allowed
they had
to
sex to consummate the marriage. And if it was blood on the sheet, then they know that she was a pure virgin. If it was no blood on the sheet, then they would know.
What?
Then I'm trying to get y'all
Run
to
it back. Please
man. I'm
run
trying
it
to
back,
get you to
because I'm trying to
understand it.
follow you, bro.
What they're
That's
talking
how you
about in the
learn
book
that
of
in our
Matthew.
theologian. Our theologians teach it. Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get y'all to understand it because y'all trying to
So
take it
she
from a
was okay. Hold on. Let me try to see if I can put this in stupid people terms for stupid people.
Right,
right.
right. Please.
She said what you saying is that certain phrase meant she wasn't presented to him yet. So that
Right.
means that she haven't made a sexual advance
They
toward
were
him yet, or
already, if y'all understand, they were already married
yeah,
based on the contract. They were already married.
yeah.
The issue is consummation based on the Hebrew
That's what I'm
custom.
saying. So she had never ever like let him know, like, okay, it's cool to have sex. That's what you mean?
With him, right? With him,
So she was a virgin until she said, "Tonight is the night."
exactly. That's
Now,
that's
was
all
that
he's
night
saying.
was that night before they got married or after they got married?
That was after they got married.
Okay, hold on. Let me read this to you. We're going to go based off of the script. I'm not going to add anything, all right? I'm not going to add or take away. I promise you, brother. Matthew chapter 1 and 18. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused. Now hold up. We're going to get this right. We're going to go on the definitions based on the Greek. G 3423, espoused. Okay. Now I'm just, now it says to give a souvenir, engagement present, i.e. betrothed, espouse.
Okay, what
Right.
does betrothed mean?
Sir, and then it says outline of biblical usage. It says to woo her and ask her in marriage. And then the second entry, excuse me, says to be promised in marriage, be betrothed.
Right.
Okay. So do you want me to get the word betrothed?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me go there and get it really quick.
What's the name of the discussion tonight?
Betrothed definition.
We just testing
Okay.
out his argument against the Zariak he got coming up.
Yeah. The person to whom one is engaged.
Right.
So they're only engaged. They're not married yet.
He was promised to her. Okay.
Are they
use the
married,
English
sir?
word. Yes.
Sir.
Yes. In Hebrew custom, that's a marriage. Yes.
In
Hebrew custom, that's a marriage. Yes.
So watch this. When as his mother Mary was married to Joseph, can I say that?
Sure.
Can I exchange the word espoused for married? Yes or no, sir?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I'm going to read it like you said. When as his mother Mary was married to Joseph. Now I need you to explain this part.
Mm-hmm.
Before they came together.
Uh-huh.
Watch this. Hold on, sir. Let me get this right. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. When as his mother Mary was married to Joseph, so they was married.
Yes.
Before they came together. Okay, so the word before. Okay, I'm confused. So the word before, G4250. Hold on, maybe I'm confused. Okay, maybe I'm doing it. It says prior, sooner, before.
Damn.
Outline the biblical usage, before, formerly, right? So that was before they came together, right?
Mm-hmm.
She had a child in her stomach. So who is the father of that child? Because either you're right and Jesus was an adultery baby, or I'm right and Jesus is not from the tribe of of Israel in which one is it, sir?
Zip.
I'm
Well,
confused.
That's a
Help.
full body bag.
That one
there's
in.
not a double. It's not a double body bag because what's exactly what it's saying is listen. Let me explain to you. And I keep saying this because y'all don't get it. He was considered a child of God because his mother was a virgin. Listen, of Asherah. Y'all have to understand that. If
Oh,
y'all don't
I know
understand
what
it,
Yara's saying.
if
Okay,
y'all
never
don't
mind. All right,
understand
Yara,
his
I know what.
history, y'all
Pause.
won't get
Let me
it.
say something real quick. Let me
Go
say
ahead.
something. I know what I see.
He's talking from within the body bag.
It's
Okay,
not a
I know
body
what
bag,
Yara
bro.
talking about. That might be over their head though, Yara. So
Oh,
That's what
okay.
I'm trying to tell you.
Well. You know how I
Maybe
know I'm
between our
right about.
legs.
You know how I know I'm right, brother? You know how I know I'm right? Because I'm going to keep reading. So
That's
based
fine.
on me, I feel that even if you're right, Jesus ain't even from the tribe of Israel at all because we don't know
no,
who his
Rob,
daddy is. But
believe it or not, Yara is on your side. He's
He
just
not
explaining it a
understanding what I'm
different
trying to
way.
tell him.
He's
So
saying that she was a virgin of Asherah, like she was a
right,
heathen.
because if you study
You gotta know the
her
history of that
grandmother, her
one.
mother Anna was a temple priestess of Asherah, and any virgin that was committed or was supposed to be a temple priestess, like your daughter would after you, and your granddaughter would after you, if you were a temple priest of Asherah, they would be considered a virgin. And if they had a child, that child would be called a child of a virgin birth. If you don't
okay,
know
but
this
I'm not talking,
history, listen,
sir.
bro.
I'm not talking. I'm not
But
arguing a
again,
virgin birth, sir.
but again, this is what I'm getting
Sir,
ready to tell
sir.
you. If you try, listen, I understand what you're getting ready to say because you're trying to say he's still not from Israel. I'm trying to get you to understand Hebrew custom because Hebrew custom says that Joseph, through adoption, is his father, which gives him all the rights of lineage and kingship. It don't
Okay.
change nothing.
Okay. That leads to my next question. Did Joseph have more sons?
Do you guys understand who
Joseph did
Asherah
have
was?
Joseph
He
did
did.
have more sons.
He did. He did
Yeah,
have more sons. So
Yeah.
why
he
would
said he got more
bloodline
sons.
go directly to his once he had a blood son by Mary? Wouldn't the bloodline go directly to his blood
No,
son?
the bloodline, it doesn't have to see.
I
Hebrew
mean, you
custom is this. It
got
doesn't
of
have to go through
Abraham,
your bloodline.
Isaac, and
Your
Israel.
inheritance, it could go through, it doesn't have to go through your blood. It doesn't have to do that. Y'all got to understand Hebrew custom and culture. It doesn't
Well,
have to
You
do
Asherah's
leave
that.
your
worship didn't
property to
have
your
anything to do
stepdad.
with the Most High,
So
though.
so it doesn't have to be David's seed then. It could be
It could be
his
his
adopted
stepdad.
seed.
He
It could
was
be
David's seed
It was
Okay.
his
because
adopted
Joseph
seed.
was David's
You just
seed. Listen, Joseph himself was of the seed of David.
but you
no,
just
but what you saying is that because Jesus was Mary's seed and
Right.
Mary belonged to Joseph, Joseph was of Israel and David. That
Yeah.
makes Mary of
And
Israel and David, therefore her son of Israel and David, therefore.
exactly. And also Mary was from the seed of David through Nathan.
Well, let me ask you a
Oh,
question. Let me
okay.
just. Okay, I'm gonna let Rob Rock have it. Go ahead, Rob.
Really quick. Now, I'm sorry, Chris. I
No.
because
This is easy to pick apart. I'm gonna show y'all
yeah.
how to pick it apart.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He
All
gonna
right.
try.
Now, okay. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is if you're right, why in the next verse then Joseph, her husband, being a just man. So I can interpret that as he kept the law and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately.
Well,
Now,
it says he had to be convinced of that.
oh, it and not willing to make her a public example.
He
Now,
had to
see,
be
he had to
convinced.
be convinced, sir. When if you're the reason you would have to be convinced to take care of a child is because it is not yours, brother. And
That's
you
what
know that in
that's what
today's
he said. That's what he
example.
said. I said that. I don't
Okay,
disagree with that.
now
And
hear
the
me out.
Bible agrees with that.
Sir, hear me out. According to the word Zerah, and according to, let me see, Revelations 22. Hold on. according to Revelations 22:16, when it says the offspring, okay, G 1085 genos, Strong's info, Strong's definitions, genos, from G1096, in parentheses, listen to this, kin, kin, that's family.
Yes.
Okay, now listen, abstract or concrete,
Blood.
literal or figurative, individual or collective, born, country, diversity, generation, kind, nation, offspring, stock, right? I'll go outline of biblical usage, kindred, offspring, family, stock, tribe, nation, i.e. nationality or descent from a particular
Blood.
people. Now, when it Revelations 22:16 says he is the offspring, and you said from custom, okay?
Yes.
But the word offspring is a specific meaning, i.e. nationality or descent from a particular people. What particular people? I want to know who, even though he can be adopted. I totally understand. But what if Jesus' daddy was a Moabite or an Ammonite or an Edomite? I just wanted to know, who is Jesus' earthly daddy? That was my original question, sir.
I told you who his earthly father was.
No. The one, okay. Who busted a nut in Mary and then Jesus was up in there?
Holy Ghost, ain't he?
Listen, the scripture tells you exactly that.
No. It say the baby was in Mary's stomach before Joseph came together.
It tells you the Holy Spirit.
Who skeeted in Mary?
I told you. It says it was the Holy Spirit, but it says nothing about sex.
So
nah, it's only telling you that one of the eggs out of the many eggs was gonna be the Most High.
It says nothing about sex.
Right.
Nothing at all. So again, this is still your lack of understanding about the understanding of the Holy Spirit or the breath of life. The same life.
The Holy Spirit, right?
Yes.
I got you. Keep talking.
That was breathed into Adam. What does it say in Genesis? I believe it's Genesis chapter 2:7, I think, when it says, and the Most High, or the Elohim, breathed life into Adam, and he became a living soul.
Okay, the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost in Matthew. Who is the Holy Ghost that found Mary?
It's the breath of the Most High. It's the same exact.
Okay, no. Sir, right here, Strong's definitions: sacred, physically pure, morally blameless, or religiously ceremonially consecrated, in parentheses, most, and then it says holy, and then it says one thing, and it says saint.
What are you talking about?
The definition for the word holy in Matthew 1:18, when it says she was found with the child of the Holy Ghost.
Okay.
So the word holy, I just gave you the definition.
Really?
Now the word ghost. Yeah. Now the word ghost, because see, I want to break this down because you're telling me
breaking it down though. Because that's
I'm trying to. Now it says a current of air, breath, or breeze.
Listen, that's not how you break that down. You don't break it
body
down.
bag. Keep
That's
going.
in the Greek. That's one word. It's not two words.
Yeah, but
Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, i.e. a breath or a breeze.
No, bro. Let me teach you. Stop, because you're gonna lose your argument.
Rational soul. Who busted a nut in Mary, dude? What's the name of the dude?
I just told
was it Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens?
I just told you.
Ryan Reynolds,
if you try to break
Jim
down,
Brown,
you're gonna try to break down
Malcolm X.
Jesus was conceived through procreation. Jesus was conceived from.
Holy and Ghost. That word.
All right, I'm done, y'all. Chris, I'm done.
That word.
Let that man breathe, right?
You don't want to listen. The word is paraclete. It's one
okay,
word.
watch this. Watch this. Well, do you have a wife? Do you have a wife?
He said, hold on. Before we go there, I don't know why he was just saying. I don't know why. What he's saying is that Jesus wasn't conceived through natural conception. There was no nut. There was no blood.
The same way Adam was not conceived through
natural
conception.
So we saying part the Genesis. Okay, what's the explanation for her being pregnant without somebody having sex with her?
It's the same. Listen again. Y'all gotta.
Adam was made.
Think.
I heard you say that.
Think with yourself. Just think for a second. If you go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, it'll say this: and the Most High breathed the breath of life into Adam, and he became a living soul. So before he was formed, and he was
Now we're
created,
in
but he
Adam.
wasn't living. Listen, bro, he wasn't living.
We got you. We hear
He
you.
was living.
No, it wasn't. Go read the verse in the correct order. Listen, it says he was formed.
Dude, the breath of life was his laws, bro. Stop.
So what you said? Okay, hold
Blue,
on,
you
Blue.
can't. Come
Hold
on,
that
Blue.
point.
Don't,
Hold
Blue.
that point.
Blue,
But
don't
y'all
say that.
right.
You
Y'all
can't tell
right. Y'all
nobody,
right.
bro.
Y'all right. What you
Yeah.
saying is that God came down in the form of the Holy Ghost and breathed the breath of life into
Mary.
Mary.
Exactly. It's a regenerating power.
So why you ain't let that man birth with the Holy Ghost?
It's the same understanding. Listen to what I'm trying to
Calm
teach y'all
down.
real quick about this
Calm
whole
down.
thing. What they
I
don't
got you.
understand.
I got you. Cause like you say, yeah, like you teaching, but it's like, okay.
But listen, when
But
you
why
go to
he ain't let
Genesis,
him break
when you
down
go
who
to
the Holy
Genesis,
Ghost
no, when you
was?
go to Genesis chapter 1, what does it say? It says, and the spirit, it moved over the face of the water.
Yes.
Okay,
What
can
was
we get to
happening
know who
at
the
that
Holy
time?
Ghost is?
Creation was happening.
It's that
Listen to what
same
I'm
spirit.
saying. Creation was happening at that time in Genesis chapter 1 when the water was moving, when the spirit was moving over the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Creation was happening. This is the
Nazareth
same creative
on
How can we
power.
explain that
When it
spirit
says that
on
came upon
uh,
Mary, it's the same creative power of life.
Nazareth.
Right.
Can
Same
I
creative power. That is what's
Nazareth.
being said here.
So
Nazareth.
breath of life would be
On David.
considered oxygen in
Hold
layman's
on.
terms.
So what
Uh,
they not grasping is they saying the Most High can't do that anymore in the New Testament. It was over with. He don't do that no more.
How come he can't do that no more? He's God. He can do whatever he wants.
Let me
How
stop.
many women out here breathing and having
Go
babies
ahead,
Well, let me
Blue.
just
take the
ask a
Holy Ghost?
question. Can I ask a question about the whole doctrine?
Yeah.
Can I ask
Can
a question about
Blue
this?
and Chris.
Yeah,
Blue and Chris.
no,
Let's get some
go
order.
ahead.
Blue.
Go ahead.
Let me
Chris
okay.
Blue.
Let me just ask you a question real quick, bro.
Yeah.
What was prophesied to come? A son of David, correct?
Yes.
Does the Most High have a covenant with David and his sons?
He has a covenant with the seed of David. Yes.
Okay. What does that covenant say?
It says a whole lot of things. You got to be
The
specific.
covenant says two things. The covenant
Mhm.
says that you shall never lack a man to sit on your throne,
Mhm.
right? That's the
Mhm.
first covenant.
Mhm.
Now, the second part of the covenant said, if they keep my law, I will protect them and they shall reign in truth and in righteousness. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Two
Yes.
things.
That's correct.
Okay, so now Jesus was a righteous man. Am I correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so why would the Most High, A, go away from Joseph and take the covenant away from Joseph when he was from the line of Judah? Am I correct?
Yeah, but he didn't take the covenant away from Joseph.
Sir, 1 second. We just explained that the what's it
But
called
you asked
line
me a
went through
question
who?
that's
Okay,
incorrect, though. See, that's a fallacious argument you're trying to make.
hold
He didn't
on.
take a
Was
covenant away from
Joseph the
Joseph.
father?
He didn't take it away from Joseph.
Was Joseph the father?
He didn't listen. He didn't take it away from Joseph. He promised it to the seed. Now, Jesus, Christ, however you want to put it, is still the seed, so that includes him as well.
Well,
Now, so was
hold on. Let
Zerubbabel
me
was the
finish asking a
seed.
question.
Zerubbabel was the seed. There was
Sir,
a lot
one
of seeds in
second.
David.
Yara.
What's up?
I'm glad you're doing this, and this is going to prove my point. Now, throughout all the history of Judea, the seed line went through whom?
The seed line. What you mean went through whom?
The seed line went through whom?
The seed line went through men.
It went through the Father.
They went
So
through the
why,
Father.
all of a sudden, would he break his covenant with
That's not a
David?
covenant he broke.
Sir, 1 second. You got to let people finish. I know you excited and you want to tell your doctrine.
No, I'm not
But the
excited about
covenant
nothing
clearly,
because you ask the same questions all the time,
sir.
bro.
Oh no,
And the same answer's gonna be the
just
same.
gotta wrap this question up, and then if you could remember, just remember everything that you wanted
Well,
to
see,
clear
the
up.
problem is this. The problem is this. The Most High said that he will not lie to David. Once he has sworn by his holiness, he will not relent. And when he told David, if your sons keep my law, I will protect them. That's a covenant. The Most High does not break his covenant with man. Man breaks his covenant with the Most High. So the law is preventing this Jesus and his virgin birth from accessing into my brain right now because Jesus was beaten and killed for keeping the law.
You said what?
Listen, the Most High said in Genesis chapter 18 that he does not forsake the righteous for the wicked. He does not make the righteous as the wicked. He says in Psalms 89 and in 2 Samuel chapter 7 that he made a covenant with David and his sons and that he will be their savior forever.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You agree with that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So the Most High does not forsake the righteous for the wicked, right?
Mm-hmm.
The book of Matthew, if Jesus is the seed of David, Matthew 16:4, it clearly reads, Jesus called Israel a wicked and adulterous generation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Most High killed one of the sons of David for a wicked and adulterous generation?
Who did he kill?
Jesus.
He didn't kill Jesus.
What are you talking about?
Show me in the scripture where it says God killed Jesus.
We don't believe that the Most High sacrificed Jesus because we don't believe Jesus
no, I didn't
existed.
say no, you didn't say sacrifice. You said kill. Show me in the
Okay,
scripture where
sacrifice.
it says God killed.
Sir, see how he's playing. I want y'all to hear this.
No,
see how
okay.
he's playing games with it because they run to Isaiah 53. Hold on.
Show me the scripture.
Stop.
Show me the scripture in the New Testament verse
Excuse
where
me,
it says
Yara.
God sacrificed Christ.
Yara. See, this is the problem.
No,
you
Chris,
can't
the
answer
problem
questions,
is you always
and I'm
try
not
to
going to waste my breath with
What question you want to answer, Chris?
I want him. See, he interrupts you while you're talking.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
I'm not the only one on the panel.
Now, if the Most High made all these covenants with David and his seed, and Jesus was supposed to be the this king, John chapter 6, he runs from the throne. He flees into the wilderness. John gets and also in the book of John, John gets his head chopped off, and Jesus runs from that. This is supposed to be a seed of David, yo.
Okay.
Solomon.
Okay,
Jeroboam.
let's stop here.
Hold
let's
on one second, man. Hold on.
Because you
wait,
like to try to
sir, wait
string
a
a whole
second.
bunch of
Hold on. Let
together.
Chris go. Hold on, Yara. I got the points. I got you.
Thank you. We got David, Solomon, Hezekiah, Asa, Josiah, Solomon. You got all the great kings of Israel who called on the Most High for strength and power. But then we got Jesus also in Matthew chapter 17 and 11 telling them, don't tell no man about this. We see also in Matthew chapter 24, verse 64, we see him telling the high priest, he said, you're going to see me coming in all the glory of God with me and his angels, and we're going to take the kingdom. It never happened. It never happened. Nowhere in this story did it happen. See, I'm not arguing about you about virgin births and stuff like that. I'm going to just cut this bullshit with the covenant alone. If Joseph was from the seed of David, he would have had sex with Mary. But we don't see that in this story. So now y'all talking about parthenogenesis, quantum physics, and all this other stuff that don't relate to the Israelites. The Most High says through the prophet Isaiah, peace be upon him, he said the children of Israel are used for signs and wonders, not for human sacrifices. He don't deal with that.
Okay,
you can have the floor back and tell your lies.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
okay.
You're
now,
done.
Let me ask you this. You said Jesus ran.
Yep.
Did David run? At any time?
David
yes
was expelled from his
Did
kingdom.
David run? Yes or no?
David was expelled from the kingdom.
Yes
no, he did not. No, he did not.
David didn't run from Saul.
No, he did not.
David didn't run from Saul?
No, he did not.
Okay, everybody
he did not want to kill Saul because Saul was an anointed savior of the Most High.
Wait a minute. You ran off. Let me tell you. See, don't talk while I'm talking, Chris. David ran.
David was a king.
David ran from Saul, and he was
David was a Messiah.
Chris. Let him talk. We got this.
David ran from Saul. We know this. I don't care how you try to put it across. Hezekiah ran. Who did he run
from whom?
to? He ran to Africa, to Qatar. He said, I need your help. He ran. He ran from the Assyrians. He ran. So putting that, trying to say Christ ran because he departed means he ran from the throne. Now, that's a bunch of crap because we can take you. I could take you in the scriptures to the book of Matthew.
He left on his own.
Where he rode into Jerusalem on the king's ass and colt and let them lay down palms. Do you know what the significance of laying the palms before the colt comes into the king of Jerusalem? That was the king's robe. Only the king was allowed to do that.
Hey, sir.
So he didn't say.
Let me finish this. Let me finish this.
Say, I don't want to ride in on this colt.
No. Wait. Watch this.
Let Yara finish. Let Yara finish. Then it's Chris and Rob.
Come on. He never said that.
Finish your
so
food,
now
Chris.
let's get back to this seed of David. Jesus is still the seed of David. You could try to skip around if you want to. He's still the seed of David. And this is how he's the seed of David. Because Mary, okay, is from the line of Judah. She's from the descendant of Nathan. Now, if you read in Matthew, in the book of Matthew, in the book of Luke, anytime that they read son, you will notice all of the seeds are not even listed there. All of the generations of people are not listed there. Why? Because it's not important. It's only important to this. When you go in the scriptures and you see the word son is italicized most of the time in Matthew 1 and in Luke chapter 3, you see it's italicized because they skip over some people. Because the fact of it is, you can be the grandfather and still be called a son, and your grandson can still be considered your son. You could be the great grandfather, and your great grandson will be called your son, not your grandson. You can be the son-in-law and still be considered in Israel, according to Hebrew culture and understanding. You could still be considered a son. They didn't have no understanding.
This is what I call a
grandson.
smoke screen.
They didn't have no.
All right, let Chris reply to that. Welcome, brother Brandon Bay, to the panel. What's good, bro?
What up, fam?
I see you decked out, representing.
What's going on, brother Brandon? Go ahead and family. How y'all?
Shalom.
You got it, guy. Okay, go ahead, Chris, and then Rob wanted to reply also.
Once again, he didn't answer anything at all. He did like the Christians do. He get to running talking about David, who was a Messiah, who was a savior, who was a king. He get to running talking about Hezekiah, who was prophesied in Isaiah 9 and 6, who was a savior, who was a Messiah, who was a king, who actually sat on the throne. They try to draw up all these parallels between Jesus and David, but Jesus can't even carry David's jockstrap. Jesus can't even carry David's sword. And yet he never answered one question. He's talking about the woman's bloodline. We see the same story with Hare Krishna, Buddha, Pythagoras, Haru. We see the same story. We're talking about human sacrifice. We're talking about human. See, he won't let me talk. See there?
None of those people taught anything, and none of those people none of those people was taught anything like Jesus. So people say that he's just like Horace and Seth and all that old stuff.
Sir, actually, that's a lie.
I think you might want to go study them stories.
See, they cut now. This is the cut. I appreciate this.
Show nowhere where Horace learned some shit like you can't show that. You cannot find that nowhere in history.
Sir, just because somebody gives you a different story and draws a different parallel does not mean it's not talking about it. They copied the story from Heru. As a matter of fact, the name Mary. Hold on, sir. See how they get mad? They won't let you talk now.
I'm not mad, bro.
Then why don't you shut the fuck up and let me talk?
Hold on.
Why don't you just shut the fuck up? You can't let nobody talk.
Shut the fuck up, because I can take you right now, nigga, motherfucker. Ain't no way.
Look at you cussing and you trying to join your boyfriend. Oh, look at y'all, they cut now. Look at them, they cut live on Swab Ball.
Swab, bring it in. It's supposed to be my turn.
How did Krishna?
Hold on.
You disrespect my nigga. I didn't disrespect you, homie.
No, yes you did. You cut me off, homie. I'm talking. Why don't you just shut the fuck up and wait till I'm done talking?
That's disrespectful, my nigga.
No, nigga, you should just let me finish talking before you interrupt with your bullshit.
How did Krishna die?
Hold on for a second, please. Chris, you gotta lie. That wasn't called for just because he cut you off. That was DJ Blackcharm. That's his first time saying something in a minute.
But DJ Blackcharm already know. I don't interrupt him when he be on the tour nights with that nonsense and he come cutting me off.
Chris, how did Krishna die?
I feel that. Go ahead, wrap up what you saying. Let Rob say what he's saying.
Now, as I was sitting up there saying, we see these virgin births all throughout antiquity. We see the story of Hare Krishna, Haru. We see all that. As a matter of fact, the name Mary come from the name Mariamin, which is a Neter name, which means beloved of Ra. We read in the New Testament, the angel comes up to Mary, ironically, and says, guess what? You are beloved of Yah. Same story, just told on a different platter. Look, I don't need y'all book. That's the bottom line.
And
Your Savior didn't do nothing. One more time. Let me finish. Sir, one more time. Let me finish.
Let him wrap it up. Let him wrap it up.
You're going to have to mute him, Swab.
Get out of here, bro. It's more evidence that Jesus existed than Moses existed.
Okay, cool. Now let me finish.
Nigga, please.
All right. So because I'm giving facts, not my ass. So
he sound like please, Chris.
Right. So like I'm gonna sit up here and say this one too. Thank you, bro.
It's cool to just add and just say I'm giving facts. No, you're not. You're just saying stuff.
But you won't let nobody talk
Look
though.
it
That's your
up though.
problem.
Look up Mariam. Look at what
Look
he's
it
saying
up.
though.
Why don't you look it up? Look it up. Don't
Go ahead,
believe
Chris, wrap
nothing
it
I
up.
say.
Wrap that shit up.
I'm done because the Christians, they crying right now. Why don't y'all greet each other like with a holy kiss like y'all books say?
All right, Rob, what's on your mind, brother? Rob and then DJ Black and then y'all rock.
That's
'Cause I know
about it.
that's how it's gonna go. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah.
I eat Christians all day, busting them up.
Yeah, when the brother, well, back when we was talking about, he was like, well, did David run?
All right, we had a drop off, family. Give us a second. Everybody will pop back up and we'll start off with Rob. What's up, Gold man? You good?
I'm still there.
Yeah, I see you. I see you on y'all still in the building.
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, we got the brother Brandon back.
We'll let him get back in here.
We
Chris
got
always
Blue
like to
back.
come
We
with
got
fake
Rob
bullshit.
back. Okay, go ahead, Rob. Take off.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what had happened. All right.
Go ahead.
So you said because you said, well, did David run? You know, like in Chris said, he was expelled. You know, but David wasn't no punk. He got all the way close to Saul, cut off a piece of his clothes to let him know, like, look, man, I really could have killed you, but I can't touch the Most High's anointed, right? All right, but so now, okay, let's go on the fact that King David ran. Okay, so did Jesus. Okay, so now they both on the same par. You got that argument. Okay, now I need you to explain, when did Jesus do this? Because King David ran. Okay, I get it. You want to use that. So did Jesus. Okay, fine. They both cancel each other out. We got that. 1 Chronicles chapter 18, verse 11. Them also King David dedicated unto the Lord with the silver and the gold that he brought from all these nations, from Edom and from Moab and from the children of Ammon and from the Philistines and from Amalek. Moreover, Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, slew of the Edomites in the valley of Salt 18,000. And he put garrisons in Edom. And all the Edomites became David's servants. Thus the Lord preserved David whithersoever he went. Now, I want you to explain when did that happen for Jesus? That's point number one. Outside of the running. So now you explain that. When did Jesus get that? Had that happen for him? Let me see. What else? Hold up. Let me open 2 Samuel 24. 2 Samuel 24 and 24. And the king said also unto Arunah, nay, but I will surely buy of thee at a price. Neither will I offer burnt offerings unto the Lord my God of that which does cost me nothing. So David brought of the threshing floor and the oxen for 50 shekels of silver. And David built there an altar unto the Lord and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. So the Lord was entreated for the land, and the plague was stayed from Israel. All right. Now I was gonna bring it all the way down to Psalms 1, try to do Psalms 110. But really quick, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit down on my right hand till I make thy enemies thy footstool. David did not write this. Okay. The last Psalm David wrote, Psalms 72. You could go to the end. These are the ends. Okay. Now this is somebody else saying, okay, the Lord said to my Lord, sit thou on my right hand till I make thine enemies thy footstool. I just read a story where the Edomites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Amaleks, the Philistines, they were the enemies of the children of Israel. Okay? The Lord shall send the rod of Zion, the rod of thy strength out of Zion to rule in the midst of thy enemies. Okay? He put garrisons in Edom. Okay? He went over there and set shop. He went over there and set up shop in Edom. All right. I'm going to skip down some. Okay. That are a priest forever. After the order of Melchizedek. That's a king and a priest. David was a king. 2 Samuel 24.
No. Stop. He wasn't a priest, though.
Hold on, sir. Do priests offer sacrifices to the Most High?
He wasn't a priest.
And burnt offerings, sir. Listen to my question. Since you butted in, sir,
he wasn't a priest though.
Sir.
Do priests burn sacrifices?
Priests do, yes.
Okay, now listen. Now listen to this, sir. It was David a king, yes or no?
Yes, he was.
Okay, now you said priests burn offerings and peace offerings and stuff like that, right? That's the job of the priest, right?
That's one of their jobs, yes.
But is that the inheritance of the Levites?
No, not necessarily.
What?
So no, because there were more than one priest.
And this might not got shit to do with it, but isn't there such thing as a priest king?
Yep, David was a priest king.
He was, David was not a priest king.
Yes, he was. He built an altar and he made a sacrifice to the Most High, and the Most High accepted it.
2 Samuel 24 and 25. And David built there an altar unto the Lord.
Jesus a priest? No, Rob, just ask him this. How is Jesus a priest?
Wait a minute. Jacob was
How
a priest.
is Jesus a priest?
Sir, we first we compared.
Go ahead. Y'all want to say what you was finna say and then how
did
is
make him a
Jesus a
king?
priest?
How was Jesus a priest?
Jacob
Explain
built an
that
altar.
to us.
Did that make him a king?
No,
Yes, no, it was not. He was not a king,
Jacob
but he was
built
a
an
priest.
altar. Did that make him a priest?
No, he was a priest, though. I can show you that. I can show you he was a priest.
No, let's establish building an altar.
I can show you Jacob was a priest. You don't want me to answer that, see?
Has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, okay, so this is what he said. This is what they said. This is what's going on. They're saying that he was a priest king. You're saying that they haven't shown he was a priest yet.
He wasn't a priest, never was. He had
what you said he was not a priest, and what they read doesn't make him a priest. It doesn't prove he was a priest. Chris, what does it say he was a priest?
See, Melchizedek was a priest and a king. And they
What
try to
made
correlate,
Melchizedek
and they try to correlate Melchizedek to David when David never or could ever fit the description. It's the same reason why
How
David
is
couldn't,
Jesus a
David
priest?
David couldn't even build the temple because he had blood on his hands.
He's not going to
So
answer
how is he
it.
going to be a priest and come before the Most High? He couldn't do it like that.
Jesus a priest?
David couldn't even build the temple of the Most High.
Is Jesus
So that
a
cancels him
priest?
out.
He don't answer questions.
Is Jesus a priest?
Jesus is a priest.
How?
After the order of Melchizedek. And
How?
also, now let me explain this as well. He was also
No. Hold on. You finna teach us something. You finna teach us something. And we'll learn right at the.
I'm
what
ready to tell you
makes
something.
Jesus
Two things.
I know what makes Jesus a priest, and then you can tell us.
Two things. He offered sacrifices.
Where?
Okay.
He on the fly.
This ain't on the fly. The bottom line is this.
But he not pulling out no scriptures, though. He talking, brother.
Can you
I mean,
show us
he-
where he
If y'all
offered
want me to read,
sacrifices
I can
at?
read New Testament
Yes,
scriptures
sir.
all night. Hold on. Stay right there. I'm gonna read this.
just pull up a verse. I pulled up verses.
Pull it up. If that's what
I didn't pull up no long
This man
dissertation.
is talking from the grave down the body bag.
That
Is
man
it over
said,
with no man?
Yeah, he talking from the grave, bro. Damn the body
Oh,
bag.
he looking for a verse.
He talking from the grave. Damn the body bag.
I need to know where Jesus made a sacrifice.
If he pull that verse out though, he might come up out the
Hold on,
grave.
He
son.
gonna get all kinds of life if he pull the verse out.
He can resurrect on the third day, like Jesus did. Hopefully, he can break that down for us too, because I can count to three. I'm
Hey,
pretty
he is in
sure
the
every
cute
black man can
corner
count to
right
three.
now.
Hey,
He
Chris,
is in
if
the
you
cute corner.
put up where it said that David was a priest. I mean,
Oh, pull up the verse where David
hold on, Rob. Well,
offered
first of all,
David offered a
Melchizedek-
sacrifice. 2
Melchizedek-
Samuel 24 and 25.
no,
And
not
David,
offer the sacrifice. Not offer the sacrifice where it says he was a priest.
No,
Listen.
it does not say he. Listen, you have to
Okay.
answer it
Are
honestly.
y'all ready?
It does not.
yeah, I never said. I never said.
Scripture. I'm getting ready to
Oh,
read you scripture. Okay, it says this becomes even more evident when another preacher rises.
He reading out of Hebrews.
It don't matter where I'm reading, bro. You said
You
it
have
don't-
to show
you
us
said-
where
It
Jesus
don't
made
matter
a
what you
sacrifice.
reading. Just let us get the reference. That's all.
Hold on, I'm looking at another scripture too where it shows you where
Yeah.
Well, Christ offered sacrifice. I'm gonna show you.
And what temple was he at offering these sacrifices exactly?
What altar did that blood cross?
Yeah, I wanna I wanna know all of that. Sound like you telling me that JC was a Levite.
And what?
No.
Wait, and and then when he showed he was a priest, he need to show us where he sat on the throne when he was a king. Hopefully there's no verse in the New Testament that say he ran from the throne. I hope.
Y'all like the hyenas off the Lion King right now, man.
All right. Let me read it for you, honey. It says, during the days of Yahushua, life on earth. All right. Hebrews 5 and 7. I'm gonna start there. During the days of Yahushua, life on earth, he offered up prayers and petitions. Okay, so let's stop there. Now, y'all said Jesus didn't offer up sacrifices, right? Can I go into the New Testament scripture? I mean, in the Old Testament scripture, can I not show that prayer is a sacrifice?
David did it too.
Answer my question, yes or no. Can I show that prayer is a sacrifice?
Mm-hmm. You show
wait a minute. Can I show praise is a sacrifice?
You say what?
Can I show praise and prayer is a sacrifice? Can I show that in the Old Testament? Yes or no? Okay, yes. All right. So I answered that question. It says, during the days of Yahushua's life on earth, he offered up prayers and sacrifice with fervent cries. What's a fervent cry, Chris?
So hold on. Did he just hit all y'all?
Yes, I did. What's a fervent cry, Chris?
I'm gonna answer this question. I'm gonna answer this question for him.
Is that what you was just arguing to Zariak about? Isn't that a pouring out?
That's fair, but can you show me where he was a king now?
Okay,
like David was.
Yet. Slow down, homie.
Because David did the same thing.
He did show you what Jesus said.
This Hebrews 5 and 7. I just showed him. He offered up prayers and petitions with fervent cries and tears to the one who could save him from death. And he was heard because of his fervent submission. Okay. Now.
Okay. You know what? You convinced me. Hey, Chris. Blue. No. He got this one. No. You got this. You proved it. You got it, bro. I give it to you. No, for real. I give it to you. Okay. You answered the question for real. You got it. Right. Now, watch this, brother. Show us where Jesus was a king.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to get to right now. Let me read it.
Sitting on the throne, sir, like King David, sir.
Let me get it to you because I'm getting ready to teach you something else. Okay. Hebrews 7 and 1. Okay. Hebrews 7 and 1. This for Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of God, Most High, having met Abraham, returning from the slaughter of the kings, and having blessed him. Let me go to verse 2. Right? It says, is he to whom also a tenth of all apportion, Abraham first indeed, being translated, king of righteousness, then and also king of Salem, which is king of peace. Let me go to verse 3. Without father, without mother. Y'all get that? They talking about Melchizedek. That's from the Old Testament. Without father and without mother. But you asking who's Jesus' father. Hold on, let me keep reading. Without genealogy. But you keep asking who Jesus was related to. You keep asking about his bloodline. But we see here, the priest, the order of Melchizedek, had nothing to do with his genealogy. It had nothing to do with his mother or his father.
But the Melchizedek doesn't say he was a virgin from a virgin birth either.
Listen, it says without father and without mother. What do you call that?
Because Melchizedek was the first
Chris,
priest.
You can call it whatever you want.
See, you don't let people talk. You just like yelling at everybody. But I'll take you in a debate and blow you out and embarrass you. Why not? Make it happen.
So wait a minute. So where in there, where does it say Jesus sat on the throne like King David, sir?
He says it don't say he got to be like after King David.
So he ain't no throne. He ain't no king.
I can keep reading, and it says Christ came in the order of Melchizedek.
Okay, sir. What is the order of Melchizedek, sir?
Kings and priests.
Okay, cool. Kings and priests, right? And you went to a verse and you showed that he was a priest because he offered up his prayer and praises and it was accepted, correct?
Correct.
And I said, cool, I accept that.
No problem.
Okay. Show me, please where Jesus sat on the throne like our forefather, King David, please?
Just hold that right there.
Thank you.
Hold that right there.
A donkey. And the nigga said, grab the donkey. And
You
rule.
should have been full. I thought you were full, man.
Just hold on right there.
Fuck you doing over here eating again?
Wait, so you said I'm not. So you said I'm not ready for Tazariak, huh?
No, you're
Your
not. If you're
stomach
not with
gonna
those
hurt.
arguments.
Shit.
Hey, bro, I'm actually cool. Yara, me and him talk all the time. Yara full of shit. And he know it.
No, you full of shit, bro. That's how I see y'all. Chris gets y'all flustered out there. He don't bother me. You understand what I'm saying? It's all good with me.
So I know
It's all
Yara on a personal level. He full of shit and he knows it.
Man, what beat you at in that picture, Chris?
You say what?
I think that's green screen. What beat you at? I think you got a
Nah, that's
minor.
Clearwater. No, that's Clearwater Beach, man, in Tampa, where I live at.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know you was in Tampa, bro.
Yeah, I live in Tampa, man. Not cold ass Chicago like you.
Ooh,
Hey,
shout
man.
out to Florida, man. Watch your mouth,
Hey,
man.
nigga,
Watch
let
your
me tell you
mouth.
something, man. You talking about cold ass Chicago, man? This is the best city you could live in, bro.
Hey, y'all know, right? Y'all know, like I live in the Bay, right?
Who cares?
So, no, right? So, so I live in the Bay, right? So, what I had wanted to know is, could you please show me where Jesus sat on the throne like King David? Because I've been waiting for hella long, my nigga.
Okay, this is Acts 2:34. I'm just gonna give you the short. And we ain't got to debate unless you want to. It says, "For David is not ascended into the heavens." That's Acts 2:34. For David is not ascended into the heavens, but he saith himself, "The Lord said unto my Lord." Now see, sit thou on my right hand. So if David, this is the book of Acts. Now they would know because they didn't have a New Testament. They only read the Old Testament scripture. So if they're quoting, if they're quoting David here, and they're saying David is saying, but David says he said himself, "The Lord saith unto my Lord, sit thou on my right hand." Who is then David talking about? Because clearly, as y'all try to make it, it's saying that that's somebody else talking about David. But we know in the scriptures that's not David talking about David, because they only read from an Old Testament book. They didn't read from a New Testament book. There was no Hebrews. There was no Matthews. There was no
All
book of
right,
Revelation.
who is he talking about?
He
Who is
was
his
talking
Lord?
about Yeshua himself.
Wait,
The Lord.
sir.
What?
Wait, sir. Once again, you did a lot of talking, right? Watch this. I'm gonna bring it back home. Can you show me where Jesus sat on the throne like King David, sir? You showed me where he offered up his prayer and praise, and it was accepted. So that made him a priest. Okay, fine. I get it. You said after the order of Melchizedek, king priest.
Mm-hmm.
We covered the priest part.
Mm-hmm.
I need to cover the king part.
Okay.
Him sitting on the throne. David saying that God told him to sit on the throne on the side of him, ain't him sitting on the throne. Or you
That's
the
the
physical
throne.
throne on earth.
Let me answer that, please. Let me answer that.
Come on, bring
First of all, when we read Psalms 110, there's no where it says a psalm by David. No, that's not true. That's a very deliberate mistranslation.
Prove it, bro.
Okay, hold on.
In
Say
the
that
Hebraic
again. Run that back. Run
in the
that info
Hebraic
back.
translation, it reads La Mizmor Dawit.
It smells like shit in Tampa right now.
So La means two or four. So it should say a psalm for David or a psalm to
What
David.
script is that you're reading from? That Hebrew
Psalms
script?
I've heard that.
110.
I've
Psalms
heard that. I've heard
110.
that argument.
No, I'm saying, what was the original?
The
paper that
original
you got?
Aramaic scripture on that you can get it. You can just look it up online, and you'll see the lamet there. There is no het there.
Right. He's right.
There
He's
is no
right.
het there. It's
So
a lamed.
what's your argument? Because I'm getting
My
ready to show you
argument
about
is
this
only
argument that you
person
won't
that
make
fits
it no
this
more.
is David.
Okay,
and
listen.
also in Psalms 110, in the book, in the book New Testament, the only place where it says that Jesus ascended to sit on the right hand of the Father is in the book of Mark. And guess
You a
what?
lie. I just read it to you. You a lie.
And dude, that's in the book of Hebrews, which was coined around
Dude, I didn't read
213
nothing out of
BC
Hebrews,
AD.
bro. I didn't read nothing out of Hebrews. Stop it.
Okay.
This is before the book of Hebrews.
Exactly. And that's on the book of Luke, right?
No, it's not, Chris.
That's in the book of Acts, right?
Yes.
The same person that wrote Luke wrote Acts. It
No, it's
tells you
not.
that at the beginning. Yes,
Listen
it
to what I'm
does.
telling. Listen to what I'm
I'm
trying
going to
to
read
tell
it to
you,
y'all real quick, just to
listen to
prove
what
it
I'm
to
trying
y'all.
to tell you. Now, see, he want to read, but I just
I'm going to
told
read
him.
it to y'all. Look, I'm going to read
He
it to
want to
y'all.
listen to what I told him.
He finna
Now,
show
let me
us
go
that the
back
person
while
that
he
wrote
looking
Luke
for
wrote
that.
Acts. Go
Yeah,
ahead
let
and
me
make
go back
let
to
me
his
read it.
song where he goes about
Guys,
Psalm and he
let me
talks
read
about
it. It
there's no
says,
heck there.
it says, inasmuch as many have taken in hand to set in order a narrative of things which have been fulfilled among us, just as those who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word delivered them to us. It seemed good to me also, having perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write to you an orderly account, most excellent Theophilus, that you may know certainly of things which you were instructed. Watch this now. We're going to go to Acts chapter 1. Remember what it just
So that's
said.
Theophilus, right?
Watch this. Now watch this.
Yeah,
He
Theophilus
says right
was
here
a
in the
Greek.
book of Acts
He
chapter
was
1,
a Greek
it
Hebrew.
says right here, it says, the former account I made, O Theophilus, of all that Jesus began to both do and teach. It's the same writer.
Yeah, it's
It's
Luke.
the same writer.
No,
I know
you
it's the
just
same
said
writer.
that wasn't the same writer. He
I
just
thought he
said the
was
same
talking
person
about
that wrote
Psalms
Luke
because he was
wrote
talking about
Acts.
the heck.
See how he be lying?
What, you didn't say nothing about Psalms, bro?
No. He just said that the same person that wrote Luke wrote Acts. You said no.
Oh, I thought he was
a
talking about
mistake.
Psalms. I didn't hear him say that last part. I didn't hear him say that.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was
All
talking
right.
about Psalms because I was going to show him in Psalms when it says 2. It doesn't matter if it says 2 or 4, because I mean if it says 2 or by, because even if it says to David, David was the one who was giving. See, David's songwriters, they were his scribes as well. And so what they were doing is David would either dictate to them songs and they would write it, or David would prophesy songs and write them himself.
Sir, could you read Psalm 72 and 20 really quick for me?
You can read it.
No, I just wanted,
Why
so we're
is it
talking
we
about
just don't see
songs.
why is it we just don't see the Most High talking to this man and exalting this man
Yeah.
like he did everybody else or all his
Yeah.
other kings?
What do you mean we don't see him talking to him?
And you never
That's
show where
another
Jesus
lie.
sat on the
That's another
throne. You
lie.
did a whole bunch of talking and arguing, though. You never showed it, though.
I never showed what. I
Acrobatics.
just read it to you.
No.
He was saying
With Jesus.
what he was saying is that David gave an account that God told Jesus to sit on the other side of the throne.
Exactly.
No, sir. Here. Let me read Psalms 110 for you, okay? I'm just going to read it. Okay. The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. Okay. That means that you just sit here and chill and do what I say. I'm going to make your enemies your footstool. They're going to be underneath you, right? When Jesus was on earth, did the children of Israel, as well as Jesus, have enemies?
Yes.
Okay. During his lifetime, Jesus had enemies.
Absolutely.
Can you show me where Jesus put the enemies of him and the children of Israel under like a footstool?
Okay. I'm getting ready
Okay,
to
sir.
read it.
Thank
I'm
you.
getting ready to read
Because
it
I
for
can
you
show you,
again.
I can
And I'm
show
getting
you
ready to
all in
explain
the
it
book
to
of
you
2
why.
Samuel where
Stop
David did
talking,
it.
Chris. He's not talking to you. Stop talking. Okay. This
Hold
Acts
on,
2 and 31. And I'm going to read you some verses so you can see this.
You
He
be around
said this
kids all
before,
day.
spake of the resurrection of Christ, that his
Y'all
soul
niggas
was
still
not
talking
left
about
in hell.
resurrecting God.
Okay, his soul was not left in. How David coming back? He gonna have to be resurrected or reincarnated. Which one? Y'all arguments is stay foolishness.
Brother.
He
Just show me
assumed
where
this
he
before.
made the enemies the footstool.
Dude, listen, be quiet so I can explain it to you. You got a problem. Barbers talk too damn much. He's saying this before spake of the resurrection of Christ, that his soul was not left in hell, neither his flesh did see corruption. Okay, first of all, that's the first victory. Then it says Acts 2 and
First of
32.
all, that's David's prayer.
Boy,
What
I'm
the?
reading out of Acts, boy, chill.
And they just straight.
Dude, Listen,
Oh my
listen,
God.
boy. I'm reading. Hush. Hush. It says, he says, show me. I'm trying to read it. It says, Acts 2:32. This Yeshua have God raised up, whereof we all are witnesses. Acts 2:33. Therefore, being by the right hand of God exalted, and having received the Father the promise of the Holy Ghost, he have shed forth this, which ye now see and hear. This is
Dude,
Acts
when the fuck did he
2:34.
put the
Listen,
enemies
boy,
underneath
listen.
his
For
feet? That's what
David
they
is not
asked you.
ascended into the heavens, but he said himself, the Lord said unto my Lord,
Let me
sit
go
thou
next.
on my right hand. Acts 2:35. Until I make thy foes thy footstool. Acts 2:36. Therefore, let all the house of Israel know assuredly that God hath raised that same Yahushua, whom ye have crucified, both Lord and Christ. Now, when they had heard this, they were pricked in their heart and said unto Peter, to the rest of the apostles, men and brethren, what shall we do? So again, you see here where you talk about the footstool.
What happened to his enemies? That's
So
all.
after he died, he made his enemies his footstool.
Let me read this to y'all right quick.
Let me
read this to y'all real
explain to
quick.
y'all
You
what
just got
that
done
means.
explaining. Nobody want to
Because
hear
now
it.
you have to
This
go
is what
into the
this is what David
Stop
said.
talking, Chris.
This is
Now
what
you have
David
to go
says
into
right
You
here.
didn't answer the question, dude. You should
I
really
didn't
be
answer
Let
it.
me
Yeah,
tell
you
y'all
just
what
Listen,
David
show
this is
how
what
said.
I
that
made
man
the
got
footstool. I just read it
murdered.
to you out the New Testament scripture. Now, whether you
Man,
believe
y'all
it
need to
or
burn
not.
that book of Acts,
Now,
bro.
I'm getting
He
ready
just
to
straight stole
take you.
every verse out of Psalms and used it as his own. That
Hey,
was
and
David's prayer that he
Can I just
wouldn't
take?
decay.
in
Listen, this
2
is what I'm
Samuel
trying to
chapter
get you to
22,
understand.
verse
This. I'm
38,
trying to
it
get you to
says, I have
understand this,
pursued
Blue.
my enemies and destroyed them. Neither did I turn back again till they were destroyed. And I have destroyed them and wounded them, so that they could not rise. They have fallen under my feet and become my footstool. For you have armed me with strength for the battle. You have subdued them under me, those who rose against me. You full of shit, nigga. Stop.
I
Hey,
just
now,
rolled to you.
wait, hold on. Let me piggyback off of Chris.
No,
First
I just
Chronicles
read to you out
18
of the book
11.
of Acts. Now,
Them,
here's again.
them
I'm getting ready to
also
explain to
King
something else.
David dedicated unto the Lord with the silver and gold that he brought from all these nations, from Edom and from Moab and from the children of Ammon and from the Philistines and from Amalek. I'm going to skip 12 and go to 13. And he put garrisons in Edom, and the Edomites became David's servants.
And I'm
Thus
going
the
to
Lord
piggyback off
preserved
that and I'm going
David
to be done.
whithersoever he went.
It
Now,
says right
again,
here in hold
Watch.
on. It
the
says right
problem
here
y'all
in
have
First
in
Kings
understanding
chapter
the New
5,
Testament scriptures,
verse
Uh-huh.
y'all
20.
think they
Hold
just
on, y'all.
walking
Hold on,
around.
y'all. I want to hear what you. I want to hear what you got to say, but they jumping you. Let Chris do this last combo
This
move, and
says
then
right here, this is Solomon as he prepares for the build the temple. And this is what Solomon says. He says, you know that my father David could not build the house for the name of the Lord his God because of the wars which were he fought against them on every side until the Most High put his foes under the soles of his feet. You're done.
Okay, but again, that tells you
You
what
burned
David
that
couldn't even
twice.
build a temple. So how the Most High gonna let him back in and rule over a temple? He
Well,
couldn't
the
even rule
reason
his
why
own
he didn't
goddamn
want him to
house.
build the temple is because the temple would represent war. He wanted Solomon to build it because all the enemies, the wars were over with, and that temple would represent peace.
So all the enemies of the wars were over with. So
Solomon didn't
Israel
fight a
never went.
war.
Wait a
Under
minute. Israel
Solomon, there was
never went
40
back
years
to
of
war
peace.
after
Under
Solomon.
Solomon's reign, they were for 40 years of peace. He
Only
ruled and they
40
had 40
years,
years
but
of
they
peace.
still went back into
Sir,
war. They still went back
sir.
into captivity.
Well, according to Acts
So
chapter
David
12,
didn't
they
do
were still
shit.
getting their, excuse me. According to Acts
Did they
chapter
go back
12,
into
they were still
captivity
getting their
after
heads cut
David?
off. You're not making any sense with your
No, you're
argument,
not making
nor is
any
your
sense
stance
because
making
that's
any
your
sense.
whole argument against the New Testament.
Fuck the New Testament. It's
If
fake.
Christ is this and he's the
Jesus
Messiah,
is
why
fake.
are
He
we in
didn't
captivity today?
exist.
Didn't we go into captivity after David?
No one died for your sins.
Hey,
Get
can I
over
read the
it.
scripture right quick, man, and then y'all can go into something else? I
go
Don't
want
ahead,
answer
DJ
them
Charles,
questions over
defend
there.
that
to
shit, man.
chilling
Defend
the
that
whole,
shit. Go
the whole
ahead,
time.
Charles.
And then I tell my brother who read my brother Yara who to follow me on this is Luke 20. And I'm gonna go 1 through 8, and then y'all can kill me or whatever I thought I'd read this. But and it says, and it came to pass that on one of the days he taught the people in the temple and preached the gospel. The chief priests and the scribes came upon him with the elders and spake unto him, saying, tell us by what authority does thou do these things? Or who is that gave thee this authority? And answered and said unto them, this is Jesus speaking.
I will also ask you one thing and answer to me. The baptism of John, was it of heaven or of men? And they reasoned with him, and they reasoned themselves, saying, if we shall say from heaven, he will say, why, then believe ye him not. But if we say of men, all the people will stone us. For they be persuaded that John was a prophet. And they answered that they could not tell whence it was. And Jesus said unto them, neither I tell you by what authority I do these things. So that was for my bro, because he trying to defend that, and Jesus wasn't trying to defend that. Jesus wasn't trying to defend his authority when those people came to him challenging his authority. So yeah. So yeah.
Okay, so I want to read something out of the New Testament that I agree with. Here it is in Luke, the 24th chapter. And it says right here, help me out with this, Yara. It says, right here, I'm fine. It says, then he said to them, these are the words which I spoke to you while I was still with you, that all things must be filled, which were written in the law and Moses and the prophets and the Psalms concerning me. And he opened their understanding that they might comprehend the scriptures. Then he said to them, thus it is written, and thus it was necessary for the Christ to suffer and rise from the dead on the third day, as it is written. Can you show me where that's at?
That he rose from the grave on the third day?
Yes, it says as it is written. He said that it was written that this would happen. Can you show me that?
Subscribe to the Solar Vision Debate League. Subscribe to the Argument League. And subscribe to Inner Black Media.
I mean, I love the New Testament. I'll be trying to find that prophecy forever. Let me know, though. Come on.
Subscribe to Psychopatheist Live for Waking Back
that's
on Saturday.
Hey, that's my man right there. Psychopatheist be going in.
And game night on Saturday night, Sunday morning. Subscribe to Nikki Justice on the Run. And subscribe to Sister Renee's channel, which is Miss Legit Part 2.
Hey, don't forget to subscribe to my page, Andreas Harris. I go in. No
subscribe
doubt.
to Andreas Harris. He goes in. He went in today, and he's continue to eat. And subscribe to Blue. Check his shit out. Brandon Bay. DJ Blackcharm. Check his music out. I believe it's Checkmate. Just Google it. It pops up.
Check game.
Check game. Check game.
Yeah,
goddamn right.
Hey, yeah, Blue. I need your. I got. I'm fixing my. I got my drive. One of my drives fixed, so I can send you some stuff now.
And subscribe to Nazareth Speaks with your host Yara Nazareth.
Chris, you think I'm with Tora Nice? It's just on my mind.
No, man, I ain't mean to talk to you like that, man. I feel bad talking to you like that, man. That ain't how it is.
I'm just saying, because people be thinking, because I rock with certain people that I rock with Judah, but like somebody else said that another one of them Torah night nigga when I was in somebody's chat, I was like, what the fuck, man? Because I rock with Judah. You know what I'm saying? So, you know.
Yeah.
Now, Chris, I want you to read that verse. Read that verse again for me.
It says right here in Luke chapter 24, right? Mm-hmm. It says, and he said to them, thus it is written, verse 46, 24 and 46. Then he said to them, thus it is written, and thus it was necessary for the Christ to suffer and rise from the dead on the third day. Can you show me that? Where is it written at?
Hold on.
It's written in the Torah, they're going to die raised in 3 days.
Mm-hmm. It's not in the Torah, it's in the Tanakh.
That's a good one. I'm gonna study that.
What's the Friday Isaiah? I'm trying to find the right one because it's in Isaiah 50. Is what he's referring to.
There's nothing in Isaiah 50 that
Shut up, man! It is, bro.
And after y'all finish, I had wanted to ask you to finish. I wanted to go over Psalms 110, really quick.
I'm gonna read for you. It's Isaiah 50. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Let's make sure I get them 3 days in there in that Isaiah 50. And then I want you to find one more for me, and then I'm gonna be done because I want to go to sleep.
Man, I think I'm gonna get with Consul and try to get Ngozi over to the debate league and argue the mystery system because he know a lot about all kinds. I like that dude. I think he's a Muslim atheist or some shit like that.
No, he full of shit too. But anyway.
He know a lot about them different systems though. He know a lot about people's stuff.
He ain't no worse than Judah Nazareth with that temple science bullshit.
The temple science is right in the Torah. If you
temple
just
science ain't no right in the Torah the way y'all niggas be teaching that shit.
Okay. Was the temple anointed?
Come on, bro. This the niggas that's gonna tell you the temple was a man.
Well, let's not.
The temple wasn't no goddamn man. But let me get to this verse.
Listen, I don't want to. Right. I want you to focus on finding this verse for me.
Okay.
My man.
So let's do this. Because let me read about it. Oh, let me go to the better scripture. We go to the better one. Because I got to do too much to explain. I got to take him to too many scriptures to take him through that for him to get to understand.
You should just be able to take me to one.
Let's go to Book of Jonah.
Book of Jonah. Okay. Go ahead.
Let's go to the Book of Jonah.
Why'd you go to Isaiah 50 though?
I'll talk to you about that. That's too much to deal with because you ain't understanding. Because what you want is something more specific. Because because what you read, Luke 24 and 46, really has nothing to do with the 3 days. So
no, he says that. No, I don't.
But that wasn't the context. That wasn't the context of the meaning of that verse.
Sir, how can you come into these pages
because the 3 days that he was talking about. The 3 days that he was alluding to there, they already had understood the understanding that he was talking about the burning down of Jerusalem.
It says, thus it is written, and thus it was necessary for the Messiah to suffer and rise from the dead.
Right, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the suffering.
Hey, I got like 2 questions.
He wasn't necessarily talking about.
I don't want to hear you talk about it. I want to hear you find it.
Specifically about the.
Go ahead and find that right quick, brother Brandon Bay. Let's get these 2 questions. What you got, bro?
I want to know, is JC synonymous with the Lamb of God?
Yes.
Okay. And
specifically the Paschal Lamb. It's a difference. It's specifically the Paschal Lamb that's connected to the Passover.
But Jesus didn't die on the Passover.
Yes, he did.
He died the day after the Passover.
Listen, bro, he died during the time of the Passover. He do it during the time of the Passover. The sacrifice didn't happen. The sacrifice for the Passover, the tradition was it didn't happen that specific day. It occurred the day before.
So he said that it occurred the day after, but that still was considered the time of.
Right. It was all during the time of the Passover.
I'm gonna read it right here. Matthew 26, verse 17. Now, on the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus saying to him, "Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover?" The feast of unleavened bread is after the Passover.
Dude,
yeah, he agreed.
Listen. Let me explain that. Because see, this is where a lot of people go wrong. This is where I was explaining to Alta Q was talking about earlier, where they came from 2 different schools of thoughts after the Babylonian captivity. They didn't all celebrate the Passover. It was 2 running arguments at that particular time. So some celebrated the Passover at one time and others celebrated the Passover at a different time. So Jesus followed the Passover from the time of David. Others celebrated the Passover from the time of the Babylonian exile because they.
But it say right here they ate it during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, right?
Listen to what I'm telling you. But the Feast of Unleavened Bread is the beginning of the Passover, correct?
No, it's not. It's the day after the Passover.
No, bro. Listen to this. What's the Passover meal?
The Passover meal is the lamb and the bitter herb that you must eat in haste.
And what else?
You don't eat the unleavened bread until the day after
Listen
the Passover.
to what I'm okay then. So that whole particular time, so if they're talking about the unleavened bread, they're still talking about the Passover is still occurring.
One more
it's still
time.
occurring.
The
It hasn't
day
ended
after
yet.
the Passover
No,
meal.
it's still
The feast of
It's
unleavened.
still
Hey, look, man,
it's
find them
still
verses for me.
occurring.
You hurry up and go find them
It's
verses.
still occurring.
What was that
Still
second
occurring.
question, Brandon? You got why
Yeah,
you found
thank
that verse?
Find that verse.
I'm gonna tell you what
My second question is when, and this one I don't think is going to be found in the Bible. I just want the history more so. When, what time frame would Jesus, JC, be associated with the Lamb of God? When would this have been written in history? Like, would it be the first century, the second century, the third century, the 11th century, the 21st century? Like, when in history would that have been written?
I mean, we can argue about the Old Testament, but it's first century, if you want to say that. It's first century. And actually, what most people don't understand, see, Paul's letters
were written first.
Paul's 7 letters, right, were written first. So you have to put his record closer to that of Christ's time. So the things that he said, you can pretty much really go off what Paul was writing as more authentic. Then actually you really can the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Okay, you can really go after that because theirs was probably written about 50 to maybe close to maybe 100 years after.
Sir, Paul is nothing but a man named Apollonius, and I'm getting ready to do a lesson on that.
You could come with that. I got you on that.
And you know
on that too, because I know you've been wanting to have this argument with me, so we can do that one too.
Okay, who taught Neo-Pythagoreanism? He taught at Ephesus, just like Paul did.
Listen, Paul was
a fake prophet.
Paul was a well-rounded, gifted person. Paul was known to speak 7 different languages. Paul was a well-educated person.
Let's go to the book of Romans. As always,
he
Chris backs
understood
up
other
everything he
spiritual
says
systems.
with the book.
The scripture even tells us Moses was even learned in all the ways of the Egyptians.
It says right here in Romans chapter 2, verse 16, he says, in the day when God will judge the secrets of men by Jesus Christ according to my gospel. I'll make you show me where the
what was his
Jesus.
I can tell you what his gospel was. When he says my gospel, his gospel was this. His gospel was to the Gentile nations. That was his gospel. That's what he meant, not something that he created himself.
One more time.
Because
this is what it says. In the day God will judge the secrets of men, nothing about Gentiles there, by Jesus Christ according to my gospel. Stop putting words in these pages.
The gospel,
that's what he said.
Exactly this. When he stopped on the road to Damascus, this is what he says. He says, Jesus says that Paul preached this. Jesus, he's personalized his gospel.
So Peter even affirms
the same thing.
Seeing visions of people that ain't God.
Peter
just
even
find them
refers
verses
him
for
the
me.
same
Next
thing.
question, Brandon Bay.
That's what
find
you say, but that's not something you can disprove. So the thing of it is this. When Peter is talking to Paul, Peter also says the same thing with this. He says,
I don't care what Paul says.
Go preach to who you go preach to who you want to preach to. That's fine.
Okay. Did Paul prophesy in the Most High's name or in Jesus' name?
He prophesied in the Most High name.
No, he didn't. He prophesied in Jesus' name.
See, this is the problem y'all got. He didn't prophesy in Jesus' name because when y'all this misunderstanding what y'all have about Jesus' name, Jesus is not talking about his actual name. What he's saying in that verses
I hear all this confusion.
What he's saying in those verses is he's saying in the authority that I have. So when he
gave him authority?
In the name,
did the Most High give him authority, or did Jesus give him authority?
The Most High gave Christ the authority because Christ says this in the book
I
of
asked
Matthew.
You who gave Paul authority?
He gave Paul authority. Absolutely, he did.
Okay, man, find those verses for me, man. I'm not about to go through this.
DJ Black Charm, what you wanted to add to the conversation?
I wanted to add to the conversation. As far as the Torah, the Tanakh goes, and we look at Esther, and when Esther tells them to fast, and she wanted to see the king, and all this, was that if they counted 3 days and 3 nights like we count today, by the argument that they had, then Esther would have to see the king on the 4th day. By that same argument, by that same logic they use. And so the way they counted 3 days and 3 nights, even back then, is the same way they counted 3 days and 3 nights when Jesus doing the Jesus thing. That's why I want to add in on that. If y'all know about what I'm talking about, build on it.
You know what? I'm with you on that, but I just want him to show me where it was prophesied that the Messiah shall be beaten and killed and raised on the 3rd day, as it is written.
Oh, okay, that's the question.
I'm waiting on that.
Oh, I thought you asked
about 3 days. Right, I've been waiting. Right, here's the thing. Okay. I'm just gonna tell everybody.
Just let off an unnecessary missile and bomb innocent people.
Hey, DJ.
No,
DJ.
what he's talking, what Christ is talking about.
I didn't hear the question right, man. I was trying to see what he's saying.
But he's right though. It's the same way that they count it. I mean, he's right. It's the same way that they counted days. And a lot of people, y'all, and again, y'all don't understand a lot of Hebrew culture and how the Hebrew work. When they counted 3 days, they didn't count 3 24-hour days.
Right. Yeah, that's what he just pointed out, and Chris agreed. That's what he just pointed out, and Chris agreed. What you say, Blue?
So, but he never found that scripture, right?
No, I'm reading the book. I'm reading the book of Jonah because that's what it's referencing to.
Okay. Is it written that way?
Yeah. So I got a question for you. You said a little bit earlier that prayers are accepted.
No, Blue, don't let him off the hook. Don't let him off the hook.
I'm not on the hook. I just told you.
I want you to show me that in Jonah.
What was your question, Blue?
Yeah. Keep this question in mind. Remember, he said that the way that he proved Jesus was a priest was because he offered prayers up for sacrifice. So remember that.
Did David offer up prayers of sacrifice?
I just want to know if Yah accepts sacrifices, then what's the use of Jesus?
Thank you.
If he accepts prayers, I would like to know that.
You said what? What's the use of Jesus if he accepts prayers?
You go ahead and find your scripture.
Jesus preached, and Luke 20 says Jesus preached, and it came to pass that on one of those days he taught the people in the temple and preached the gospel. He preached. Jesus was a priest.
No, we said preached don't make you no priest. And if we see David keeping the law,
you was only allowed doing the same thing. In
the temple, you can only
couldn't stand up in the temple and say nothing.
Priest.
Okay.
Right.
He said
a Levite.
Hey,
was he a Levite?
I'm sorry, I ain't hear it. What's the question? Somebody asked it. What was the question?
Was he a Levite?
I don't think so.
Okay, so how is it that David can offer up prayers for sacrifice and he not be considered a priest, but David was a king, a Messiah, and a savior, anointed by the Most High, but Jesus was not a king, and he offers up sacrifices of prayer, and all of a sudden he fits this thing of the Melchizedek order, and David don't. When
you
David
keep
wrote
saying he wasn't a king,
Psalm,
but I just read to you that he was a king. And
when did he rule?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
When did he rule?
Here's the thing. He didn't have to rule in order to be in line and have to be in the line of king. But I'll tell you
that's not what the prophecy said.
Ruled.
Hey, look, you won't punishment until you find that verse.
Even when you read the scripture, when it says they came to take Jesus and install him as king, why did they do that? Why did the Hebrews at that time try to come and get Jesus and install him as king?
Hey, look, man, you keep trying to switch around that Jonah verse. That's what you do right now.
Jonah verse.
He already found it. He's trying to rearrange it right now.
Right, find that Jonah verse, bro.
No, he thought he talking about Jonah in the belly of the whale.
Yeah, he all in it. Hey, look,
that's the verse he was referring to.
10 minutes.
So it won't read verbatim to that, but
this is what he's talking about. This is what he's talking about. Okay, Jonah 2 and verse 2. It says, "Out of the belly of hell," which meant Sheol, is what they're talking about. The place of the departed spirits, cried I, and that I heard is my voice. Jonah 2 and 2. And then he talks about again,
Read
That's
it.
the
Don't
when
tell
so
us
when
what
he's
he's
talking
talking
about in
about.
Luke
Read it.
24 and 26, this is what he's talking about. He's talking about resurrection from the grave. This is the 3 days. That's what he's referring to when he says it is written. He's referring to the book of Jonah when Jonah was in the belly of the whale.
Can you
So
show me where the Messiah must suffer and be raised in 3 days?
who said it
Read
must
it.
happen?
He said, as it is written.
I just told you where he said what he was
The word
referring to.
Messiah
Jonah 2 and
nor
20,
Christ
Jonah
shows up
2 and
right
2.
there.
See, this is what Chris don't like to do. I just told you. You asked me a question, I gave you an answer. Jonah 2 and 2. This is what he was referring to, as it is written. That's what he was referring to.
Not the part about the Messiah dying for 3 days and being resurrected.
That's what he was referring to. That is what he was referring to. The Messiah in 3 days.
What?
Resurrecting from the grave in 3 days. That's what he was teaching them.
So
That's what
he was saying. So he was saying that the Messiah would die and be resurrected in 3 days, as it is written. Speaking of Jonah in the well for 3 days.
Exactly.
Being synonymous with Jonah in the well.
Right.
So
that's not a prophecy.
Because the Most High said that he's a shield of salvation for David and his sons forever. So why would he need to kill David's sons? That means he lied to David.
Who said somebody killed David's sons?
Why you keep on? So the Pontius Pilate didn't have him executed, and the priest didn't have him executed.
Right. See, that's what I'm thinking. See, that's what I remember I was saying earlier. Chris went on earlier that how people defend Jesus from that angle. You know what I'm saying? So I don't that angle right there.
Right. But see, it ain't. He keeps saying somebody killed Jesus for his.
Last time I checked, when you were crucified, you're
killed.
Saying,
why did God?
Yeah. Right. You right. Everything you saying, Chris, is right in the exact, except the last part.
You know where does it say God killed Jesus? I mean, why?
Okay, one more time. Okay,
who's in charge of killing
David?
Yeah. You know, God called everybody a number, so we can't say say that in everybody.
But you still have to deal with that covenant that he made with his sons. He said, if they keep my law, I will protect their paths and I will guide them. But if they don't, then I will strike them with the rods of men.
Okay, so did that occur before Christ or after Christ?
Sir, was he struck with the rod of man?
Yes, he was struck with the rod of man.
Okay, did he lie in Luke chapter 4, verse 17 through 24, Luke chapter 24, verse 42, and Matthew 24 and 64? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so he told the truth. So when did the Pharisees see him coming with all the angels to take the kingdom of God?
Again, this is the same thing here. The Pharisees, when it says he's coming with all the angels, he's talking about at a future time. He's not talking about that.
He told the Pharisee, "Look up, and you will see me coming."
He says,
that's what
look
he said.
up. He's talking in a future tense. He's not talking in the present
Ezekiel
tense.
the prophet talks about people like you all.
He's
he
not
says
talking.
You guys are blinded with an idol.
You're trying to make the prophet say something that he never says without even going to the text and seeing what it means in the Greek. He's not talking.
Let's talk about real life. In real life,
can I say something?
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, y'all can have
Chris,
it. They can't answer nothing. They can't answer nothing.
Everybody on the panel in real life, have y'all heard of Mount Gibraltar?
Chris always do this when he get
the Mount of Gibraltar.
Yeah, Mount Gibraltar. Mount Gibraltar. Have anybody y'all heard of Mount Gibraltar?
I heard about it.
I heard about that story.
Right. So I'm talking about it right now in today's time, right? You know how you know how it's heavily guarded and why it's heavily guarded, the way it's heavily guarded.
Yes.
Because of the fear of, and they may be spooked out over there, you know what I'm saying? Because it's between Spain and Africa, you know what I'm saying? Where this mountain is, it's like a 2-hour ride on a boat or whatever, but they that's where it's supposed to go down at, you know what I'm saying? So they position themselves right there at the Mount Gibraltar. And you can look it up right now, you know what I'm saying? It's positioned that way. So
see, a lot of times I hear Chris, you say this a lot. Oh, this book ain't spiritual. This ain't got nothing to do with spiritual. Everything in that.
I ain't never said that.
Book,
where you hear me say that at?
Dude,
I said your book fake.
Dude, you said there's nothing.
And I've wiped my ass with the New Testament before because it's a fake book.
Spiritual. You said ain't got nothing about being spiritual. Like I
That
said,
book's
this
fake.
is more. Like I said, you could say the book fake, but I'm gonna tell you
I
this:
have
is more
I have
proof.
a question.
Is more proof that
Okay, we
Christ
gonna
walked the earth
go.
than
You
King
gonna
than
go?
you can
Y'all,
find on King
Rob,
David,
and then
and that's facts.
Brandon.
That's
Go
facts,
ahead,
bro.
Rob. What you say?
Yeah, I have two things I wanted to know. All throughout the Torah and Tanakh, there's a phrase uttered. The phrase is "Thus saith
Thus
the
saith the
Lord."
Lord.
Oh, I
Okay,
love this. I love this argument. I
right?
love it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know: is there anyone who spoke that phrase, that exact phrase,
That
in the New
doesn't. That
Testament?
doesn't. That doesn't. No,
Sir,
it doesn't. Not in the
sir.
New Testament per se,
Okay,
but it
okay,
doesn't need to be
sir,
said. It doesn't need
sir.
to be. No,
You
answer. Let me
answered the
answer the
question.
question, bro. It
Well,
doesn't
You
I
need to
got
be
did,
said to
I got
prove that
another
the Most
answer
High
for that
spoke,
too.
and I prove
but
it to you. It
I
doesn't
got
need to
another
be
answer
said
behind
that
it.
that's the only way the Most High
okay,
spoke in Scripture, and I can
sir.
prove it
I didn't
and
listen
show
to
you
my
in the New
question.
Testament because
Wait, sir, you
that's a
answered my
Let
fallacious
him
red
question,
herring
ask the
argument
second part
that's
of the
broken.
question. He
but
he made it
he
clear.
answered my question.
Yeah,
So
he
you
answered the
answered
question.
it.
Yeah. Ask
So
the second
let me
part.
tell you this.
I
No,
want to
Wow.
you
I want to answer the
said
Let me
that.
first
tell
part
you
too.
this.
I
Okay,
got you,
what?
DJ.
Is that
That's
the
not the
only way
only way
that the
that
Most High
Christ.
speaks in the Bible?
Your point is that the Most High just didn't speak when it said, "Thus said the Lord." But go ahead
Exactly,
with
and
your
they know
second
this. They
question,
know this.
Rob.
All right. Also, uh, if could you show me how Jesus was anointed?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, all about John. Go ahead,
John the Baptist anointed him.
No,
my
it said
bad.
baptized. The word anointed is not there.
No,
It says baptized.
let me explain it. Let me break it down for you, Chris, so you can forever have this understanding. When John the Baptist, okay, when Jesus comes to John the Baptist, he says, "Look, Jesus, I'm not even worthy to unlatch your shoe lassels. I'm not even allowed to buckle them up and take them loose." He said, but what Jesus said, look, do what you got to do. Do what you're supposed to do, because this is the
Wait,
prophecy that
could
got to be fulfilled. So do what you got to do. So it
could you
says
read
that
it?
we know that at that
No,
time he
could you
baptized
read
him.
it,
Now that word is
sir? Could you
baptismo.
read it out of the New
Listen,
Testament for
bro.
me?
Listen, the word is
Well,
baptismo. And it's the same
Baptismo does
word
not
that
mean
you see
anointing. It means to immerse in
Listen,
water.
Chris, be quiet, bro. It's the same understanding that you get when Moses anointed Aaron's sons, when he sprinkled and washed them in water for the priesthood. It's the same exact
No, he
meaning.
did not. He anointed them with oil and he washed
He
their
anointed
garments.
them with
Stop
water,
lying.
bro.
Stop
With water.
lying.
He washed them naked.
I'll
Washed
go
them.
there right there.
Go
I'll go
right
right
there.
there.
Go
He
right
washed
there.
them
okay,
before they came in the tabernacle
He
and he
washed
anointed
them
them with
with
oil in
water,
Exodus
bro,
chapter
for the
40. Stop
purpose of
lying.
anointing him for the priesthood,
He's
bro.
sir.
lying. This dude be
Okay,
lying.
Jesus.
sir. I understand a lot. You spoke a lot. There is something called the Bible. When I ask you a question in the Bible, I would like for you to read the Bible and give me the answer out of it, please.
Dude, you can look it up. Be
Yeah.
honest with you.
No, sir. I'm
So you
asking you.
let me find
Okay,
it.
No, I'm
DJ
not looking it up
Char,
for you. Ask somebody else.
I'll find it. Go ahead.
Char,
Keep going.
can I ask you a question?
Hey, why you find that DJ Black Charm?
Okay, I'm going back to being quiet.
Going back to
Oh,
Rob. Waiting on Rob answer.
yeah,
Brandon, what's your question?
Keep going. I'm
yeah.
finding it. Yeah.
Y'all
I got
answer
you.
my
Brandon,
questions.
Brandon, what's your question? Why they found the answers to Rob's? You muted.
Shit, man, I done forgot my goddamn question.
All right. That happens. Happens to the best of it. Trust me.
Oh man. My bad. My bad. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
It'll come back to me.
It's in Matthew.
I believe.
It's in
Oh,
Matthew.
can somebody give me the prophecy in Matthew chapter 2, verse 23, where it said he shall be called a Nazarene? Because Nazareth didn't exist.
Oh my God. Nigga. Nigga, they done dug the joint up like 4 times already, bro.
Can you give me the prophecy in Matthew chapter 2 and 23 where it says, as it is written, he shall be called a Nazarene? Can you show me that? It says, and he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets. He shall be called a Nazarene. If you can't find it, I'm going to turn my camera on and I'm literally going to burn this fucking New Testament.
Can't find what? Nazareth?
Show me where the prophet said the Messiah shall be called a Nazarene. Go ahead. That's what it
Why does
said.
that matter? All
Because
of the
your book
prophet needed to
lying,
say
and I'm
this.
showing you that your book
Only
is
thing that the
lying.
prophecy needed to say was this, that he fulfilled, was that he came from Bethlehem.
Sir, can you show me the
Did
prophecy
you hear
that
what I
says,
just said?
by the mouth of the prophets
Why
he shall
would
be
they
called a
prophesy?
Nazarene?
Why would that need to be a prophecy? Whoever said that was a prophecy?
Your book, your Matthew, your
That's
book
not a
in Matthew.
prophecy.
That's what it say. So
It
your book
says what?
lying. Thank you. You're
It
done.
says what?
I'm done with it. You just
It
admit
says
it.
what?
It says, and he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets. He shall be called a Nazarene. Where's that
Right, that
prophecy
he
from?
shall be called a Nazarene.
Okay, it said which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene.
Who
Where's
were
that
the
prophecy at?
Nazarenes though, bro?
I didn't ask you that. Show
Cut the
me what
shit.
prophet
See, this is
said
the
that.
problem. See, Chris trying to make the shit like he know what he fucking talking about when he don't.
See, he don't like answering questions.
Just because it says that he's from Nazareth, that ain't have nothing to do with him being a Nazarene. The
It
fact that he
says
was a
right here,
Nazarene was a
and he
religious
came
order.
and dwelt in
Listen
a
to what
city
I'm saying,
called
bro, and you
Nazareth,
know
that
this,
it might
Chris.
be fulfilled, which was
Chris,
spoken by the prophets, he
Chris,
shall be called a
who were the
Nazarene.
Nazarenes?
The Nazarenes was a group of people who lived out in the Qumran villages.
So did the Nazarenes exist?
Yes, they did.
Okay,
And they were led by somebody that was called a teacher of righteousness. Hold on. And they were led by a person that was called the teacher of righteousness.
Why were they called the Nazarenes?
Let me
Chris?
finish.
No, why would they call the Nazarenes?
They weren't called the Nazarene. It was actually Nazor, which means mystics.
Okay, why would they call Nazor or Nazar? Why would they call that?
Because they were mystics.
Why? No, that why? Where
Bust
did the
your
name
ass
come
again.
from?
I want everybody to look this
What
up
did the name
because
come
they were mystics.
No, what did the name come from, bro?
The word is not Zor, not Nazar.
What did Nazor come from?
It comes from mystics. I just told you.
What is the name that it came from? Because that ain't where it come from,
told you.
If anybody that got any half a sense, look it up, and you will see that that's the same word that means branch.
Nazar means branch.
Listen, bro, it's the same
Zor
word.
means
You want to argue with that?
No,
with
one
me,
is Z-A-R and one is Z-O-R.
Do you want to argue with me, Chris? It's the same meaning.
Boy, this guy's weak.
You're weak.
This guy's mad weak.
Because you just said Nazareth didn't exist. Then you said
Nazareth never existed. There was never a city called Nazareth. There was never a city called Nazareth.
It was not. Listen, bro. The thing of Nazareth was we know what Nazareth was because they done dug it up several times.
There was never a place called Nazareth. Man.
Nazareth was right outside of Galilee.
Oh my God.
Was right outside of the city of Galilee. It was a dump.
Hey, yo, swap boss. I'm done tonight. I'm full.
See, this is what I'm saying. When you challenge Chris,
hey, welcome T-Duck to the panel. What's going on, T-Duck?
I'm full.
You run from me, dog.
Hey,
what's up with the bros?
Let me see if I can give you something, because you one of the brothers, and okay. Can you explain Ezekiel 16:3 to me?
You asking me?
No, Chris.
Okay, Ezekiel 16:3. Why are we going to Ezekiel 16:3?
Because I believe that the Hebrews are from the bloodline of Ham, not Shem.
Shem, not him. Me and you might meet. Okay, 16:3. Yeah, I agree with that too. It says their mother was an Amorite and their father a Hittite. I've been saying that.
That's what's up. I appreciate it. Duck, what's going on, bro?
Chris, his argument about that Hamite shit. You know what the rest of it is.
No, that's not. There's no such thing as a Hamite.
Huh?
There's no such thing as a Hamite.
So you know what he's talking about, though. That Israelite argument. You know what he's talking about.
Hey, y'all.
The Israelite argument of fucking African.
Spirit.
You ain't heard that argument
before? He said he agreed. He said he agreed.
Did you heard that argument before, Chris?
What's that?
Fuck an African.
I don't teach that shit. I don't teach that.
But that's the rest of the argument. That's the rest of the argument when you after you read 16:3, that's like, okay, so now it's like, how Tazariak then would kick the little African little boy to the curb, you know what I'm saying? And then how they fought with white boy really heavy.
but
Yeah,
they
because
put the
what
white
most of
cloud
y'all
on them.
gonna have to realize is most of the Amorites they had names like Jacob, and that's just modern history.
Now I'm talking about as far as like how. See, you may not teach a one West doctrine, or even
No, I
teach it,
don't.
or even like I think it's
You'd
it's
be
some
better off
people that's
teaching that
one
temple science shit.
You teach him in sacrifice, you fucking
Fuck out of
Christian
here, nigga.
heathen.
That temple science
Yeah,
ass shit.
Hey,
You a
you act
Fuck
like
Christian
you ain't never
heathen.
seen a
goddamn man.
black Carlos before.
Fuck out of here.
the black what?
Carlos.
Oh, hey, real quick, Yara, can you show us that covenant that God made with the Hamites? You son of a lion, son of a bitch. Because it ain't one. We still waiting on that. Talking about it ain't
Again,
there, but it's there. Fuck
again,
out of here, nigga.
the covenant. Here's
I
what y'all
asked
don't
Blue a
understand.
question.
Here's what they don't understand. Lion answers. He said, "Didn't I consider you?" He said the same thing. He said, "Didn't I consider Israel the same as I did the Cushites?" Who are
Show
the
us
Cushites?
where he made a covenant
Listen, who
with
was the
the
Cushites?
Hamites.
The
The
Cushites. The
Cushites were
Cushites
the
are
sons,
quote unquote what
children
y'all
of
call Hamites.
Ham.
When he says, "I considered y'all," it means he gave them this. He gave them a promise. He gave them a covenant. That's all it is. He gave them an
Word consider.
agreement.
That's what.
Where
Yeah.
does it say it at?
When you say consider, that don't mean that.
That's what it means. When I've considered you like Israel, what did he do for Israel? He gave them a covenant. He gave them a promise. Y'all
So that mean
Torah
he gave him.
motherfuckers really getting
Wait
on
a
my
minute,
nerves.
wait a minute. So that mean he gave him a covenant, but we can't find nowhere where he gave him a covenant.
What you mean when you can't find nowhere where he gave him a covenant? That's the verse. Let me pull up the scripture for you, folks.
And then also, Suave.
Absolutely. What's going on, Rob?
Okay. I'm gonna you said Ezekiel 16:3, right? I'm gonna start with
Yeah.
one really quick. Again, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, cause Jerusalem to know her abominations, and say, Thus saith the Lord God unto Jerusalem, Thy birth and thy nativity is of the land of Canaan.
You can line good.
Thy father was an Amorite, thy mother an Hittite. Now, it's talking about Jerusalem, right? Now, Jerusalem wasn't always an Israelite city. Okay? Jerusalem in Joshua 10. Now this is Joshua 10:1. Now it came to pass when Adad-zedek, king of Jerusalem, had heard how Joshua had taken Ai and had utterly destroyed it, as he had done to Jericho and her king. So he had done to Ai and her king, and now the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were among them, right? And when you find out who this brother Adad-zedek is,
That's
he is a Canaanitish king, right? So what that verse is basically referring to is that land when it was the Canaanite, that was let me go back. They were the Amorites and Hittites. That was their, whatever city it was, that was theirs, and Joshua took it over. So I might be wrong, but when I read that, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. So, but that's my explanation. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying that, or whatever, but to me, when I read that, so that's all I wanted to say, brother.
All right, I appreciate that, Rob.
All right.
That's heavy though, man. Because I look, when I look at when I think about people's paradigms like that, when they look at the see, this is why I get into it. That's another scripture I was gonna read too, man. I had went to it, Titus 3:9, and because in Titus 3:9, what it does is it just discipline you because that type of stuff come up, like the talking of Jesus and the Hamites and the Shemites, and if we rock with Africans and white folk and Chinese folk and all that old stuff, you know what I'm saying? But Titus 3:9 reads, "But avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions and strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain." You know what I'm saying? So when you get to talk about the genealogies and who belong to who, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, we way out of the spirit, we way out of the line of Israel, you know, of being teachers, of being watchmen and all that. When we get into all that, we be way out of line. Yeah, I don't mind it, you know what I'm saying? It be sharpening you up, you know what I'm saying? See how good you know the Bible, you know what I'm saying?
No, that's cool. I just find that to be contradictory to the Torah, because the Torah clearly tells you what. You open up the New Testament and it opens up with a genealogy. So
Right. Now it's talking about the question. You know how you be, how you was able to say, yeah, I can see that as far as children of Ham, right?
Yeah, that's what it said. It say don't talk about it because it could catch your ass up.
Right, you know what I'm saying? And then now you caught up into an argument with Tazariak done by Hamites and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying avoid.
I mean, it's really not an argument. Either you're gonna admit that you understand what it say, or you're gonna go off on a rant.
Man,
you know what I'm saying? That's usually what happens. Yeah.
Well, a lot of them gonna lie because in order to save face in front of their friends, in front of their peers, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't gonna say what scriptures actually read. That's why I say I don't mind being a judge of this stuff, because I know how the scriptures, I can reason with what a person looking at, you know what I'm saying, more or less than what I feel like a puzzle I unlock myself, being all spiritual and stuff, you know.
Yeah, fact.
Don't forget to unlock them puzzles, and you seeing stuff like this what it mean and this what it saying. They like, but them words don't say that, and you arguing them to death that that's what it's saying, but they hadn't unlocked that code for themselves, you know. So that's why Titus 3:9 say avoid that, because if they ain't unlocked them, like a lot of codes that's already been unlocked, it got something to do with a person's, you know, they family, they shelter, and you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. Those codes already been unlocked, so you can deal with a lot of people from that angle. You know what I'm saying? And the other codes hadn't been unlocked all the way. That's why I say the children of Israel be scattered amongst the four corners. You know what I'm saying? That code right there, I don't give a damn how good and how smart we think we are. You can say, you can go back to when Earth was started and when Earth gonna end, prophecies and all that. You never, when God says scatter, he meant scatter. You know what I'm saying? So it's a good thing that a lot of our spirits bring us together. And you know what I'm saying? Even with those the devilish ass cracker creating YouTube stuff, you know what I'm saying? Gave us a way to link up. But outside of the spirit, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, of course we can build and chop it up and cuss each other out because we know what book we read from. But then you got to understand, there's a lot of folk that don't read that book and be like, what the fuck them niggas talking about? And they read from the same damn book. You know, we know what we talking about. It's kind of like talking to a mechanic. It's kind of like a barber and a mechanic talking to each other. You know what I'm saying? A barber know everything about clippers, but when it's time to talk about carburetors and stuff like that, unless he's schooled on that, he don't know what the hell you're talking about, you know? So
that's what's up. I'm gonna make it a short one tonight. I just got one more inquiry, if y'all would.
I got one too. I remember my question now, but go ahead, Swall. Handle your business.
No, go ahead, bro. I'll wrap it up. Go ahead.
No, because then it's gonna get. I don't want to start too much shit, man. I just got a couple
more. Anyone who studied the Septuagint and does Codex Sinaiticus, could you tell me why they don't say the same thing?
Different translations.
Yeah.
Different translations? What you mean?
They just got a bunch of different translations.
Yeah, the Codex Sinaiticus.
And by the way, the Codex Sinaiticus does not cite any of the Isaiah fulfillments in the New Testament either. Those are just added during the 17th century to proliferate Christianity.
Well, that's not true, bro.
It's never true.
You hating on Christianity for what?
No, it's not true, bro. Because you can go to the Codex Sinaiticus, you can go to the Codex Vaticanus. That's well
And none of
before the
them have any
1700s.
of those fulfillment
And you can
citations in
listen to
there.
what I'm saying, bro. And you can go to the what's the other one?
What's your
Codex,
argument?
Codex, Washingtonus. That's what it's called. The Codex Washingtonus. It does get parts of it, but not all of it.
Okay,
See,
yeah, I'm gonna ask my question.
Thank you.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Doc.
Yeah, I thought. Oh, is JC the shepherd and the lamb, or is JC just the shepherd, or is JC just the lamb? I'm trying to
He's
figure
the
that out.
lamb. Matthew 25:33.
yeah, he's also the shepherd.
Yeah, that's a
as
New
well.
Testament believer question. So
He's also the shepherd as well.
okay.
A New Testament
So he the
believer.
lamb and the shepherd.
No,
I
you
mean,
just
do
got to
you?
be
Is that
smarter
why
than
they
a
say
fifth
to
grader to
eat
go
him?
through the New
Because they eat the
Testament.
lamb, so that's why they say eat Jesus.
Huh?
Is that why they say eat Jesus? Because they eat the lamb.
Nah, it's Matthew 25:33.
Yeah,
I know, I'm
It's a
saying,
parable.
but
when they say
if
eat
Jesus
Jesus,
is
they
lamb,
talking
like
about the Last Supper and the allegories that he gave to the showbread and
if
the wine.
the lamb was the representation of whatever Jesus represented before Jesus represented it, and the lamb was to be feasted on.
Well, that
Is
well, it was Jesus was compared to the as I was telling before, the Paschal lamb, but it was because it was a certain way that it had to be sacrificed. Okay, it couldn't have any spots or blemishes, which represents sin, or it couldn't have any broken bones, which also, if you read in when Christ was being crucified, they wanted to break his bones, but they didn't break his bones. So it's these correlations that you see why he's compared to this Paschal lamb, this
but that's
specific
not why they
lamb.
like eat them.
No,
Nah,
no,
brother,
I don't
come
even.
on.
I don't-
It's allegorical. You got to think. A lot of what is done in the New Testament is parables and allegory. And it is in the Old Testament, but people like to take it literally because they believe in it. So, I
No,
mean,
I
So what
believe
do
in
you
I believe
mean
in a lot of allegory in the Old Testament and the New Testament. So
yeah,
yeah,
what
I
does he
do
mean
understand.
when he say eat his flesh and drink his blood? What's the allegory behind that?
Well, that goes back to when I was saying he's
And how
after
can
the
he be a
order.
Passover lamb when he was beat up, cut up, and fucked up?
Well, see, again, like I'm trying to
The
explain, like I
bruises
explained to you,
represented sin. So him being without sin was the same thing as the lamb being without bruise.
exactly. And you wasn't
So the
supposed to
thing,
eat that
yeah.
as the Paschal lamb. Exactly right, Swab. So the thing of it is that it's a he's being correlated, or he's being shown that he's taking the place of the Paschal lamb. It's not about, and
I
it's
know.
not
That's
about,
why I'm saying is that
yeah.
why they eat him?
No, it's no.
It's
See, what he's saying
allegory.
is when it has to deal with it has to deal with the Passover. It has to deal with the Passover meal and the Seder bread. But this is even before the Passover, because you see Abraham, you see Melchizedek in Genesis, how they also deal with the bread and the wine. And Jesus is just reiterating these things. So he say, do these things in remembrance of me. He's talking about the order of Melchizedek and how he did these things. He's
Can I ask a
talking about,
question about the order of Melchizedek? Can you show me anywhere in this book where it elaborates in the Old Testament on who Melchizedek really was?
it doesn't, you won't see exactly who that is. You actually have to study outside of the text to really get a clear understanding.
Right, and Melchizedek was the first priesthood of Jerusalem.
He was the first. Yeah, he was the
No, it
first.
wasn't a he. It was a priesthood that existed within Jerusalem.
It started with a person, because if you go into the book of
What was the
Jasher,
name of
if
that
you agree
person?
with that, listen. If you go into the book of Jasher, if you ascribe to that, Jasher tells you exactly who Melchizedek was. It tells you that he was the first Melchizedek, or the office was held by Seth, the son of Adam. It tells you who the first Melchizedek is. And so when you start reading these things, so this is where you get this priestly line. So when it says an order, it wasn't just one Melchizedek then jumps to Christ. There were many who held that office of Melchizedek throughout time. Now, you can go back and study history. They were also called the
You
priesthood
just
of
sound
Shem.
like you know what you're talking about. You don't know
Oh, I
what the
do know
fuck
what
you
I'm talking
talking about. I'm
It
sorry,
also
y'all. This
talks
nigga
about.
don't know.
It also
This
talks
nigga
about the
making this shit
priesthood.
up. This nigga
It
making this
also
shit
talks
up.
about. It
That
also
shit
talks
sound
about.
right though.
But it
You
also, because it
don't know
is
what the
right,
fuck
it
you
also
talking
talks about
about,
the
y'all.
priesthood of Shem, which is the same thing who Melchizedek was. If you go to the book of Jasher, chapter 17, it tells you that he was called Melchizedek or Eldonizek, who Rack just read. Okay?
Sure.
Eldonizek. The reason you see his name in there is because it was a continual order of priests. It tells us Abraham. We know through history outside of the book that Abraham was also considered a priest after the order of Melchizedek.
Making this shit up.
And okay, nigga, just go research me. If I'm wrong, nigga, then bring it back and prove it. So
I
again,
just did.
you
You're
didn't
just
just because
making
you
this
said
shit
it,
up, man.
moron. That don't mean
Just
you
making
prove
it
shit
up,
because you
man.
said it. So again,
You just
like I
making this
said,
shit up.
if you go in the book of Jasher, chapter 17, you'll read about who Melchizedek was. And then you'll read that he also, there was a priesthood named after him that they called the order Melchizedek. It was called the Shem priesthood, or the SM, or the SHEM, just like Shem, who it was. You'll see after this started after the son of Noah. He was also in that office as the order of Melchizedek. Now, if you want to find the Shem priesthood in history, if you want to find it in history, you got to go to the Kemetic history,
No,
because
y'all
that's where
don't.
you
All
will
y'all
see
gotta
them.
do is read the Ugaritic text
That's where
that's
you'll
found
see
on
them.
the what's it called stele, and you'll see what the Melchizedek priesthood was. It was a
It'll tell you it's the
priesthood.
Shem priesthood. And if you want to see them in the hieroglyphs, while Chris is talking, because he's incorrect. If you want to see who the
Oh
Melchizedek, if you want
boy.
to see who they were, looking when you go into any Kemetic text, if you see any
This
priests,
nigga talking that
they wore
Kemite Hindu
fringes,
shit.
they had on all white,
He want to be
and
activating his anal chakras,
they
putting his
wore the
head in the
leopard,
Baphomet mind
they
state
wore
shit.
the leopard skin across their chest. So when you looking at these hieroglyphs and you see the leopard skin across these priests' chests, that's the priesthood of Shem. That's the priesthood
All
of Shem.
right, I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna
Nigga, that
wrap it
was an
up on
Amun
that
Ra
note, man.
priesthood, nigga, that wore the
Y'all do
leopard
the damn,
skins, you lying
y'all did
motherfucker.
the damn thing today, man.
Hey,
It was
Chris,
an
it's
exciting day,
recorded. I'm gonna
man.
bring this back and bust you in the face with it, golden boy.
Oh
Shout
my
out to
goodness.
All
DC
right,
for
all
stopping
right,
through. Shout
brothers.
out to
I'm
Rob
finna
Raff for
turn it
stopping
in.
through. Shout out to Rob Raff for stopping through. Yeah, shout
Hey,
out
but
to
Rob, you can hit me
John
up,
Rod
man,
Nazareth for
and
stopping
test
through.
out your
DJ
arguments
Black
on Zakari, bro.
Hey man, appreciate y'all, man.
for sure. Brandon Bay, Chris.
All right, brothers.
Who else? Outside the cube came through. Out of the blue came through. Goldman came through. Check out Goldman debate versus the Rash on the 11th on Solar
Hey, I'll
Vision
make y'all a
Daily.
bet
Check
real
out
quick and I'm
Brandon.
gonna cut out. I'm gonna cut out. Two things you'll never be, y'all is beat me in a debate and be at the top of this debate league standings. With that being said, peace, y'all. I'm
Oh, I ain't gonna never be at the top of the debate league standards like you, because you gonna
with them lies you be telling.
Do
take the
y'all got a
soft
debate
debates and
coming
then you
up?
run like your boy
I
Judah
got Gorilla
Nazareth.
Hebrew coming up on the
You run
11th.
like your boy Judah Nazareth. That ain't saying shit to
All
me.
right,
That
check
he
that
ain't
out
had
on the
enough.
11th. Oh, you got what time is that? That's the same day Goldman's is.
Yeah, hit mine gonna be at
Oh, you got on
night.
another channel.
No, it's gonna be on Solar Mine.
Oh, he is doing the day. Oh,
Yep.
okay. All
But
right,
you
well,
know,
we'll get
Chris,
that
I'll
time
debate
up
you
out here.
anytime, bro.
Okay, y'all. Peace.
Hey,
Get
shout
that
out to
ready.
you,
All
Swag,
right.
man. You held this down, bro. I'm
For
impressed.
sure, y'all right now. I appreciate it, big bro.
Yeah.
And check out Brandon Bay debate versus the Sinister Minister Pastor Hal on the 9th. And check out me going up against Weta on the 13th, man. STEM
He
versus
gonna
the
win
Bible.
that.
What's the best tool?
What y'all debate?
He gonna win that. That's a
What's the
blowout.
best tool for our people upliftment, STEM or the Bible?
Word.
Catch it on the 13th. He said, who, Chris?
You gonna win that one. I feel bad for Weed on that.
Yeah, man. Don't talk too loud. He might hear you. All right, man. Love everybody that came tuned in, man. Black power to all my people, man. Peace to everybody else, man. Y'all take care of each other, man.
Yo, Black
That's what's
Power.
up, man. Another one
All
down.
right, peace out.
For sure. I
Shalom.
appreciate that. For sure. Shalom, bro.
Peace.
Yeah. What's up, Liam? On my back, y'all, man. I'm downloading the next one right now. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Incognito, Malik, Ryan, Free Spirit, everybody came by, man. Shout out to everybody in the clouds that love the content but hate me and can't comment. Shout out to y'all. Give me a couple minutes. I have the next one planned. This is the argument league.
Man, that was like one of my biggest things because I used to try to talk to him about structuring his platform to be able to get more out of it instead of just funneling platform you was going live on that dedicate each platform to a different sector in studies. So you don't have the Hebrews with the Christians and the Christians with the Muslims unless it's on purpose on another channel where the tolerance for each other is a little greater. But when you just got people coming on the channel and it's really like just wrestling for room to represent, it's messy. Like I get it, but you can't build your whole platform off of that and let that be the hype of it. Like that shit crazy. So he had like Black News 102, he had Sonetta University, he had Black, you know what I'm saying, TV, whatever. Like he had like 4, 5, 6 channels, man. I'm like, you could have easily separated this up. It's had like Hebrew, Muslim, Christian, Kemetic, you know,
Yeah.
community-based education, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. And then have events where everybody can come on and throw rocks at each other to make them feel better because a lot of people do like to do it. As long as you know it just don't go too far. But that shit went out his ear. And I tried to tell him like 2, 3 times, but once I seen what he did with Seti and Pharaoh with the whole debate where Polite was doing the live stream and Sonetta got fucked. You know what I'm saying? Because Polite, although he had the knowledge of how to do it and Sonetta didn't, he could have hit Sonetta's hand in a way that if it was cool. So that when he found, like, first of all, man,
If I found a way to take, and you making $700 off of something, $1,500 off of something, I don't know how much, $2,000-3,000, and I found a way to make $60,000 off of something, that's gonna be the topic. Like, look, this is how we make 60,000. Like, he stayed away from that number or those numbers or whatever it was purposely. So when Sonetta got a wind of it, it was like, damn, that's crazy. Like, this nigga merely made that much money and sent me home with this, which he was satisfied at the time compared to YouTube dollars. But compared to stream dollars, no. But once he got the opportunity to do somebody else like that, even with Polite's help, everything was jiggy. Everything was cool. Let's just get the debate set up. Come on, Seti. Come on, Pharaoh. Let's argue the meta, this, that, and the other. Like, I was really off on him after that. I stopped watching. I was still subscribed, but I stopped watching. But after so long of seeing these bait-ass titles and these, you know what I'm saying? I just unsubscribed to all that shit. Like, fuck it. So, Sonetta is really not on my radar. But somebody can catch me up on that shit with Garfield or whatever was going on if y'all feel like it.
No, I just was looking into this morning. He was getting a little prison. I thought it was Young Pharaoh talking at first on his channel, but apparently he's doing a little presentation on him or something. I guess he disagreed. I don't know if they into it with the Nawabians or something. That's basically what he was just talking about.
What? Wait, Sonetta was playing Young Pharaoh on his channel?
Young Pharaoh, the dude I believe was playing Nibiru, right? Not Sonetta, Garfield, not Sonetta. It was Garfield.
Oh,
I didn't see Saw.
Was playing Pharaoh. Do Garfield got a channel or he was on Sonetta channel?
Shit, Garfield was live. He should be still live. It was talking, but he basically, I don't know. That's why I thought you might know. I thought y'all might know. I thought y'all knew them dudes or something like that.
Nah, man, I was off Garfield once he introduced that goddamn life insurance policies. Oh man, these niggas just getting that bread, man.
Hey, I stopped watching them after that Kim went on trial debate, man. I kind of feel like they kind of showed me their character with the debates and stuff. Like they slander what you hear because they got control of the cameras and all that type of stuff. That's when I stopped watching them. But that was actually a good debate. But they showed me that they not really about just calling it straight down the middle. Like they use their influence on behind the scene cameras and stuff to win to slander the debate and stuff. And I don't think that was really cool.
But in their defense, just to keep it objective, I can't say that I did learn a lot from the brother's channel, from the brother's Sonetta's channel. I do got to give them that. Like elders like James Small. Like I would have never came across elders like that. Polite, even though the people say what they want about Polite, but I did learn a lot from Polite. I do got to give him that. That he can break stuff down. He can present it a good way. Shaka Amos, I learned a good amount from him. So even though I don't think people say that Sonetta himself is, the one that's knowledgeable about anything, he sort of serves as like the meeting place for all of these black minds to come together. And I see your point as far as trying to get them to restructure it and put it in a different way. But at least using his platform, his channel as a meeting place for some great black minds. I do got to give him credit for that. I at least got to give him that much. What y'all think?
And I appreciate that because that's the balance. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I got to get him props to Sonetta, which is why I tuned into him in the first place. Like I was saying, but it's hard to get past a junior high-ish type study with that channel. Like if you didn't know nothing or was ground level, like hell yeah, James Small and even Infudici, people like that. I appreciate professors like Larry, Reggie, like you could go on and on. I appreciated Pharaoh and Seti and Polite and stuff like that. But like I said, you got to know how to get the information and lead the person with the people that they need to be around. Like you can't take Pharaoh home with you, but it is what it is. Yeah, a lot of positive came about that channel. I can't just knock it. It's really just what I wish could happen. Which is probably selfish. Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
But I mean, you're right though, because based on the influence that he has, based on the fact that even though I would say there's been pockets of the conscious community, he the one that kind of brought it to quote unquote mainstream, which would be YouTube. I say he might be one of the pioneers of that. But at least making it more accessible for brothers who not close to New York, or brothers that's not close to Black and Nobel in Philly, or brothers that's not close to DC. These are just some places that I know got a lot of collective, strong Black conscious communities. If you're not a part of any of those, you know, it might be tough to find that, but everybody got YouTube. So, you know, him putting the stuff on YouTube, letting brothers build on there, you know, that did bring some stuff out into the community that, even though, to balance it out, from at least I'm, you know, giving a positive, if a lot of people are saying something about you, it's probably true. Like if you look at some of the people who he's had and come in contact with, a lot of times it goes downhill, it falls apart. And if everybody's saying the same thing, and if everybody having an issue with you, maybe not they are the problem, but we got to look in the mirror sometimes at what can we be doing differently.
Yeah. I mean, because I like when I was on Garfield channel, I left him a little comment. I told him like I'm a Hebrew, you know what I'm saying, but I still have a lot of respect for him because I've seen a lot of stuff that they're doing as a leader, you know what I'm saying? Like I agree with that. Like you do gotta humble yourself and just take what you need from certain individuals, and not like like Suave said, not just them, not them, you know what I'm saying, what they do personally. But I do consider I consider a lot of them dudes on Sonetta, because Sonetta, he been putting in work for the community, man. But just like I said, I don't know him. Like I hear a lot of stuff about the money thing and all that. To me, that just reminds me of the whole Christian church thing again. That's kind of wild. Like, man, I got my information I got from him. You know what I'm saying? Now it's time for me to actually start practicing and stuff. And now, and not just get caught up just looking at them all the damn time. You know what I'm saying? I think that plays a big part too. When you get caught up just looking at them dudes all the time and not actually trying to practice what these dudes are saying, then you'll have time to start thinking negative thoughts about them and stuff like that. That's my opinion.
And you were 100% right, because we got to eat the fish and spit out the bones. Take the parts that we can, throw away the parts that we can't use. So as far as looking at them having the time to, instead of practicing it, you mentioned that instead of us taking the time to practice what it is that they're talking about, we got a lot of time to sit around and find the negativity. And I thought about this yesterday because somebody, the scamming thing gets thrown around a lot within the Black community, that will accuse somebody of scamming us or robbing the people. And again, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm not saying that it's not Black people that do try to take advantage, but here's my thing. I try to make the argument that college is a scam, and people will look at me like I'm crazy. But if it comes to a brother trying to scam y'all out of a YouTube stream, or scam you out of a life insurance, or scam you out of some registration paperwork, we can find that scam quick. We get on our research bag. We can find out who that money's supposed to be going to, where it is, who signed off on what receipt. If it's a Black person doing something scamming us, you damn sure right, we gonna find it. We are going to find it if it's a Black person scamming us. But when we got the oppressor scamming us out of $60,000,
that's why I say too bad Polite ain't on the Trinidad commission.
Yeah.
Brother Abdul, do you have children?
I got my firstborn on the way, man. I'm gonna have my firstborn in January.
That's what's up. Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My wife, she pregnant right now, so I got my firstborn on the way, man. So I'm gonna be a dad soon.
And you send your own child to higher education?
Say that one more time.
I mean, you would opt out of higher education for your own child?
You know what I would do? The most practical thing to do is lay that out as an option. Because the interesting thing is, my wife and I, we both are college graduates, but I'm about options. If my child in 18, 20 years, if my child in 18, 20 years decides that college is the best option for me and I want to do that, then by all means you should. There are certain fields that we need people to be college educated in. If you want to be a veterinarian or a doctor, you should absolutely go to college. But if you want to study business management, or you want to study liberal arts, you don't have any business in anybody's college. So if my child says I want to do liberal arts or do journalism, I say don't go to college. Don't spend $60,000 for somebody to teach you how to run their business or how to journal or write better. You don't need to spend that type of money there. So I'm about options. So as a future parent, my best suggestion is for them to have options, and college is one of many options that I would say.
I cannot disagree with you, but I don't think that I would markedly not recommend college to those who can accomplish it.
In what way? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. It's difficult to afford in reality in this day and age. I mean, we're not living in a time where I don't know. Well, I'm a little bit older than you, so my parents came from an era where there were a lot of blue collar jobs and there was a larger black middle class. It was more like the Cosbys. So everybody was kind of still expected to send their child to college. Now, in the last 20, 30 years, that has changed because the shrinking middle class can't afford to send their children. And I mean, let's just be honest, it's expensive, right? You get money for tuition, but you don't get money to live. You know, you don't get money for gas. People are going to hire you during the hours where you need to be at school. I mean, it's a big, difficult sacrifice. I personally went through it as a homeless person. You know what I mean? Like I hid that all through my college years that I was living in my van. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't think that it was an absolutely bad option though. I think it enabled me to do some things that I wouldn't be able to do, but I don't think that I think it can be a waste of money. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you on that because these universities are predatory and they're selling dreams, you know, and stuff like online college is not even accomplishable for most people because of the discipline factor. And they know that. They know they're roping you into a big expense. It's a game where people are putting you into debt. And by not accomplishing it or not seeing it through, or by biting off more than you can chew, you'll end up in a bad situation. Yeah. And I think the numbers show that more people end up in a bad situation than a good situation. So I agree with you on that. But I wouldn't want to take that away from some people, you know, because like you have to, okay, what about a woman who doesn't have to play up to men because she has an education? I mean, if you think about that woman as your sister or something, right? She doesn't have to be nice to men because she doesn't want to, because she doesn't need it to subsist, because her education supports her. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like it can be a good thing.
And I don't want it to sound as if it's a horrible thing and it's a bad option. My premise for that it's a scam is because I always try to frame things around Black people, the Black community. So within that context, we have more Black college graduates now than we've ever had before. We have Black people who are majoring in business administration and finance, but Black people don't have any businesses to administer, and we don't have any finances to take any control over. So these degrees and these higher institutional educations that we're achieving in so-called acquiring, that doesn't translate back to Black progress. Here's what I mean.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. What it translates to is just an individual ticket to survive.
Exactly.
It does not progress.
Exactly. And you're going to
get to my point. It does not progress the group.
Right. So which gets me to the point that within the Black community, that ticket that we get, I sort of think of college like it's a party that you have to have a ticket to get into, and that ticket is your degree. It's your piece of paper that you can get. Now, if you're a part of this party, we'll let you in here. We'll talk to you. We'll let you be a part of this group if you have your ticket. But that ticket, what we're finding out, that ticket, that degree, that piece of paper that you get is becoming less and less valuable. Why do I say that? Because
that's true.
They sort of moved the goalposts. That you mentioned that time period where all you needed was a high school diploma, more blue collar jobs available. Now it's sort of transitioning into automation. My bad. Now it's sort of transitioning into automation where we need people to be skilled laborers. So they say, all right, you need to have this next level of training. You need to now have a college degree. But college is becoming the new high school. It's so accessible. You have some colleges where the acceptance rate is over 90%. West Virginia acceptance rate is 96%. That means 96% of the people who apply to go to this college get in. Any idiot can get into college now. It is so accessible that you're watering down the product. But here's what they're doing. They're making it more accessible so more people are getting in while they're raising the price. That's a backwards business model. Anywhere else, like if you're selling trees and then more people are selling trees, what does that do to the price?
Price go down.
Price should go down. But let's see what's happening to college. More people are getting in, but the price is going up. Why is that happening? This is that lays the foundation of why I say this is a scam. And we have to get out of the mentality of just conditioning the next generation of black kids that you have to go to somebody's college if you want to be something. Because then we'll get into, well, what does it mean to be something? If you're a productive member of your society and you drive trucks and you own a business and you're distributing for black companies, I say a truck driver is better than somebody who gets a business finance degree and go runs somebody else's business from their community and don't do anything for black folks. So these are the nuanced parts of what college does and what education is doing and has done for our community. But I won't get off on a tangent. I'll let y'all build too. Go ahead.
No, I definitely appreciate your perspective. I don't disagree, but I'm saying that you and I have, as stated, we have our pieces of paper, right? So I think that a better stance would be to help the young brothers navigate that minefield and not just totally push them off of it, right? Make sure that their degree makes them a skilled laborer and not just, an educated idiot.
Couldn't we tell them to avoid the minefield? Like, couldn't we tell them, all right, that is a minefield. Let's not go there. Let's find a different route.
No, because I don't think that my life would be what it is today without that. And I would have missed out on a significant part of my life and my perspective.
Now, was it more so from the experience or the knowledge that
right?
You gained?
And without the paper, I wouldn't. The door would not have been open for that experience to me.
Mm. And I look at it the exact opposite way. I mean, it was some great experiences, but the things that I learned there, I couldn't give you a list of the things that I paid because you're going there for an education. Like I
Right.
couldn't give you a list of the things that I've learned by going to their institution for an undergrad and going to their institution for a graduate degree. Most of what I've learned and been able to retain has been through independent study. So there's not even a direct correlation between what it is that you're learning to get this piece of paper and what you came out with that's tangible.
Well, there again, I suppose it depends on the actual degree and what you're doing. Because I would,
In what situation would you say?
I mean, like, my sister's a biologist, and she was always into animals, and she went to school and studied biology and supports herself, in a lab doing animal shit, messing around with animal feces and stuff,
Mm-hmm. And there are some
But I mean,
fields that will need it, but
I don't
to
think
the average black person going to college studying finances or studying business management, I don't think that
Well,
you'd
I
be
mean,
able to.
I think that's the conversation though that needs to be had, right?
Right.
And then, like, I think that the colleges are predatory, and they're out here to get young people's money and to get contracts on young people's, basically on young people's lives, and they're selling dreams. They are dream salesmen.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these colleges are directly career oriented. You can't even. The first conversation is how much you're going to make when you graduate. And some of that is not good either when they take that to the extreme. You know what I mean? But I do think education is a good thing. I don't think that we should not be. I mean, we shouldn't be silly and dumb as a people. Otherwise, I don't know. That gap is getting bigger and bigger between the people who know some shit and the people who don't know shit. You know what I mean?
I definitely hear you. I try to focus on what it is that we're learning. Like what are we educated into? Like Dr. Amos Wilson, he would always say we're being educated into ignorance. We're learning 4 years of nonsense. We're learning about in the historical context who George Mason is and who George Washington. So even if we have a quote unquote education, we have to be the ones that determine what an education is, what an education isn't. But you had mentioned something about the financial piece of college that I do want to at least put out there just for the listeners that these debts that you're getting, these are personalized secured debts, which means that let's say that you want to get out a bunch of loans and you want to buy cars and buy alcohol and buy a bunch of drugs, and you spend up all the money and you're terrible with your money, you can file for bankruptcy and kind of get your slate wiped clean. The thing with educational debt, you can't file for bankruptcy and wipe out this educational debt. This educational debt that you're getting is secured on your person, meaning if you don't pay the money back, they're going to garnish your wages and take it from you. They will literally take the money away from you if you do not pay. Hold on, somebody right here.
I want to make a little comment about that. It's not. I don't think the education is going to school is bad. I think we should start directing our people like the type of education that we go to school for. Like right now, I'm reading this book called Rich Dad Poor Dad. It's a pretty nice book. It's basically I'm gonna read some. Can I read this? I'm gonna read the little paragraph real fast. It basically says it says when we as parents advise our children to go to school, study hard, and get a good job, we often do that out of cultural habit. It has always been the right thing to do. When I met Robert, which is the man who's talking about his two dads, he had a stepdad and a real dad. Because his mom and his real parents split up. He says his ideals initially started. His ideals initially startled me. Having been raised from two fathers, he had been taught to strive for two different goals. His educated dad advised him to work for a corporation. His rich dad advised him to own the corporation. Both life paths required education, but the subjects of studies were completely different. His educated dad encouraged Robert to be a smart person. His rich dad encouraged Robert to know how to hire a smart person. I think that's something that, because right now we it's like a marriage. For some reason, like I think it's important, but just don't think it's that you have to need it like that in order to become a better person in life. You know what I'm saying? Like people think you have to get married just to consider that woman your wife. You know what I'm saying? I think it's the thing, and then we teach our children that this college is all that, it's all that, and then they go to college blindly, not studying the right. Like my sister, she went to school to become a doctor's assistant. You know what I'm saying? And when she graduated, she didn't even get hired on as for what she went to college for because she couldn't find no work for it. You know what I'm saying? And the person who told her basically told her, like, because we in Kansas, so a lot of our surrounding cities is predominantly white. Everybody else got immediately given a job after that, from graduation, but she didn't get it because, of course, her color of her skin. And the person, that's basically how the person her instructor was told her about that. You know what I'm saying? So I think the study of field that we go to should definitely impact your education if you're thinking about, teaching your kids education. And I think you should definitely put that on their mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna read one more little sentence because he said Robert claims that the rich teach their children differently. They teach their children at home around a dinner table. You see what I'm saying? Versus we allow in this college and stuff. And to me, it's already happened like that because a lot of brothers is waking up, and it's a lot of smart people out here. And I think we just gotta constantly keep putting that on our mind, our children's mind. If you do go to college, this, you know what I'm saying, choose a good subject to study to where like you hire, like I said, like you're doing the hiring, you're doing the firing, not that you about to go work and do something. You should be able to go somewhere because take a profession where you can own a hospital and not actually be a doctor. You know what I'm saying? That's basically my point of view of it.
Yeah, you're right. My fault. I had to slide out, but what that brother's saying is exactly true. Especially because the main thing that we're seeing is we're not going out getting the same jobs that our white counterparts are. The same white person who sits in the class with us and study business administration, they got an uncle, they got a cousin, they got an aunt who's already going to get them lined up, or just for the fact of them being white and using social networking, they'll have an opportunity before you do, and you studied the same thing, and you might even did better than they did. But we have unemployed black graduates, so I'm just saying, instead of just passing along the same thing we've been saying, let's just take a critical look at everything we're doing to see how it's helped or seeing how it's hindered, because I'd make the case that college, at least in the last 25 to 30 years, has done nothing to progress the black society forward, even though we seen a major increase in so-called black educated people.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that, brother.
But we don't got to stick on college. I mean, I kind of went off on a tangent, but I mean, we could build on whatever y'all, whatever's on your mind this morning.
Yeah, but I think that's pretty important to talk about, though, because like you say, we noticed the increase in college graduates, black college graduates, but where is the statistics that matches that as far as jobs?
It don't exist.
Is there an
You're going to be looking for a long time.
Is there an increase in the jobs that goes along with these degrees? Because my sister got
Right, but we're dealing with an America that has a shrinking workforce.
Oh.
I think the problem is that the jobs don't exist for the American worker anymore.
But see, I think that's when you should start. That's when you should start building with your other brothers, because it's a lot of black like Suave. Suave is all about creating your own new. That's when we start getting together and stuff. We can start creating our own jobs, because it's been proven in history that we constantly create new swags. We create new swags, we create new lingos, and that stuff don't matter. So we start focusing our brain on power on creating new jobs and start going to college on how to start opening new businesses. We'll change the world. And I think Cuba like that, because that's part of evolution right there. If we start creating new jobs and leave that basketball and all that type of stuff alone and just start focusing on new. That's
Well, I think the time for that is now. Because we really don't have the jobs that the middle class had 20 years ago. You know what I mean? That supported our parents.
And here's my piece in on that. I would agree that the jobs don't exist within a current paradigm that we're used to seeing it, because the jobs are being created in another field. Like what? Technology is constantly expanding. Even if we look over the past 5 years, how technology has expanded, even after the last 10 years. So that the fields and the areas that are growing, we're not pushing black people toward those fields, because you don't necessarily need to. We're not pushing that the next black class of students is majoring in technology or computer design or any of these things that we should be the areas that the jobs are growing, because those are fields that internationally they are creating jobs for their communities, while we're not. We don't have small groups or independent schools that are dedicated to just app development or computer coding. And we can and we should, because that's the forefront. That's the new forefront. We're behind the 8 ball looking for a job. And even Carter G. Woodson talked about this in The Miseducation of the Negro. Mind you, this is back in, the early 1900s that he's writing about it. He's saying that the automation process is deliberate in removing the black workforce, meaning that the technology, the removal of the workforce is the removal of you. You are becoming obsolete as a black person looking for a job. So with that being said, we need to be on the forefront of these fields like technology, putting forth our ideas, putting forth our contributions, creating jobs and opportunities for other black people, because we know if an advancement comes from another community, they're not hiring us to do anything. In fact, they'll use it to detriment you. In fact, every part of it is going to be used to detriment you. So we just have to be able to balance that out and make our contribution as well to that field.
That's what's up, man. Anybody in school right now?
Right now, I am. That's why I got to keep y'all hearing the bells in the background. That's where I'm at right now. And at least to give y'all some context, I teach biology. So right now, I mean, I'm on break now, but this is what I do for a living. So I come across black kids every day that strive to want to just go to college. And I have a conversation like this with them to say, you are more than just what you can accomplish academically. I had black kids that I want to be in the NFL. I want to be the NBA. You are more than just this athlete. Even though you a star and everybody can give you a pat on the back when you can run up and down the field or you can shoot a basketball, you are more than that. And I think at least instilling the confidence in the next generation to let them know they're multifaceted. They can do more things because, like I said, I went to Millersville, got my undergrad. I went to George Mason to get my master's. And I'll tell you that it's a scam because I've been through it. Now, another brother on the corner who didn't go to college, who would tell you it's a scam, we wouldn't listen to him. We say, well, you ain't go to nobody's college. What can you tell me about college? And we can't be dismissive of other black people who didn't go to college because the smartest black people that I've met didn't go to college. The black people who I've learned the most from didn't sit in nobody's classroom. They didn't go to nobody's college. You know, some of the smartest black people that I've met. So I've never been confused to the reality about, oh, you can only listen to somebody black who's been to college. I shoot that down immediately. So if another brother is saying it's a scam, beware, they came to the same conclusions I did, and I went through it.
Yeah, I can say my sister's got a master in business and she work at a hospital. I don't know how that happened. And I didn't even know she had a master in business like 5 years ago. I just assumed that was her line of studies. I know she went to college, you know, Army Reserve, went to college, graduated, went for a pretty long time, but yeah.
Peace and black power.
Oh, peace and black
Peace,
power.
peace.
Shout out to Nikki Justice. Thanks for joining the panel.
Happy Black Friday.
Happy Black Friday, sis. Thank you so much. We was talking about the educational system, pretty long amongst aligns the college and the loans. And do you think the gain of college is worth the investment?
No, I don't, because you will never pay the loans off. I don't know anyone that have ever paid their loans off, unless they have gotten them, what do you call it, forgiven or wiped off or something like that. I don't know anybody that has ever been able to actually pay it back. And as far as these jobs, you get on the job training. So why do you need college?
Big facts.
I could understand going to college for maybe being a doctor or the medical field, nurse, maybe even teaching and things of this nature. But all that other stuff, you need to go to college for art? I mean, what? So if you're not already artistic, then what are they going to teach you? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to be difficult. I mean, yes, they can show you other people's styles of art and things of this nature, but I thought you were supposed to be the one to be creative. So it's all about control, if you ask me. It's all eugenics. That's what school is. A whole bunch of eugenics and a whole bunch of Darwinism that's being shoved in everyone's head and mind frame. I actually, me, Suave, I did go to school. I actually have a degree in early childhood education and a bachelor's in social science, which is all under the banner of eugenics. Okay, so it's it's all for the benefit of them and for the benefit of keeping us in a certain social, economic, and of course political position as Black people. Because let's be clear, we do not get the same gains, and we don't get the same positions that they have. We will never reap the same rewards that they have, no matter what you do. You can even be your own business owner. At some point in time, we're just shuffling around their paperwork. We're just shuffling around their information. And that's what it all comes down to. And that's why a lot of this stuff I just don't buy into. You know what I'm saying? Because I can tell you that I had a lot of good Black teachers. I had a ton of good Black teachers, and they did pretty much teach me how to raise my level of research and how to know the difference between secondary sources, primary sources. I, of course, analyze journals and read journals, scholarly sources and things of this nature, which are peer reviewed, which means whatever that particular issue is, or whatever is being, like if it's the medical journal, then other doctors would of course review your research, and then they put it in these articles. So and periodicals are different than the scholarly journals. So I learned the difference between pretty much what might be accepted as facts and what might be rejected. Okay, so we're not going to take too much information from Jet, you know what I'm saying, but we might take some more information from the particular journals. But and nowadays the information is pretty much right at the tip of your fingers, because a lot of these research articles are being published on Google. At one point in time, we could only get those articles from like JSTOR or what is it, Gale, like only the colleges were privileged to certain research, but now it's just everywhere. So I don't know. Is college a benefit? I'm gonna say it is. I'm gonna say it is. I guess I don't know,
But
because
it's
go
safe
ahead.
to say that you have to have it planned out from beginning to end, though, right?
Yes, and you pretty much guide yourself through your academic career. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have to do an internship, you have to figure out, of course, which courses you want to take and which program you actually want to earn your diploma from. So you pretty much, you have some freedom to actually design your own course. Let's just say that you do. But if you only designing your own course, then why do you need college, right? So it's a circular motion. It's a circular argument. But I would say go to college. I would suggest everybody to go to college. I started out in what is it called? Community college. And then I transferred for free to what is it? The university. I transferred to the university, and they allowed me to finish for free. So that was a big help. But I do have loans from my master's. So I'm 3 classes away from graduating from my master's. But yeah, I don't know when that's gonna happen. I hate them so much. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand school. I went to school because my family pretty much, you know what I'm saying, wanted me to go in that direction. And then my grandmother, some things happened with her, and she had wanted me to, go to school and things of this nature. They didn't want me really hanging out. They wanted me to be better and do better. I would say it's an experience. It's an experience. I do believe that it's an experience, but see, it's not all about, your thoughts. It's about what you can prove and what you cannot prove. You see what I'm saying? So I think in that aspect, and then you also get other people's opinions at school and things of this nature, and then you have all types of different courses and classes, and it just makes you study harder. I think it makes you a better researcher. It makes you it pretty much what y'all doing in the debates and stuff, you will be able to prove your stuff, but you would have more information to work with. You see what I'm saying? You would know instead of, all feelings and no facts, right? You would have most facts, okay? And then you will put your spin on it. You will put your analysis on it. You will be able to cite your sources and things of this nature, and know how to cite properly, okay? Because there's a method to everything. Let's just say that. And I know we unorthodox over here, but I do think college shows you a different way to study. Let's just say that. But the money part is definitely unfair. And in that manner, it is a scam, and also because they are teaching you eugenics. That's all it is. All this social stuff is eugenics. So, and that's unfortunate.
So it's a gamble that's worth taking, I guess.
It's not a gamble. It's not a. I
No.
don't think it's a gamble.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna say it's necessarily worth taking, but I'm saying I do suggest that people will go to college and
Yeah,
learn.
that's what I was saying. Like, if you knew, like, if your parents was on your college game before you even got there, they
Mhm.
knew what you was gonna do. They saved you know,
Right,
prep yourself for that. You was aware of what you were going to college to study. You
right.
went there, you did it. You already had your job lined up to get out to pay off the rest of your debt. Cool.
Mhm.
But when
Mhm.
it's like, what am I gonna do fresh out of high school? Oh, let's go to college. And then like that's not safe.
No, I don't think it. But see, let's be clear. It's different for Black people once again than other people. So a lot of these people that you're seeing that might be these cave beasts, they by the time they 25, they're making well, maybe not now, but they're making six figures. Okay. A lot of them, you can become a lawyer by the time you're 25. You know what I'm saying? It might take you a little longer to become a doctor and things of this nature. But let's say you go into marketing or business or banking, you will be making that money. The positions that are available to us are not the same positions. When we get out of, get out of jail, get out, get out of school.
Hey, I think you made that mistake correctly. It is jail. You in the institutional jail. You in the
Yeah, yeah,
institutional jail. The
yeah.
the
It is.
university industrial complex where they got you mentally,
Yes.
academically enslaved. You was right. You was on to something. Your brain knew where it wanted to go.
I'm telling you, let me be very clear. I hate it. I hate it all. Be clear, okay? The professors couldn't stand me. Even if I get all A's, they would still find a way to give me a B for the whole semester. I mean, just is still their system, but it's good to get to know them. You see what I'm saying? It's good to get to know who they really are, how they really operate. And just know that everything is subjective. Everything is subjective. So,
And I
but like,
really, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
I ain't want to cut you off. I was saying I started to figure out their game because peace to you, sister. I gotta subscribe to your channel.
Oh,
But I'm
good. Thank you.
yeah, if you come across some of my stuff, I do a lot of talking about racism, a lot of talking about white supremacy, and even in the academic setting, I do the same things. I talk about the same content.
Mhm.
What I found was that unless I quoted a white scholar, when I'm
Right.
quoting the check out the Diopes, Carter G. Woodson's, Dr. Wilson, they're like, I don't really know about this, but unless I'm quoting a white
Right.
source, Peggy McIntosh, Tim Wise, then you get, oh, yeah, these are all good sources. So you really,
Right.
even in the academic plantation, you got to go back to them and their interpretations of everything
Right.
that you saying that, nah, we black, I can tell you about the black experience way better than an old white man or old white woman can tell me about it.
Right.
And we, if we don't have our true
Good.
mind with us and the true understanding, we'll skip right past that and then start relying on white scholars to tell us about ourselves.
But see, that's where we have to have a different mind. That's where my mind comes in. You know what I'm saying? Like I went in there knowing, you know what I'm saying? But everybody doesn't know and they might fall for the okey doke and get programmed. But
Mhm.
that's you just have to know the difference. You see what I'm saying? You do your work, you go to work every day. Um, I went to school, everybody went to school, but everybody is not going to be able to know what's really going on in there. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to go along to get along. I understand that whole mentality. I hate it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like it. I get into a lot of stuff, let's say, on a regular basis because I am so firm. Like, just don't mess with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my work. Don't bother me. You know what I'm saying? I already accepted the crap, and I don't need you on my back. Okay?
And that be
So,
sometimes what the requirement is. Not just being able to do the work, but can you take the shit we giving while you're doing the work? If
right.
not,
You
your
can do the work,
attitude
and they will
reflects in your
find out.
grade.
They will
Yes.
find out anything to make it, you know what I'm saying, not the work. But see, like you said, like my grandparents didn't know. You see what I'm saying? If I got grandparents, like my grandmother, she was scrubbing things, you know, like she was cleaning. You understand what I'm saying? So the one thing she gonna say that I can make it out, you need to go to college. You know what I'm saying? She don't know nothing different. She wasn't really into, you know, everything that they need to be into in order to free their minds out of it. She just knows she didn't want me to do that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that
So
time the experience hasn't came around for her to where she saw the failure of college. It was still like,
correct.
yeah, college is a good place to go, but she's not
Correct.
seeing these
She
overload of
didn't
people coming out
know.
saying, "Why did I go to college when I could have
But
did this?"
see, but also this is what happened too, Suave. Let's be clear with this immigration thing because it keeps coming up, and I do understand all sides of the immigrant. Everybody's an immigrant. Well, guess what? We're not immigrants. How about that? You see what I'm saying? A lot of us owned a lot of those businesses that these illegals are working in. Not only did we own them, we were hiring each other, which would be nepotism, hiring our own family members, our neighbors, and things of this nature. We were practicing Black economics, okay? But we, as a people, that whole integration thing was terrible, and we're not benefiting from it. We're not benefiting from it. They came and stole everything that we had. Big Mama's house is gone. You see, Big Mama owned, don't get it twisted. She cleaned, but she owned her own home and
Hell
her
yeah.
property around it. That's facts, and
That's
that's on
one thing
paper.
great granddaddy did for grandmama, or great granddaddy did for great grandmama, like, or his shit. Like, yeah, that was a clear intent. Get property and get a home. Because we clearly had that coming into the 70s and the 80s and stuff like that. And now we don't see that no more. That whole, arm down on my luck, let's go to grandma's house. Or it's a family reunion, let's go to grandma's house. Or like, let's go see grandma. Like, that shit is dead, man.
Ain't no
Like,
more grandmas, but all grandma can say is, look, I took you this far and I can't go no further with you.
I
So
watch
this
your
what you
kids.
gonna have to do.
Yeah.
This what you
I
gonna have to
do.
do.
What was that video clip you showed? I think that was very interesting.
Which
'Cause
one?
It was called, if you YouTube Trick Baby. Let me get
Oh,
that.
Trick
Trick
Baby.
Trick Baby dinner scene. Trick
Trick
Baby.
Baby Henderson.
Yeah, and it's like that time, like that black exploitation film time is very interesting because I think if we go with like how media was at the time, white people were communicating with each other through things like movies. Because there wasn't the communication that we have now wasn't as readily available. So they would spread messages back and forth through things like the movie. They were talking to each other. And I think that was a talking to each other, real significant scene. But if you Google it, it's called or if you Google it or YouTube it, it's called Trick Baby 1974 or Trick Baby dinner scene. And it'll come up.
All right. And I should be able to play this, right?
Yeah, if it's on YouTube, yeah.
Okay. I'll probably have to take my headphones out in order to get it heard. Hold on. Let's see. Should be. Okay. Present to everyone. All right. I'm presenting to everyone now. That's the same shit. That's different than share screen? Yeah, that's different than share screen. Okay. All right. I got it. Okay. Can y'all hear?
I can't hear it.
Okay, hold on. And you still can't hear it. Just to be, I'm gonna play it on.
I could hear it for a second, but you gotta probably take your headphones out.
Yeah, I did. I probably got to make some type of noise in the background because it's not cutting my mic off from them. But what I'm gonna do is play the video from my screen, play audio from my phone. It shouldn't be that difficult.
All right.
We're still at the same point. Yeah.
So, Brother Abdul, let me ask you: if you were to advise kids to attend college, what subjects would you say were permissible for study? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll get to your answer. I think he was trying to play the video. Suave, we can't hear the video if you're still trying to play it for the people. Can hear it a little bit now.
Did we hear that?
Nah, yeah, you really can't hear anything.
Yeah, no.
No.
We didn't hear that?
I mean, you could hear like small parts of it, but
Okay, hold on.
the audio wasn't right there.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
That's perfect.
You conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous. No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs. Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up. That makes it even worse. No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader. If we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity, his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he's sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
There we go. Yeah, I think that clip, man, that hit me. You know, I appreciated you sharing that with us, man.
No problem. No. Hey, I'm just glad y'all was listening and pay attention, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. Facts. Damn.
Yeah, your mic just got muted. But if you had something you was about to say, go ahead.
Oh, I was like saying, yeah, this is 1974. Like, I feel like that's why I like to look back in the past because they said shit in the past that they lie about now. You know, the little excuse they give you now or the propaganda they give you now to just keep you like they told that truth back in them primitive days. That's what I call them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, going back and finding stuff like that, you know, it gives you a different ground to stand on. And I think that's the type of stuff that's hidden from our people's ears and their eyes. And with all this propaganda that get you in line with these people, is like, what's not worth it, man? What's not worth it? They taking your money, they taking your class, your culture, your respect, but you still sign up.
And the crazy part is that's like a real underutilized area that not enough and not a lot of people talk about is how is racism, white supremacy spread from one group of white people to another? Like, how are they learning it? How are they picking up on it? I know maybe the media trying to give us some stuff, but there have to be direct conversations like in that video clip, which they are being open and honest with each other. But the problem is we don't really get access into those type of conversations. Because we'll have conversations, you know, because we let them into every group. We let them into all of our organizations. But their organizations, their social movements that are about progressing them, is no way you could get in. They would never allow you in. You wouldn't even be allowed in the building, let alone in a room to sit at a table with them when they make these decisions. So that's a real underrated area. I call it like the white social network that I'm gonna start to try and do, you know, my best to unpack that, to really open up that door, because that's pulling the curtain back a little bit, because we're seeing it. We know that it's a play. We know that this is an act. We know it's not real, but nobody's pulled the curtain back. Shit, excuse me. We haven't had anybody pull the curtain back and show us what's going on behind there. And that's what I'm, you know, going to try to do. But those type of conversations, that's what it's like behind the scenes. You know, that's accurate representation of what they talk to each other about how to deal with us. And they burn midnight oil doing it. Stay up all hours of the night thinking about new ways to do it. While we were focusing on making rap music, they were figuring out how to make crack cocaine. Like, we are dealing with a different animal, and we got to be clear on that.
Yeah, and I say if that's what they're willing to do in front of us, it's nastier behind us. You know, if that's what they're willing to admit they do, that's just like if you have a spouse. If they'll do certain things in front of you, behind your back, they going. You know what I'm saying? Like we always got to factor that in. So, man, this is crazy. I don't know at what level. Well, like I said, I had okay, I had the whole integrate to separate type deal where, you know, I use the analogy where if you're in prison, you use the prison library to get you out of prison. And so we in this capitalistic system, in this racist social system, and so we must find our ways to traverse through this, which we have, but the goal is the point that I'm making. Like what we're gonna do with the things that we obtain from, you know, dealing with this system. That's what we need to focus. Like it's not about the American dream no more, man. It's not about just getting a collect, you know, just a home and a picket fence, and you get a home and a picket fence, and you get it. Like that's weird. We still not at that in 2018. Now, white people are starting to realize that that's a lie. So it's like the game has changed, man. Like we still on the same, like we coming from a 60, 70 standpoint. That like that late 80s, 90s was like really, maybe I was too young, but I didn't see no movement. I seen the decline of the movement. I seen the remnants of what was the movements from the 60s and the 70s. And I think we need to get that shit back popping. Well, first of all, we need to recognize the sections that are still popping. Because I know it's brothers out there like New Era Detroit, Fred Hampton Jr., you know, it's different people. Despite whatever, and I'm not saying nobody does because I'm not well studied, but despite whatever beef people may have with them, because I'm sure somebody got something to say about everybody. So despite that, recognize the groups and the entities that we got right now that's fighting for these causes and trying to make a clear definition of who we are and what we are for and what we're trying to do for ourselves and our future generations. And we need to take those blueprints, you know, implement them into our lives and build on them, advance them, update them. Don't let this die. Stop letting it's too few movements popping up and they dispersing, and then they disperse, or somebody pass, or somebody get locked up, or somebody get caught doing something stupid. Well, we really need to get on the ball and start jumping on these things. That's why I like the whole internet thing, because it's like, okay, now they did this yesterday. Let's get on, you know, let's get in touch with them. They starting this tomorrow. Let's already line up, you know, ourselves with them. We got your back in Indiana, and my brother got your back in Texas, and this, that, and the other. So forth and so forth. That's something that we ain't been able to do or see. And so a lot of times when you ain't seen it, it seems impossible. You know, somebody got to show you, like, here, you ride the bike. Oh, it's possible. It's not that I couldn't ride the bike. I just didn't know it was possible. So now that I saw you stand up on 2 wheels, bet, let's go. So sometimes it's just seeing stuff put in the works, man. But we got to stop allowing them, or we have to have some type of deterrent, man. We got to concentrate on numbers. That's on my thing. That'll stop a lot of this attacks on us. Because when they kill certain brothers that's with certain movies, and these brothers are strong black brothers, leading strong black brothers and strong black sisters, and being backed up by those same people. And then they're found dead in the car or behind a house, or like this happens way more often than you think. And it's not a coincidence. These are like militias, like white supremacist militias, church groups, off-duty police officers that use their badges. Like, man, they got a whole system where they come through and kill you. You heard what the little drunk woman said, I'm white and I make 125. Like, she was like, don't play with your life. Like, if you listen, them motherfuckers to let you know, like, we could make that call. Like, shit happens like that today. And they thirsty for it because they ain't been able to do it in a while. They can't just go out and do what they used to be able to do. So it's like, hey, when one of them white girls call, like, they ready. And I think we need to be aware that that's sad. Yeah, so school.
Yeah, no. You 100% right. And I was just gonna build on that to say, you know, I agree with everything you're saying. I try to think about, like, if we were to concentrate our numbers, I think that it makes it easier for them to. That's my cue. All right, man. Look, it's been good building with y'all. I try to stay on for a little bit.
Appreciate your existence, brother.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Make sure y'all come on. I'm having a discussion with the brother Michael Edwards, RBG Hebrew, on Solomon channel tonight. That's gonna be about 9 o'clock.
Michael Edwards. Why are you doing that?
Oh, look, man, I take who I can get. You gonna put me on the platform and let people listen to my ideas for an hour. You know that's what I'm about.
You got it. Oh, you going to his platform?
No, it's gonna be on Solomon. It's gonna be on Solomon.
Oh man, he this dude is just ridiculous to me, man.
Okay, and we gonna get to the bottom of all that. But
that's cool, man. Definitely check out Abdul solving the race problem. Strap.
Yes, sir. You already know that.
The Solar Vision Debate League today, right?
Yes, sir. Tonight at 9.
Tonight at 9.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, brothers, for giving us your time from your work, man. Go ahead, get back in your mindset so that it's a short, easy day.
Hey, absolutely. I appreciate y'all having me on. Peace to y'all, brothers.
Peace, brother.
Yep. Yeah, I'm interested in what you have to say, Corian.
It's Corian, but
Corian.
It's basically no. I just had a comment, like, what do you think we can do or implement in our structure to where they can stop, like, knocking off our leaders? Because it seems like every time we get organized, like, they target the leader, then it just get discombobulated after that.
Well, I'll jump in out the window when I say just provide for them and protect them. Like, stop letting it be they your leader, but they clock out. They your leader, but they go home. They your leader, but they go, like, nah, fam. Either we together, and when we come together, like, no, I'm sorry. You can't go by yourself, sir.
Yeah.
I'm walking you to your car. I'm walking to your car. I'm trailing you home. I'm sitting outside your house. Stuff like that has to be done. Like, it has to be straight up real.
Or like order. That's order. That's order right there. Like, you know, basically, cause it's like Bilal, what's your name? Bilal, bro? Brother Bilal.
Yeah.
Hey, peace, brother. I never spoke to you directly, man.
Peace, brother. What's happening? What's happening?
It basically,
you,
like,
man. I messed with you in the chat a little bit.
Yeah, I seen it afterwards. I was just now learning how to use. I seen it afterwards, but I basically had a comment because like, do you feel like how, like, what they did to Saddam Hussein? Because you a Muslim, right?
Yeah, that's
like
true.
Basically because basically like how they did, like, with Saddam Hussein, how the Shiites and the Sunnis, like, they wasn't really having no problems when he was around, but it seemed like once he got out of the picture, it then, like, seemed like all hell broke loose over there. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, do you agree with that? Like,
Yeah,
I don't know your perspective.
There's definitely some strategy to it. Saddam was a wild dude, though. But I mean, he was the president of Iraq. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he was the president of Holland or something. I mean,
But you don't think he was like keeping order over there though, and it's to some
he
certain
definitely was. He definitely was keeping order, man. And he was keeping order the only way you could keep order without having people be all.
Yeah.
See, like he wasn't a religious leader. He was a military dude. So he was keeping order the military way. He wasn't keeping order in a religious way. You know what I'm saying? But like the danger is either one of them. People just get extreme, man. When you can't have them dictators, man, that don't work either. You know what I mean? And our movements, you're right. Our black movements are easy to stop because, man, we got too many con artists and too many motherfucking just like straight thief type dudes. You know what I mean? To where most of the people, we don't really have no leaders, bro. That's just what it is.
I think
Black Americans, we don't have none. I don't think we're gonna be allowed to have none. Right. So then we're gonna have to come with a different strategy. I think our attack is gonna have to be decentralized. You feel me?
But see, I think that thought is kind of it's kind of like a effect from them taking down some of our most powerful leaders, and it's not, now we kind of like got this self fear about rising up again because we seen what we did. I think we had a system set up to where if that do happen, we already have somebody else in place to take that person's place. Like it seems like we never had that person to take that predominant person's place.
That's been the whole thing because see, we've been stuck on the Messiah complex where we looking for this one person to do this one major thing and not looking at it as a whole. We are the Messiah. You know what I'm saying? So once we recognize each other as one unit, because that's what they do, but they put this one person out there like this is the one person. If you kill the president, guess what happens? The United States falls. No. So we know that's not the case. There are groups of people who hold groups of people responsibility. So, like you say, they try to feed us the bullshit, but you really have to look at how they work. And I'm not saying deal how they deal because that's a messy thing. The way they deal, like they
hold on, Pop, brother. Hey, my pop's in town, y'all.
Shout out to Pops, man. Shout out to
my pop's in town from the big city. He come back down to live in the country. I'm live right now. I'm live.
What's happening? Stay live with it. If it ain't live, it ain't me. Hey, that is me. OG Grass done.
Yeah, he got a video. OG Grass done, man. Y'all can dig with him. He about the same thing y'all with. Yeah,
all right, come through. You good?
But yeah, I dig what you're saying. No, we definitely would need a new strategy than the past. But I think we definitely should have something like Suave was saying with the government. Because if people think if you take down the president, that's going to be it, but it is not. It's going to be the beginning of something new.
My bag, I was on the phone. Yeah, shout out to your pops, man. I'm cool, Dad. I'm cool, man. Shout out to your pops. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like that, we need to be. It's groups on top of groups that hold each other accountable. Accountability, man. I keep saying that. Like that's important to me because people act like when Malcolm messed up, nobody could do nothing. When Martin messed up, nobody could do nothing. He's the leader, and I don't go for that. You understand what I'm saying? And I know that I'm not the best person to put at the front of the line for the face of this shit. I'm better than a lot of other people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm doing anything in my life where they can be like, aha. But am I the most well-educated? No. Am I the most melanated? No. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like we have to take our heart as far as romanticizing with some people, like, and keeping shit real. I love Malcolm X. But Malcolm X beginning compromised his end. I love Malcolm X, but I wouldn't make him the face, and that's what we have to do today. I'm tired of people being the worst people in the world. They turn around, hey, look, I'm cool now. Okay, we're leaders. Like, no, it's been people who've been cool, been good their whole life. And these are the people who affected Malcolm and, certain other brothers who came from that rough aspect. Like all due respect, I'm not trying to limit nobody nothing. It's just my personal thing. But just like Saddam Hussein, he was funded by America. He had a military. So what did you think he was going to use? He wasn't going to put down his bombs and pick up gardening. You know what I'm saying? So even when you come from the street, you still had that street mentality where it's like, well, if nobody can't do nothing to me, then I fuck it. I get away with it. So I think we need to hold each other accountable, and we need to stop looking for one solo leader and look at each other as leaders. Because if they murk me, Table doing the same thing I'm doing, Quran doing the same thing I'm doing, Bilal doing the same thing I'm doing. So are you going to take out 14% of the nation in front of the YouTube, in front of the Wi-Fi, in front of the world while they watch on Twitter? I don't think so. Some of the things that we implicated in the past should be brought back up and redefined, advanced, and put back into play. That's it, man. I'm looking for another toast to Oklahoma for my grandkids, man. That I'll be jiggy. I'll be good with that. You know, if we just had land, then we can focus on our business, our culture, setting up trade routes with other communities, other countries, therefore establishing relationships with them people, therefore being able to check out the land. I think we could be wherever we want. It's just using the system that you're in to get out of it. But yeah, Bilal, you want to say something about that?
No, I definitely don't disagree with you, man. But you're right. I don't think we have we need to get out of this complex where, you know, we're looking for a particular one person to come and be our leader. You know what I mean? Because our leaders have failed us in the past, right? We've had leaders since we've had leaders, and most of them have been overcome by the machine. You know what I mean? Nobody made it out. We don't have too many leaders that weren't ground up. You know what I mean? So that, I mean, the system is really set up in place to deal with that, to combat that, man, to make sure that doesn't happen. So I think we'd be futile to continue to look at that. You know what I mean? And our leaders have they've all shown you that they can't be trusted, right? And the problem is a black problem, right? And definitely, you know, anytime you put the black label on it, then you identifying it as something where they definitely gonna be stopping it, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But we can't put the other labels. We can't use the other labels because, see, the problem with that is if you give it to the Muslims, they'll take it to the Arabs, and you give it to the Hebrews, and they'll take it to the Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Facts, and that's big.
Facts.
You able to point that out. That's big.
So it's not like we really can't put it on religion because it'll always be sold out.
That's a division. That's what I'm saying. They won't let us put it under the one thing. Well, it's too much of a price to put it under the one thing that we all have in common.
Right. That's the expensive thing.
They saying, "Oh hell no!" They doing it again. The Muslims talking to the Christians, and the Christians talking to the Hebrews. You know what I'm saying? Let's get one up some power or some money or create some type of problem so that they have to concentrate. Okay, now the Hebrews got to bag away because they got something to deal with over here. Or you know, the Christians, well, they getting the tax cut, so they got to play ball. They can't talk.
Well, you know, I mean, the Christians gonna let the white man in the room.
Yeah.
The Muslim gonna let the pale Arab in the room.
Yeah.
And the Hebrew gonna let the Jew in the room.
Facts. And nobody's letting the black in the room.
And wait, let them sit at the head of the table too while we trying to take care of our business.
Facts. Bring their women in. I
Let
swear.
them sit at the head of the table, brother. Then we wonder why we ain't getting nothing done. Because we too busy telling each other, well, this is what you need, this is what type of faith you need to have, and all this kind of craziness. Like, does that even matter?
I mean,
it matters, but I'm saying, does that help you from recognizing that the condition is deeper than whatever religion you chose to convert to?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The condition is deeper than that. The problem is
big game Orenthal James. He's like a toned down cute. He always has something interesting to say. He says Hebrews don't mess with Amalek.
What does that mean?
I guess they said Hebrews don't mess with the pale air.
Amalek is considered the Jewish. We consider that the Jewish people.
Yeah.
The Hebrews don't mess with Amalek.
Like, what does that mean? Why you say that? My bad,
because
bro.
I understand what that might mean, but
shit. I missed caught on the conversation.
No, he had made the point that when you don't put it on the flag of black and you put it on the groups about religions, the Muslims will bring the Arabs in the room, and the Hebrews will bring the pale Jews in the room, and the Christians will bring the whites in the room. So there's never any room to just be about us specifically. And it was made in a comment was made in the chat that Hebrews don't mess with the pale Jews.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? They leaning on scholarship of pale Jews to identify the Amaleks, right? I mean, how do they historically know who exactly the Amaleks are?
Because
without the scholarship of the pale Jew.
Amalek, but Amalek always was always a tribe that was following Israel.
Right, you talking about Amalekite? Didn't they turn into Amalekites later on?
Well, that's probably that's what he's saying, Amalek. Right? He probably just pronounced
right.
Amalek.
So then, I mean, in the beginning, they would have been sons of Amalek, right? So Amalek is one particular person.
Yep.
Okay, so then, how do they place him geographically in the Bible?
I mean, because
whose science identified him in history and geography?
Well, shoot, they when I got the Bible dictionary, the Jewish scholars claim to not know the whereabouts of Amalek. They claim that King David, King Solomon, see that's why we Hebrews consider them to be Edom, because they claim to not know the whereabouts of Edom, or they say Edom is a spiritual thing. See what I'm saying? So like there's more evidence point, but they seem to know everything else besides Edom. Like and that's according to the book I've seen.
Okay, they don't have an interpretation at all for Edom coming from
because they are
Edom.
Edom. They are Edom.
Right.
That's why they keep hiding. That's my perspective from it. Like, and plus,
that's the mystery.
Yeah, because why wouldn't you teach the world you Edom if the Bible clearly states how the Most High feels about Edom? I'm out of breath, man. I was gonna lifting this damn heavy ass shit. Woo!
Yeah, I see you getting it in.
He caught me off guard with this, man. I'm about to get big hanging around him. Goodness. But yeah, I think that's what big gang. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But I know if he believed like what I believe, then that's probably why, because Amalek was considered the richest of all Edomites.
Yeah,
and the richest of all Caucasians, the Jewish people.
He emphasized because the Lao said Hebrews, the Lao white Jews. Yeah, think about the fact that Hebrews don't deal with white Jews. I don't know how he did that conclusion, but
okay. Yeah. The Hebrews in general don't deal with white Jews. That's what you're telling me.
Who you said say that again?
Hebrews in general don't deal with white Jews, period.
I don't know about all Hebrews, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's different factions, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I ain't never met a Jewish person. Ain't too many of them running around here where I'm from. Unless they is and they hiding it.
Right.
So I don't know. I do know Hebrews who do mess with, they consider Edomites, but not just specifically that Edomite lineage of Amalek, you know what I'm saying? Which they consider the European Jew, you know what I'm saying? Because you can look up videos and see certain Hebrews got white people on their channel talking about admitting that we the Hebrews and stuff like that. I think like Watchman Yahoo, I think he one of them. Like he a fellowship with them, you know what I'm saying?
Netanyahu, that's cool, man. I like Netanyahu, dog.
Yeah, he be dropping knowledge, man. But to me, I take the Solomon approach, man, because King Solomon made peace with all his father's enemies, you know what I'm saying? And like right now, I don't think we should be too anxious to wage war on people. I think we should. If like you got somebody like that's cool with other nations, use them as ambassadors to always see what's going on. Like we gotta think like a nation, you know what I'm saying? Have ambassadors, spies, and all that, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm saying. So like if you do it, just don't put your heart. Our people have a history of putting our heart into these other nations. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think you gotta think like a king when you talk to these people. Talk to them like you counseling with them, like as allies. You know what I'm saying? For your kingdom, nothing else. You know what I'm saying? That's my approach to it. If I talk to another nation, it's gonna be on some ally purposes, because the Bible says only two can be come together unless they be agreed. You know what I'm saying? So you have to have some type of agreements with them to talk to them, because you better believe they agree with, like they're tolerant, like they have a history of tolerating you. They have racial tolerance with you. That's what we have to have towards them. Just tolerate it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, the whole, like giving your whole heart. Well, we give them the mentality that we have ourselves. If someone looks out for you in a state of emergency, there's no contract needed, there's no promise needed. You're gonna look out for them if it happens to them. They don't have that same code, and so you think like, damn, yeah, like they fucking with me because they look, we interacting. Look, they talking to me. They let me talk. But as soon as you have no value to them, or another one of your own is of value to them, like it switches up, and it's unapologetically, almost. It's unapologetically almost. It's like, yeah, well, you know what this is. And that's why I say our version of war has to be different from their version of war. Is not we are transparent people. If I'm coming to get your shit, bro, I'm coming to get your shit. I ain't finna lie to you. I ain't finna try to slick you. All I'm saying is I'm coming to get your shit. And they don't have that. You know what I'm saying? They have the whole, well, I'm helping you get your own shit. And then by the time you get your shit, then you look, it's under their name, they funded it, they own it, they got the rights to it, you can use it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm tired of that shit. Like, nah, man, we coming to get our own shit. That's why I'm saying I'm black, I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. I don't got nothing else, man. I don't have a religion. You know what I'm saying? I don't have nothing else but black, bro. And I know it's a lot of other people out there like that. And we shouldn't have to just cling on to what's most similar to what we. No, I want to be able to define us down to the exact. This is what we eat. This is how we mate. This is how we socialize. This is how we entertain ourselves. That's it. That's it. It shouldn't be no, well, you know, you could do that if you put gay characters in your movie. No, we don't want that. If you know, well, if you just put an interracial couple, we don't want that. We need to see and hear certain things that we need to hear and see. Not that us plus you. No, black people need to hear some positive, uplifting things for black people. And if Khalid Muhammad came through this bitch and called y'all some motherfucking beasts, guess what? Y'all needed to hear that shit for a little while. I think that puts shit in perspective, because a lot of white people think that they are perfect and untouchable and they're God's people and this, that, and the other. And I think it really checked their ass. When I see the Hebrews doing their thing, I don't rock like that, but when I see my brothers doing their thing, I don't shut them up for no white person. When we in a room together, I don't participate in this shit, but I let y'all talk y'all shit. Like all the Hebrews, get the white Hebrews, all the Muslims, get the white Muslims, boom, this, that, and the other. But when it comes down to us core, I need a conversation that's going, hey, look, if we do this, this happen. Simple as that. Simple as that. If we do this, this happen. If we don't spend our money this Black Friday and Christmas, if we save our money, guess what we got next year? That's a direct, this happened, and we did this, and this happened. I'm tired of us having to chase around this dumbass, big ass tree that by the time we coming back when we started, it's not even the same shit no more. It's not even the same shit no more. We marching in 2018. We marching like Martin Luther King. Let's go, fam. Like, let's go. That's all I'm saying, man.
I mean, it's so crazy. People finna get out here, man, and get to compromising everything they love for the holiday season, man. You know what I mean? And it's all that, look, is all that a spiritual sacrifice? When you out here doing wrong and all that, you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of aspects to Christmas that people don't even realize.
Put his own game.
Yeah.
Or just point them out. Because I'm saying what I'm saying is that people gonna do shit for their kids. Men are gonna do stuff for their women. You know what I'm saying?
The grown one's gonna have to get with the program.
Yeah. Yes. But a lot of time it's a sacrifice while brothers end up with no women, no kids. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to deal with that. If my woman just don't understand,
I can hear it. I know it too.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's just what
I
it
know
is.
it too. I know it too. You
And
know,
that
she
is
too
sad.
worldly. She ain't gonna. She too worldly. She ain't gonna be hearing what you talking
I
about.
think that's what happened to Judah Nazareth with the debate the other day. I think he went trick or treated. I think his girl better go trick or treat. And then when I saw him in ISUPK chat last night, I'm like, man, why you run? You like run from what? I'm like, man, the debate on Solar Vision League against Abdul.
Oh, you gotta be rolling what I see.
And that nigga say sit up to me. I said that's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up. You ran like that, fam. Now you over
Hey,
here.
I want to speak on that too, real fast.
Go ahead, King.
I noticed when I went back and forth from the chat, and did you notice how when Tazariak was speaking, how everybody in his chat was saying, "Oh, Tazariak is body bagging him. He doing this, he doing that." Then I went back to our chat. They was saying the same thing about Chris, like, "Oh, he body bag, he body bag, he body bag." Like both sides.
They worship them person. People starting to worship the personality.
Man, like they both was like the other people was calling Chris effeminate and all this, that. And now go to this side, they calling Tazaria this, that. And both these brothers have the utmost respect for each other. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, it's crazy. That I think we get caught up not practicing what we preaching. That's what to me, that's what that was. Everybody talking about we serve the most high, but they steady banging with their brethren, people who they don't even know, for these two dudes who have respect for each other. You know what I'm saying? That's like choosing sides with the Pac and Tupac, with the Biggie and Pac thing, knowing them two dudes knew each other personally and had utmost respect for each other. So I'm saying that's what that is. Our people gotta get that spirit out of them.
Yeah, stop banging with it. You know what I mean? It's not. They not. You know what I'm saying? It's not a gang.
Because according to the scriptures, neither one of them 100% correct. The truth gonna be revealed when the Most High return. So I'm saying, so anybody that's talking about they got the 100% truth is a lie. That's my opinion on that, and I'm gonna stick by that. And the scriptures say only God can teach. Hey, but let me. I'm listening to y'all, brother. Let me move some of this stuff. My pops with y'all here. I'm still here.
My bad, guy. Oh man. Man, if y'all don't know, man, Bilal, do you have a content station or you just have your own station there?
No, I don't. I'm not really an internet personality, man. I just.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't to the point where I'm trying to distribute any information yet. When I got some information I'm putting together, but I'm trying to fade off of so much. I don't know. I'm just trying to be careful about how I present it, man, because I don't want to do a bunch of conflict. You know what I mean? I just wanted to go out there. And I do see a lot of foolishness in the conscious community right now, like throughout the whole entire community. You feel me? To where, I don't know, man, the information needs to get out there, but it needs to get out there the right way.
To the right people, yeah. I agree. I know that we have to have a certain patience for our people. Due to the inexperience that we had, which can sound like an excuse. So I won't say it for too many more years because but like there's a constant rotation of people going out of the community and new people coming in. And so therefore these mind states get reset. Because now you have a whole new freshman class of people that's talking the same shit that the senior class was talking 3 years ago. And so it was like that's what I mean by we need to cover more ground faster. It's simple as that, man. We need to cover more ground faster. When we come up with a code, you know, a way of moving that benefits our people, like it should be implemented immediately, man. The same way that I could look up and one of these trending ass pop terms have made their way into my life, we should be able to put something out there and it stick. Like I remember seeing, what was it? Of course, you've seen many a times something is in the black community, and then all of a sudden it's getting mentioned on a daytime talk show. But it's
sure, they appropriate
like ratchet. You know what I'm saying? Like they take all of that awful shit, like yeah, turn up this, that, another, and they give you that. And
sure,
I'm like all this stuff.
They appropriate all our little sayings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all the little cool hip shit you hear on the street 3 years later, you gonna hear it live on Regis or whatever. You know what I mean? Somebody gonna be sitting up there, or you know, The View or something. They all go, man. Yeah, man. They really. But see, our culture is marketable, man. You have to understand that our culture is definitely marketable, and it's being marketed, not by us, of course, which is why we don't have no control over the aspects that are being marketed. You know what I'm saying?
I'm seeing Shiggy on, and I shouldn't even know who he is.
Get jiggy with it.
Like I'm seeing this dude on television talk shows because he created the dance. And he did a video to it and made one of Drake's songs popular. That's not international news.
No,
like okay, I get it. Where was Francis Cress Wilson? You know, all these people that was on the Donahue show, line them back up and put them back on rotation, and you're not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? The people who came from under those teachings, like we got too many, man. They let Tariq get on the news. But it wasn't about hitting colors. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not to get up there and speak that shit.
What did he get on the news about? Promoting Mink Slide?
Actually, yeah, but no, not
Right.
initially. Like he's been up there. He said some things.
Which now, wait a minute. Can I talk about Mink Slide? Because I feel like now, on the one hand, it's not music about shooting and killing, and you know what I mean, drug dealing. You know what I mean. On the one hand, it's not negative music.
It's not the
but
worst.
Then on the other hand, coming from somebody who's supposed to be, you know, it just
yeah. Facts.
I just don't know what to say, man. You know, and is that to me? That's cooning. You know, to me, that's cooning.
And I can't make the argument that it's not. I really can't make the argument that it's not. But that's my whole thing about not being the face. Like Tariq had the information, but you know your background. Now you know brothers who don't have a background like that, that the stuff that you into now, they've been into. Put them as the face. Let people get interested in them and see their background. Don't have people sitting up here coming at me because I'm telling people, oh, have you seen Hidden Colors 1, 2, 3 and invested for 4? And they said, well, did you know the nigga was a player? And he had that should never have to happen. That should never have to happen.
Right. Did you know he wrote books on Mackin as well?
Yeah, on how to take advantage of women. So now what I'm saying is, bro, stop it. Just like when I tell white people, if you want to help Black Power, drop your money off at the door in an anonymous envelope and move the fuck on. That's it. Stop trying to be the face. Stop trying to get these privileges. Stop trying to get this influence. Stop trying to redefine yourself. Just let the shit happen. If you're a good person, you do good things, and people notice. When you the man, you don't have to walk around saying you the man. Women will say you're the man. It's like a bad girl. No, she a bad girl. She don't got to walk around telling everybody how. Dudes is going to let you know. Like, did you see old girl? Yes. So that's the same thing it must be in this community. When somebody's doing the worst, did you see the school Umar Johnson built? That should be the conversation. Not all of this pre shit that he started. It. Well, man, that's just it, man. Humble yourself. Don't let your ego get to the point where it's like, yeah, I know how much money you put into it. I know how many hours you put into it, but you're just the wrong one. And that's it. As simple as that, man. Put your pride to the side. You got a yellow ass girl. Like you got a yellow ass girl. You sit up and talk about black power with melanated and this, that, and that. Like, fam, we cool. And now you see how you could not appreciate Tyreek after appreciating him. And I'm just tired of that shit happening, man. I'm just tired of that shit happening. Get a ball to the person who's been trying to do this. Now that you finally came into some information, you're like, ooh, look, I'm God. Like, no, man. Chill out, punch your brakes, man. Because you really just pushed a lot of people out of the way who've been doing this, is what you're doing. That's the whole thing that Kat was saying about the young lady that's working with Kevin Hart. And I'm sorry I can't bring up her name. Can't think her name.
Tiffany Haddish.
There you go.
Tiffany Haddish, right?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, props to them. But what he was saying is like, look, Tiffany just jumped over 50 black women who've been doing this.
Right. And she's rewarded for cooning. See, that's another thing I'm trying to say. She was cooning, though. She's rewarded for cooning. So she jumping over everybody who wasn't cooning hard enough.
That was working hard. And you see these people. Kat, why you didn't call them? Kat, why you didn't call this girl or this girl or this girl or this girl or this girl? I mean, Kevin. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit just whack. But once again, that's the micro and the macro. Black folks have to worry about black folks. Because when you get that
Kevin Hart himself is a coon, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I couldn't make an argument that he was. He puts himself out there, and we see the act. It's the 2000
right, but he's like the
version of the Buckeye and the South Shoe and all that shit that we
right. He's kind of effeminate, he's comedy, he's not tough, he doesn't have strong opinions or no, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
he doesn't represent black manhood.
They don't
in
use
a strong
the word
way.
black in their conversations. They do not use the word black in their conversations. You hear Cat talk, oh, my black family, my black children, this, that, and the other. He says it. I'm not saying like you gotta be, but y'all make it something when y'all avoid it. I'm like, damn, why is it so hard to say black? DJ Black Charm is in the building. What's good, bro?
Man, I'm listening to that, and you know why it's so hard to say black. The same way, and I know like a lot of people don't like to talk about it, but the last time you heard, it's just like you listening to a gospel song, and the gospel song got Jesus in it. You're not gonna hear many gospel songs. It ain't like to say it's a Christian song, right? And Christian faith is based around Jesus, right? You're not finna see you're not about to hear that. You know what I'm saying? Many Christian songs, and the girls got on tight clothes and everything. That shit ain't Christian at all, But I mean, I ain't gonna say it ain't Christian at all, because some folks be trying to get right, But a lot of that shit be docile down, like a lot of these TV shows. The one with Anthony, what's his name? And Tracy Ross. That's a cool little show. They be having some little black little topics in it, but they don't really just say what it
Blackish.
is. Yeah, blackish. Yeah, it's just ish.
Yeah, that's what they telling you in the title. It ain't black, it's blackish. You know what I'm saying? They telling you right there that what time that is.
Yeah.
And we in that age right now. It's like, okay, you listening to a gospel song. If you want to put Jesus right there, if you want to put somebody else right there, you can. We just ain't gonna say it.
We ain't gonna say nothing.
Yeah, we're gonna compile it all the spirituality, and then we're gonna put sisters in front of you on the camera, and we're gonna say, don't judge nobody. And
brother, that's on the crowd. That's on the crowd, number one, because we as the black church accepted those sissies up there in front of us. Number one.
And on the radio.
And on the radio, but you can't see them on the radio. And number two, as a crowd, think about gospel radio and what it has become, though, as a business. It probably does compete with regular radio. as regular radio has gotten has shrunk, you know what I mean, as an overall market share,
Yeah.
I believe gospel radio probably does compete with them because it's a 24-hour experience. You know, they need content.
But that's what I was saying. I don't even think it's a competition because the church music has its own lane, and rap isn't allowed to merge into that lane. But
No, not
allowed
really.
into rap. So you will see Christian come over here, but they definitely have their promised lane. Like, yeah, as long as you're doing this, you are allowed. We got
They sure do.
coming in. You get ticket sales, performances, stadiums, churches, whatever you want to, you know. So
Whatever
that's what
you
I'm saying.
need, right?
Yeah.
Right. They lay it out for them artists too. You know, they don't have to be. They need content. So yeah, it's gonna be watered down because it's so much of it.
And those people are disconnected from reality a lot of the times. Not
And
just
you
from
know,
black
that's the
people.
lane where you go if you can't make it as a regular R&B singer. That's the lane you hit, right? You might
Fact.
blow up in that lane quicker.
Hmm.
You know, you get the right connections in that lane, your career. You know what I mean? A lot of people be career minded anyway. They were singers to start with. They just couldn't get in. You know what I mean? In the secular lane. But when you get people are a little more tolerant of gospel music, you know. You remember in the old Apollo, somebody bad singing a regular song,
Get them out
we'll
of here.
boo them off the stage. But if they singing a gospel song, they'll
They're
let it
gonna
ride.
encourage you. They're gonna hype. It's okay. Fight through it. Take your time.
Yeah,
Get your awful
it's okay.
ass off the stage, man.
Right? And they was terrible. They was
Get your
terrible,
awful
but we
ass
can't boo a terrible gospel artist off the stage.
Man, and they going there. They twerking in gospel now, man. They got booty shorts in gospel now, man.
Right. Homosexuals leading the choir.
Nah,
I
they
can't
ain't
get
doing.
down on our people. You know, I prefer the older stuff. Even though I'm not a Christian, I still prefer the older, you know, the kind of spirituals I learned as a child,
Right.
which are
Man,
rarely,
yeah.
you know, the stuff out the back of the AME hymnal and all that, you know, them dusty ones that don't nobody sing. The slave
Right.
songs.
Right. They ain't
You
understand
know?
no more. You know, cause you know when your grandmama singing that, you getting some good food, cook, clothes, iron, and shit. Whether it raining or sunny, if it's
That's
still you
right.
still on
That's
chill.
right.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
Nowadays it's like this shit like it's scary. Like you know what I'm saying? Go get it. Go
It ain't
get it.
even the same spirit,
It
man.
ain't the
Them
same
old
spirit.
songs didn't have no
Go get it. Go.
Yeah, them
I'm
old
scared of
songs
shit.
didn't have no author. You know what I mean? Like they so old. They've been in
And
they've been in the black
said it.
community so long that the spirit that's on those words, you know, you
And
didn't
they
have.
said
You know, it's a
it.
different kind of thing, man.
If church music now today, if I could write the lyrics down like I could write those write them old ass lyrics down.
Right,
And
them slave lyrics.
see if it don't read like instructions on how to get out of this shit. That's not what
Right,
we
them old
get.
slave lyrics.
Yeah, you know, it's the repetitive. You know, I want to hear songs. I ain't gonna lie. I want to hear songs about mama, daddy, kids. Every now and then, give a song to your mama, your kids, the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we never hear that. Every
Media got to be
song,
geared
all
towards that,
year, it's Jesus, God. We get it, but you gotta you gotta know that these people need something, man, and they not getting it, man.
I don't even think it's Jesus. No, I don't hear Jesus in these gospel songs. I don't even hear God. I hear like blessing. I hear twerk. I hear money and violence. I don't hear so much of nothing about like where to go to do stuff. You know, like a direction. Like back in the day, you know
No,
what I'm
the
saying?
spirit on these songs is different, man. You're right.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
different
that.
than it used to be.
Yeah, man.
It's different, man. It's
I be in
different
the
spirit
studio,
on
man.
these
I get a
songs.
headache a lot of time. I had to learn how not to get a headache. I'll put it like that. I had to learn how not to get a headache when I'm in the studio and just look at that microphone as these folks just want. It's like crack, you know. They just want to go in there and say whatever. They ain't in no good spirit. If they go in there, shoot them up, kill them, bang bang. They don't give a damn if that's gonna send some folk to jail or not. They just want to say it. They just want to say
Yeah, I
it. Like,
bet you. My hat's off to you, man. I don't know if I could listen to everybody music all the time that had money in their pocket. That's
Nah,
rough. That's
it,
rough, man.
it's a business, man. It's a
Yeah, yes,
business,
sir. I
man.
know it
Yeah,
is.
it's a
I know
business,
it is. I
man.
bet you some days you be looking at cats like, boy.
I was like,
And
man,
look,
just
just want to, and you enthusiastic. You finna go out here and poison the community with them stupid ass lyrics.
yeah, yeah. But you know what I say to myself a lot of time? I say, man, this man ain't got nothing but an hour worth of money to record. So that's how far it's gonna go. You know what I'm saying? Now, it might end up getting lucky and meet a dope boy in the neighborhood or some or business owner or somebody like that, put a little money behind it. You know what I'm saying? But even still, that business owner who put money behind it or that dope boy trying to change his life, and he get into the rap music not knowing it's gonna send him to jail even faster. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, nigga,
Because
you
you
don't
paying
have no
somebody to snitch
direction.
on your ass.
Yeah, because they don't know how to engineer. Well, I ain't gonna say all of them because I like the boy with the Migos because he sent them in another direction other than just straight talking about cocaine all the time. You know what I'm saying? And that's where they come from. But gee, that's a rarity. You know what I'm saying? That's a rarity. Like the majority of these niggas, they come out the streets and majority of these business owner who want to invest into their little homie who rap or sing, they looking at it like you got to compete with Rick Ross and you got to compete with Jay-Z and talk that shit. Jay-Z talk and talk that shit. They ain't somebody talk that shit. Common talk and talk that shit. Lupe talk. Nah, they don't. You know what I'm saying? Because they they still after they finish their job or they finish in the trap, they go into the club and they freshed up and they looking at the girls who twerk and they listen to what the girls twerk to. You know what I'm saying? And they looking at Future them in the VIP and now them and saying, I got way more swag than them. Let me put my little homie on. Not even thinking about what it's gonna do to the community. They ain't thinking that, you know what I'm saying? They ain't thinking like that. They ain't thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when you do think like that, it's like, oh shit, that's longevity. You know what I'm saying? So let me change my lyrics up. Let me make some stuff for the kids. Let me make some stuff for the old people. And let like Swag say, let me make some songs for mama and stuff. You know, that's when you start thinking about what the hell you doing. You know, if you ain't thinking about what the hell you doing, you just trying to put some money behind a little nigga so you can flex and look. And that shit spiral out of control. It make niggas think they rappers for real. You know what I'm saying? It make niggas think they CEOs for real. Oh, see, well, I mean they CEOs for real because they are investing their money, but it make them think they understand the music business or programming. I say that they make them think they understand programming and they don't understand programming. You know, like the more you hear a song and the more it be about that bullshit, the more you be about that bullshit. Like folks say, I have to listen to this type of music so I can get right, so I can get ready for the game. You know, so I can get ready to watch this boxing match. Like, yeah, you getting ready to be a gladiator. That's what it's putting you into, a gladiator state of mind. But
Welcome, OJ, to the panel. Thank you, brother, for joining us.
Can I be heard?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Peace, everybody. I mean, y'all already off the topic I was gonna talk on, but
Go back.
because
Back.
I was just gonna say because y'all always try to I guess paint Tariq Nasheed in a negative light, which I mean I can understand some of it, but a lot of it is always like based on him having books that help men get women, and I don't really see how that's a negative thing.
Nah,
it becomes a negative when it becomes usury.
Now,
Do you understand usury? Do you understand usury?
No, I understand what I see. But I was going to go into something else. But what were you going to say, Swab?
Do you remember the conversation we had about black women knowing what type of men they want, and you worded it? Black women have a narrow standard.
They do, yeah.
Okay, now facts. Now we talking about Tariq, and you say I don't know why people mad at him because he has a book that shows men how. Do you see how careful you are with your wording and not to put Tariq in a bad light? But it's okay to make people think having a narrow standard is a bad light. That's
I never said having a narrow
no,
standard is negative.
But you know, you're intelligent. You know if you come in with the word like narrow, what that means, right?
Narrow doesn't always mean bad. Like
I
don't
know that, but the fact that I had to do that investigation, you could have easily just came in and said women know what they want as far as men. That's why most of them are attracted to the same group of men that got their money and they shit together and they groomed well. Just like you could have came in and said everybody's mad at Tariq for having pimp books. player
But
books.
they're not pimp
right.
books. They're not pimp books, though. That's the
Right,
thing.
right.
That would be
Are
incorrect
they
wording if they were pimp.
books that play on manipulating women?
And see, this is the thing. See, this is the thing.
I'll let you avoid that question.
No, I'm not about to avoid anything, but this is what I'm about to point out. Right now, there's black women saying, I can't find a good man. They're like, oh, these guys out here, they're not good. Whatever. There's dudes out here saying, well, the women, they just want certain type of dudes. They don't want this. They want this type of dude. They don't want me. I don't fit their narrative. Now, the thing is that Tariq bridges that gap. So a guy who normally wouldn't be with a girl who likes that certain type of person, it allows him the ability to be with her. And if that
Brother,
Hey, let me say
I don't mean to cut you off.
I got
Brother, can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
I got y'all DJ Charm and Bilal because I knew OJ. I know. Be careful. I know y'all want to come down with them both.
All right, so I just say this. I could give you my real name, bro, and you could pull my name up and Google it, and you'll say, damn, this nigga got some real charges. I got real charges on the street, but I'm not finna write no book telling the nigga how to weigh that shit up. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. If you gonna do it, I know you gonna do it out there. I'm not finna do it. It's like if I'm a pimp, you know what I'm saying? If I'm
he was never a
hold on,
pimp.
let me finish. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I'm an ex-pimp, yes, he is. He said
No,
he
he's
had said
not.
it.
He's not
He
an
said it.
ex-pimp.
He said it a number of times.
Ask
said
him
it.
for the P. You can ask. Go on
Okay,
Simple the P channel.
okay.
Go on
Even if
Simple the
he
P
ain't,
channel.
even if
Go
he
on
ain't,
Rose
even if he
Bowl.
ain't, even if he ain't, even if he ain't, he say in his, even if he ain't, he said it a few times, insinuating that he was. You know what I'm saying? So in that essence of saying that you were, and even somebody say, I know this nigga, he was never a pimp or whatever. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? The matter is that he got a pamphlet or paraphernalia out there that's teaching people how to live that lifestyle of one lining. You know what I'm saying? The one lining
Have you read The Art of Mackin?
Say it again.
Have you read The Art of Mackin?
Have we read The Art of Mackin?
Yes, sir. That's his first book. That's the main one they say.
Listen to that title you just said, bro. Just the title alone, like folks say stuff. See how you just said that. I knew you was gonna say that. It don't matter the title. Yes, it does matter the title. The title is the narrative of what you're about to get into, the art of macking. Even if you say don't use it like this, but use it like this, you still teaching a dude how to mack a woman, bro.
But
I don't give a damn how you try to sugarcoat it.
Okay.
The
I just
title
want to
is-
say this to the brother. I just want to say this to the brother. Now, I think what the brother's trying to say is, if you have somebody that has identified themselves as a pimp, we talking about leaders in the black community. We have somebody that identified himself, at least even with the pimp mindset. We can't willingly elevate somebody to leadership position that is a confessed pimp, because they're gonna pimp us. You see what I'm saying? That's a confession of not being trustworthy. And a lot of people gonna see it that way, and you're not gonna be able to convince people otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Because you're talking about a brother who is, I think he's a Yale graduate, if I'm not mistaken.
Who?
You know what I mean? And he also has a music group, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't have no problem with that. I think it's not negative music. But as far as being his credibility amongst people who are looking for somebody credible is definitely questionable, because he's admitting to having at least the pimp's mindset.
Yeah.
But see, this is the thing. Let me point something out real quick. You played a movie. You played a clip from the movie The Pimp Baby, right?
The Trick Baby. Yeah.
Trick Baby. My bad. Trick Baby. Who wrote that book?
That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Saying.
I'm
just saying. Who wrote that book?
I don't know who.
The Pimpin'. Iceberg
Donald
Slim
Goins,
wrote
I
that
think.
book.
A pimp. Donald Goins, a pimp.
Iceberg Slim, the most notorious pimp, wrote
Donald
that.
Goins.
And he had some game in there. Just like Aretha Franklin. Her first manager was a pimp. So pimps are, I mean, not to say they're, because pimps, pimping women is not the best thing in the world.
Is one of the things
but
that the black
they're
man was
responsible
allowed to be.
But what I'm saying is they're responsible for a lot of the stuff.
That's what I'm saying. But look, just like the dope boy is allowed to be responsible for a lot of the stuff, just like the killer is allowed to be responsible for a lot of stuff, Just like they put there's only so many
But pimps
lanes.
ain't killing people though.
Hey, let me say this. What make the woman explode? What aphrodisiac make a woman explode the most? Do y'all know?
Nope.
It's
Alcohol.
called cocaine. The pimp know what he doing when he introduced the woman to cocaine. You ask every crackhead out there, how do you get turned out on crack? Guess what he gonna tell you? A girl I was with, she hooked me on the cocaine. And it starts with that pimp thing. It's a real thing that's in a real play. It ain't nothing to be played with. You know what I'm saying? We sit around here shooting the shit. They got Backpage and they got strip clubs in every last one of our cities, man. And it's a pimp that's got 5 or 6 chicks or more that's getting down. You know what I'm saying? And it's a chick that's twerking right now on Instagram, trying to be a candidate. Right now, you know what I'm saying? Because we playing with it, and there's some young dudes out here flexing their money, and they trying to get into the game as well. And the only thing they can do is say, "Okay, I'm gonna go over here and see what Swab about talking about." I see what Swab about talking about. He talking about some Black Power shit. I got some money I can get with that. Oh shit, Tariq Nasheed got a book about it, Mac. I'm already a Mac. Let me get this book over with. He ain't no Black Power. He ain't back. We lost.
The thing is,
we lost him. He's lost.
This is the thing. Tariq Nasheed has, like, y'all don't even follow Tariq. Tariq Nasheed has
Yes,
been talking
I
about.
follow Tariq. Now
What
you
I'm
can't
saying,
say we don't.
No, what I'm saying is, I mean, I literally been following Tariq Nasheed since 2006, since basically I was in high school. So, like, he's been talking.
Does that validate the book though? Because you've been following him that long.
No. What I'm saying,
what he's saying is that we don't know the intricacies of his conversations. On the outside, it looked like a pimpish player type conversation. But if you really let him speak, you get down and we know what the fuck a pimp look like. That's the problem.
But he's not a pimp. That's the thing. If Tariq Nasheed was a pimp, I wouldn't even have a problem.
A pimp can have on some toe-up pants and house shoes, man, and have the baddest bitches in the city.
We know what the fuck a pimp look like.
Right?
That's
Straight up.
We have been studying Tyreek since 2006. That's because we actually lived life and experienced this shit. And so he's able to, just like every other doctrine, OJ, I'm reading.
This is the thing. This is what I'm saying. Y'all not even let me finish.
Hold on. I got you. Because I don't want to be a liar. I have a new updated redemption of Black Power. If you look at the Muslims and the Jews and the Hebrews and stuff, they're not talking the same stuff that those people of the past have. He's redefining the pimp and he's calling it the player and he's calling all this other stuff. But I'm going to tell you what gets a man a good woman and what gets a good woman a good man. Treating men and women good. If a woman
false, though.
Listen, hold on. Listen, brother. Listen, because that was such a general statement. I don't even see how you can even contextualize that to make it false. You have to admit at that point, some of it is true and some of it is false, right?
Dude,
right?
Go around.
Listen.
No.
Listen,
There's nothing 100%.
If I said,
we talk about. See, this is the thing. When
OJ,
black people talk,
what are you doing, fam? Listen, I just said, I'll tell you how to get a good woman or a man. Be good to women and men. You say that's not true. Now at this point, you have
for men. No, for males, that's absolutely not true.
Okay, go ahead and talk, brother.
That's absolutely not true. If you just tell a guy, "Hey, go be nice to women," that's a surefire way to get that dude shot down.
Leave the conversation there, OJ. If you know we're more intelligent than that, why wouldn't you with your intelligent mind say he finna break down what he meant? Why did you take that opportunity to just
go ahead and break down what you
meant. When you be nice to a woman, I'm gonna speak as a older brother to y'all young cat, man. When you be nice to a woman, even if you feel like you're a player or a pimp, when you be nice to her, you most subject to get everything you want out of her because you nice to her. When you savage, it don't take long for that shit to show. You know what I'm saying? But after a while, you know what I'm saying? You can be so savage and she could be hooked to your ass, and that's when that's when it's chaos.
And this is what I'm saying. I want to say this, and then I'll let you go because I want to listen. I want you to be able to listen. Welcome Brandon Bay to the panel. Thanks for joining us, brother.
Hey, peace and love, brothers. Peace and love.
Yeah, you got it. This is what I'm saying. We know what a pimp look like. Just like when just like certain people come on this stage and they say, "Oh, they're Hebrew," and then they start talking about Jesus, the resurrection, the coming back, and they say, "Hold on, fam, You a Christian. I can look at Tariq. It's not hard. You would literally have to come up under Tariq and be so close to him that you can't see what he's doing. He's doing the same. And this is what I mean. If you want a good spouse, be good to people of the opposite sex. When a woman see you treat your mother, your sister, your grandmother with respect, it may not be the woman that you got your eye on. I'm not saying, oh, I like that girl. Let her see me treat my mother good. Because she might look at that and be like, look at this lame ass nigga. Or I could take advantage of him. But women are watching you. Women are watching you. That's what I mean. It's not about getting a specific girl that you want and, oh, I'm going to learn her and know how to manipulate her. Oh, she like these flowers, so let me buy these flowers. That's pimping. That's pimping. I don't care how you shade it. That is pimping. Be you. Let people be attracted to you.
I got this line. All y'all done pulled on the chick before when y'all just rolling around when y'all was single. All y'all done seen the chick whipped up on and say, you hungry? You ate? Them one-liners and come on. You know what I'm saying? All y'all done did. I know y'all done did. I know I done.
And I help you with a problem that you got right now. It's the same thing with the old man say, you want that phone bill paid? It's just something simple. Like
something simple. Yeah. And once you get her right there, oh man, I'm finna tell her, I'm finna sell her some dreams. I'm finna sell her the whole moon and Mars.
And what he doing, and you may not correlate that because what he not doing is whoring the women to the men or whoring the men to the women. He's making the people whore themselves to the people. Mm-hmm. I have to do this. I have to be this. And then I can start getting women. If you are, and this is what I'm concerned about. You said certain women, and then you said certain men. I don't look at these women and men that you're talking about as being upstanding people. I really look at them as being pieces of shit who don't have social development. It's not like it's just you can't be on your solo shit and expect everybody to just blend in with you. You have to meet the society in the middle. That's just it. And when motherfuckers walk around and they say, well, y'all not treating me like my mama treated me. Y'all ain't treating me like my daddy treated me. Then all of a sudden, it's a problem with society. So what Tariq is doing is learning how to teach bullshit ass niggas to meet bullshit ass women. Because if you stand on your shit, obviously, all I got to do is be. You didn't follow. What rules did you follow? OJ, I've been on the panel with you, and you said you got plenty of women who chase you. You're tall, you're handsome, you are. What did you implement into your life? I
never said I was handsome, but
okay. Well, I'm sorry to take that from you, but you got a girlfriend, so she feels that way that you're at least acceptable. So
that's what you think.
What rules did you implement into your life since you've been studying Tariq in 2006?
No, honestly, the main thing is, and I mean, because at first I used to think that, so pretty much the only thing that I really care, because this is how I get girls now. I'm just fresh. Like I remember he said this one thing when I remember he said it. He was like, the right clothes to get you chose with your mouth closed. So that's where I'm at. I don't even try to talk to I don't even talk to girls if they don't talk to me.
You wait to get chose on.
I'm not yeah, exactly. But
he's saying he gets chose on his appearance, basically his clothing.
Like a whore.
But see, this is the thing.
You understand what I'm saying now?
No, but let me finish.
Yourself. Stand on the block, wait for somebody to pull up on you and say, I want you. That's a whore.
Okay, I guess, but I mean, I've been with my girlfriend for 5 years, so I don't know how that's a whore.
That's cool.
But,
that's cool.
Like you didn't engage her like on just some regular. I just got out work. How you
this
doing?
This is the thing. He does teach people how to have more confidence in themselves, how to and how to basically talk to women, how to have some kind of, because women don't like no cut and dry shit. Like you can't just be.
Now, how is he teaching you how to have confidence in yourself if he don't know you, OJ? He's teaching you to have confidence in the material things you can buy, right or wrong?
No, see that's where you're wrong. He doesn't say, "Hey, buy a bunch of stuff."
Right clothes to get you chose with your mouth closed. He did say
that, but that's not the whole of the. That's not the whole of the damn.
He didn't say you have to be, huh?
That's not the whole doctrine. Like that's not the whole of everything.
The whole doctrine.
The book is not even about necessarily being dressed.
But is it about
talking to women?
But is it about being dressed?
What do you mean?
It's not hard. It's not
the subject you're talking about. That part you're talking about.
Hey, Suave.
Yes. What's going on,
Bro,
brother?
what book are y'all talking about? Y'all ain't talking about the Iceberg Slim, is it?
Nah, he talking about a book.
I was talking about the art of Macking.
Tariq
Huh?
Nasheed, The Art of Macking, and similar books or pamphlets he put out. Yeah. Tariq
Okay.
Nasheed.
But yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
thing, because
creator.
this is the thing: teaching men how to get women is not bad. Like, and this is the thing, and this is what, and see, this is why a lot of people are turned off by the Black Power
method.
stuff, because you guys always got to mix the simping with the pro-blackness. Like the pro-blackness and simping does not have to be hand in hand.
What you mean simping? What do you mean simping?
Simping.
Like to be a player? See, it's a difference on being a player and being a pimp. See, the thing about it is, that's the thing about it. When you're a player, you know to greet every woman in the room. You know this because you're a player. You don't give a damn if somebody finna choose on you or not. You just came in there to swag. You just came in there to put your flavor in the room. Hey man, how y'all doing? Y'all having a good time tonight or whatever? And your politeness alone make a bitch say, "Hey man, who is that nigga right there?"
But this is
Now,
the thing.
No, OJ,
Everybody's
I
not.
you go into how Black Power and simping always gets mixed. Elaborate on that.
You always have to have the black woman is God, the black woman is infallible. When they're like, you can't say anything about black women, or else you label a black woman bastard.
Now on that statement, and I want you to continue. Does everybody in the Black Power community believe that the black woman is God?
I never said that. I said
I
said a few other things.
He talking about how folk use the black woman as God to massage the mind. The same way, but the pimp do the same thing when he say, "Check out my mink coat."
No,
check out my mink coat. You want one of these?
Finish none of my point.
Go ahead, finish your point. But I don't want you to do is move your goalpost from here to there.
I'm not moving no goalposts.
Okay,
this is what I'm saying.
Ahead,
it's always, like I said, a lot of people are the black woman is God. If you say anything about the black woman, you're bashing her. When there are black women who are actually doing bad stuff, like if I say, like you guys tried to say I was bashing black women or I was negative against black women because I pointed out that they have a narrow set of standards. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not a negative statement. That's not a bad thing. I'm just pointing that out,
bro. You gotta understand what I'm saying. If I come into your motherfucking house and I say like, "Oh, your food ain't half bad,"
well, that's a backhanded compliment. That's the
same thing, bro.
Narrow is not it's not a backhanded compliment.
Black women know what they want.
That's a statement.
Black women know what type of man they have their mind made up. Those type of things, those phrases seem like you speaking positive. When you come right in the room and kick it out the door,
I don't have to.
Guess what? Huh?
Why does everything have to be positive? So like nothing. The thing is, and this
it's not negative. You just said it's not always negative. Well, if you're saying it's negative,
no, you said it's negative. You said that it's not positive.
Now listen to what you just did. I said what you said was negative. You said not having a narrow standard is always negative. But I said, but listen to the wording you're using. Why does somebody have to launch an investigation? Like, damn, okay, he said my food ain't half bad. Do that really mean my food is good?
But that's totally different statement. This is like me. This is like
saying black women know what they want. You chose specifically to say black women have a narrow point of view, a narrow standard. Black men.
See, look, like, let me give you a perfect example. Me say, like, let's say, because people say like that, a glass is, you'll say, oh, somebody says the glass is half full. Somebody says the glass is half empty, right? Me saying black women have a narrow standard is like me saying, oh, the glass has 4 ounces in it. Like, do you see what I'm saying? It's not, it's just a statement. It's not negative. It just is what it is.
Okay, bro. I don't believe you. I know you know what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying that it's not negative.
Okay. But you just said, why does everything have to be positive?
I did say that because you said
that. Leading me to believe that you know there was some negative connotation to your.
No. I'm responding to your perspective.
Yes.
I don't think it's negative, but you think it's negative. That's why I said, why does everything have to be positive anyway?
Because we're talking about us. about shit that we need to talk about.
Everything black people do is not positive, dude. Everything, like, we do
Hey, the
bad
road
stuff.
to hell, hey, the road to hell was paved with good intention too, wasn't it?
Like, we do bad stuff. It's nothing wrong with
I
saying
get
black
it,
people
but
do bad
what-
stuff.
Let me tell you this. What do black people do that's negative more than anybody else?
It doesn't matter if we do anything negative more than anybody else.
Because how do you omit what you want to omit, but say shit like the black woman has narrow standards. Black people do negative stuff. And then when somebody asks you, okay, well, let's put this in context. You say, oh, context don't matter.
I didn't say context doesn't matter. I never said
Yeah,
that.
I just asked you, name one thing black people do that's negative other than everybody else. I'm putting it in context. You can't get mad at 14%.
No, see, you trying to do white people do it too, which I'm not. I don't really like. I'm not like, so in certain contexts, like in certain conversations, I'll bring up white people doing bad stuff. But when I'm talking to black people, it doesn't. Like,
I didn't say white people. I said anybody else.
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying
I mean,
is,
it's just
why
anybody else doing it too. It doesn't.
Why are you making the statement that black people do something like it's exclusive to them? And if it's not exclusive to them, then why is it even coming up if we know everybody does?
Why have a conversation about black people?
Because I'm concerned about black people.
Well, then. So I mean, why would I talk about other people if I'm having a conversation about black people and I'm concerned about black people? Body bag. Do you see what I'm like? Not to even be like
Okay, Tazariot. Okay,
I'm just saying, like, come on.
Body bag. The reason why what I'm saying is just like this, bro.
Like,
if I come into your house, if I come into your home, and my wholehearted intention is to make you a better home. You're right. I will notice you have a hole in your ceiling, and I help you fix it. There's a squeak in your floor. We need to fix it. Your hints, you see what I'm saying? That's something. But when you just come in this motherfucker, it's like, oh yeah, your house is the most fucked up house. Everybody has that make
that's negative though. I mean, that's
what I'm saying is that's making pointing it out an agenda. Because we know what's here. We know what's here, but it's like you saying, well, these things exist. And we can't move forward unless they don't exist when everybody else is moving forward with these things existing. If you stop putting on the pedestal the people that you don't want to represent black people, because a lot of these people you talking about don't look at themselves as black. They're not for the black movement. They're not for the black cause. They're not for the black family, mother, father, child. Like,
I mean, that's 99% of black people though. Like,
no,
honestly, you're not gonna if we being real, you're not gonna meet the average black person in general is not gonna be quote unquote pro-black. He's not gonna be for black people. They might talk like they might in passing talk about, oh, you know, there's discrimination or whatever, but they're not gonna be specifically for a black agenda that only helps black people.
They ain't gonna be for pimping either though.
What's the percentage of black people that are?
I mean, it would be hard to get. I mean, it would just be me taking a guess. But
okay, well, you wasn't shy in guessing 99%.
I mean, it's just hyperbole. It's not a damn. Of course, I know 99%, but it's a small percentage.
So, say what percentage of black people who have the option to be black are actually black?
If I'm giving a generous estimate, maybe 15%.
Okay, fine. So 15% or 14% of the nation is black people that are for black people that recognize themselves as that. That's who I'm talking to. That's who I'm talking to. I'm not concerned about the person who's black when he comes by my YouTube page, but he's African American on yours. Or he's anti-black. I'm talking about people who know what's up. That's who I'm talking to. I'm not talking to the people who seem to be trending, or, you know, wouldn't mind the benefits of people that look like them. I'm talking about the people that's willing to sacrifice the benefits of not looking like these people to increase benefits of people who look like these people. That's what I'm talking about. And so when you talk about these people, you cannot talk about drug addiction. You cannot talk about molestation. You cannot talk about all this negative shit that you love to talk about. Now, if you want to talk about the people who can be conceived as black, and whatever they, because they don't.
There's black power people who do bad stuff too, though. That's the thing.
Okay,
like,
bam, and I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that. Let's talk about black power people who do bad stuff. Let's go.
I mean, I'm not talking about that. All I'm saying is that if black people do that, if black people want to have better relationships, then saying that a book that helps you have better relationships is negative,
it doesn't.
Then that's a
make
bad
you
thing.
have better relationships. I'm sorry.
So who book was better? Tariq Nasheed or Don Juan? Pimpin' Ken. Which one had the better book?
I mean, I never read Pimpin' Ken's books,
They all got the same. They all talking the same
Magic
stuff.
Don Juan. They're not talking the same stuff, and that's the difference.
And this is my whole point, because this is how we got here. Tariq Nasheed, thumbs up to you. Much power to you. You shouldn't try to make yourself the face of any black empowerment movement.
I mean, I can somewhat agree with that, but at the same time, if Tariq wasn't the face, I pointed this out in the chat. If Tariq wasn't the face, the funding for Hidden Colors would even exist.
How come?
Because that's why he got the funding. Because he said, "Hey," he was like, "Hey, I was actually on the live stream. I was watching the live stream. It was in like 2000. It was late 2010. He basically said he basically said like, man, I saw like a documentary or whatever, and they was going around the bush about some black, like some people who were black. And he was like, if y'all give me the money, I'll make a documentary.
Bam, bam. That doesn't make you the face. That make you the tool, the whatever you use your platform, got the money. Who's the face?
No,
right.
I agree.
And all those hidden colors, even though people talk about hidden colors, all those hidden colors are quagmires. All those don't have a solid foundation. Every last one of them he put out. All of them, every last one of those charlatans we had on there talking.
Ali wasn't the face. How come Professor James Smalls wasn't the face?
Well,
how come
that's the thing. Just like
didn't have a pass in playerism, at the least, couldn't be the face. The funding still comes from where the funding go. The benefits still go to where the benefits go. Only you are not the face, therefore making this whole little whatever less compromisable. That's all I'm saying. Like, chill out.
I feel you. But the thing is, he had a built-in fan base. Like,
and that built-in fan base could have easily been transferred to any of them people that are named, as it has.
And they have been. Yeah, they have been.
Yeah.
People love Dr. Wilson.
We should have never seen Tariq's face to the point when by the time we saw his face, it should have been appreciative. Should have and I see why he didn't make him the face. Instead of, oh no, well, because what you did, man, is you edified the people. You get black people don't have nothing, and that was his whole point. This information has never been comprised in this way. That's what I'm doing. So you got to know what you doing. Why are you the person who's gonna put themselves in a position where it's like, okay, where's the next hidden color? Where's the next hidden color? Come on, black man, give me some black edification. And he's like, okay, hold on, let me be honest. I'm not the best person to edify you. As I saw a lack of something, and I was able to comprise this stuff. But here's the man right here. Don't sit up here and give me guess answers or answers off your own personal experience. It's just not that. You haven't been in that shit long enough, man. That's all I'm saying.
He's been pointing out, like he literally had I remember he had a show about coons like 12 years ago before people was even. He's literally the reason people use the word coon right now.
No, he ain't. No,
that's not a good thing.
That's what I'm.
That's not a good thing.
No, he ain't.
But
2006. No, he's not.
That's not a good thing that people are using that coon has been popularized.
But he ain't the one coon that, so you can't say that.
No, I'm not saying he made up the word coon. What I'm saying is he popularized it in these last decade.
No, he didn't.
Just like even the word bedwitch, he popularized it.
No, he didn't. He didn't popularize that. No, he didn't. Them Hebrew Israelites in New York City popularized that shit. Every time your ass say some off the wall shit, they all holler out coon. He got that from them mocking them.
He didn't. How do you know he got that
some more history? He was mocking them for standing on the corner hollering out coon when he went up there trying to meet with Sinetta them. And every time somebody say something, like give him a hand clap.
Sinetta
No, I'm talking about the Hebrew Israelite, bro. You gotta do some more research
No,
before
I
you
know,
start
dude.
following them folks.
I've been watching the Hebrews for probably about since 2009, 2008.
And you ain't heard them. They've been massively hollering out cool in a crowd. They get the police called on them for doing that shit.
I used to watch GMS on
Hey, they
on
do.
World Star when they used to have videos on World Star.
Talk too much. That coon chant your ass.
Hell yeah, boy. Straight.
No, I know about that.
They the ones who did it.
No, but what I'm saying is
she got it from them.
No, he.
I'm just putting your phone. I'm just because you saying some stuff live because we live and you saying some stuff and folks. I know people gonna listen back like what the hell? No, he wasn't. He wasn't the one did that. They the one did that. And the black power folk is the one who started saying it's bad for people to start to call folk coon. We need to stop using the word coon because them Hebrew were doing it like rapid fire on the nigga ass with it. That's why black power started saying stop using.
We introduced another genre to the word coon, and those people I can see think he brought that word forward or popularized it. But as you get older, you got to know just when you walk out the door and see something, it's been there.
No, I understand. I mean, he had to know what the word meant.
Okay. That's what's up.
I'm just saying he popularized it on the internet.
He popularized it to a certain group of people of a certain age that's came around at a certain time. Cool. But motherfuckers who been on this shit, we been heard the word coon. We've been calling motherfuckers coon since the 90s.
But see, this the thing. People used to mostly Uncle Tom was the word. Uncle Tom.
And now you should make the point that Uncle Tom wasn't a bad guy. Right?
Right.
No, yeah, people always do that. Yeah, people
because folks don't be using that, don't know the difference between Uncle Tom and Sambo. See, they hear folk regurgitate this stuff when they freshly own in his what I would call the conscious community
from the Matrix.
Yeah. They it's like when folk be freshly into the conscious world, it soon quick to
my grandfather used to call people Uncle Tom.
What they heard.
Like Uncle Tom was like the word, like
yeah, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Have you read the book?
He used to call people mammies too. He used to call people mammies and Uncle Toms. So like those
Have you
was
read the book?
No, I haven't read Uncle Tom's Cabin. No. But from my understanding is that he wasn't really trying to hurt black people. He was just doing what he had to do. But
you got to read the book.
But yeah, I don't even think that book is necessary for me. Like that's not on my reading list. Like
the automatic.
I mean, if you start saying what certain terms come from, or if you use certain connotations in your building or whatever, it's a must that you read, bro. Because a lot of us have read all that stuff, a lot of that stuff, and then when we hear people like we ain't just coming at you like that, bro. It's like. Damn, when we hear Tariq Nasheed or any other person and we call him a charlatan, it's not about his whole body of work. It's about the thing that he's doing. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm just speaking on it for the future. You know what I'm saying? Like so that I'll know and OJ know that if you come up on some information that could put our people, you know, that could push us up, uplift us, don't be so quick to be the face of it. That's all I'm saying. Stop letting these institutions be so easily torn down, ridiculed, and compromised because you have a past and you have an ego that you want. You'll still get the same shit.
But the thing is, we aren't even grooming. We aren't grooming revolutionaries. We aren't grooming people to be.
That boy said he goddamn talk that shit. Boy, he got a bunch of them over there with him.
You said SETI?
Yeah, he's a real revolutionary. He kicking that shit. SETI.
SETI do crack? Like, do you see what I'm saying?
I don't know, man. I ain't finna do no shit like that. I don't know that man personal life like that, man.
This the thing.
No, he got some suspicious tapes, bro.
Y'all don't talk about.
Yeah, I don't heard him say some shit. I heard that shit Tazariak pulled out on him 10 years ago, man.
Like, and there's nothing wrong
with that. It's not a hard thing. SETI admitted he snorted coke.
Yeah.
Bam.
There you go.
If that's the truth, it's the truth. Next.
So we can move past SETI. We can move past SETI being a cokehead, but we can't move past someone who wasn't a.
He's not a cokehead.
Because now what you're doing is what you doing, OJ, is taking the Tyreek conversation, putting it on SETI. What you said was nobody's breeding revolutionaries, and DJ said SETI. You brought up when he has a crack problem. When it's not crack, it's coke, and that don't make it no better to me because I don't fuck with coke head.
Same thing.
But we have a coke head breeding revolutionaries.
I would disagree with that.
You would?
I agree with you. He get the same
Shit, boy,
strike
you
as Tariq.
seen Young Pharaoh in that MMA ring, boy, beating the brakes off a nigga ass, man. That's and he Black Power revolutionary with that shit. Said he put that shit together, man. Said he putting that, bruh. Said he putting that shit together, man. Said he putting that shit together. I guarantee it's a bunch of Young Pharaohs over there with them niggas, man.
I would have to disagree. I would
All
have to disagree with that.
Based off of what?
But what I'm saying is that like we don't groom our people. Like we don't teach black people, oh, like this is how you're supposed to talk to like let's say like going to like if a white person is gonna be a politician, they're a politician from when they're 7, 8, 9, 10. Like that's when they become a politician. They don't become a politician at 25, at 35. They're groomed to be these things. So if we do want like you said, black revolutionaries who are not going to be getting into trouble, who are going to be like, I'm not going to do this because it's going to look bad when I become this.
Yeah.
Like we have to give black people a future, and we have to groom them, and we have to let them know like you have to stay the long, like basically be in it for the long haul, because it's not going to be immediate. Like you're not going to become, a top speaker at 18 or 19 sometimes.
So do we teach them how to get a girlfriend, or we teach them how to get a wife?
So yeah, we should be teaching them how to get a wife, but Tariq Nasheed can aid in that. Like, let me give you a perfect example. I'm just me and my girlfriend. We went on a double date with one of her friends randomly, and the dude. And this is the funny part. He was so-called pro-black. He he just went to they actually went to Jason Black's movie that weekend. I wanted to go, but I didn't go. But anyway, he had he was talking to me, and we was like, he was like, y'all read the Art of Mackin, whatever. And his girlfriend was like, well, I hate Tariq Nasheed. Like Tariq Nasheed, he don't like black women, whatever. But if it wasn't for Tariq Nasheed, they wouldn't even be together.
Who is that with the background? Brandon? Go ahead, bro.
But yeah, I was pointing out, if it wasn't, it's like she hates Tariq Nasheed because women are gonna hate Tariq Nasheed because they feel like we're just supposed to like who we like. We can't be so-called manipulated, which is not even what you can't even really teach somebody to manipulate women. But they feel like, we don't want to be manipulated into liking certain people. We want to like who we like. We don't care, whatever. And they feel threatened by having Tariq teach people how to get women.
You understand that?
It's programming, man. It's programming. When you see Lil Wayne on that TV screen, man, with them diamonds in his mouth, man, pushing up on a Bugatti, that shit is programming, man. That shit.
You understand that, OJ? Do you understand that what that woman was saying? That perspective?
No. What I'm saying is that's their point of view, but they're not saying that. They're not saying that. They're trying to hide it. I'm inferring that from what they're saying. But the thing is, that's exactly what has to happen. If you watch the movie Hitch, they was a perfect match. The Hitch and the fat, terrible looking white dude. There was
okay. Hold on. That's a movie, a scripted movie with an agenda.
Of course, it's a scripted movie.
This is what I'm
programming again.
You just played the movie Trick Baby earlier.
If OJ wants a woman that likes OJ, OJ has to represent OJ. He doesn't have to step into the same material shit that every other man. And this is how you manipulate him.
It's not even about material. You keep bringing the movie Hitch, and I got to point it out because you just played the movie. You just played the movie. You just played a clip from the movie Trick Baby, and you said, "Well, this is how they get us." So you can't have it both ways. Either movies represent life sometimes, or they don't. Like you can't have it both ways,
bro. Okay, fine. I don't even feel like explaining you how Trick Baby and Hitch are two different lanes of movies. Okay, fine. Let's go with that. What the fuck? This is what I'm saying. If I take my money and instead of buying me a home or saving my money and to be able to afford a home, I buy some Jordans, I buy some diamond teeth, I buy some clothes, and women see that. You see me in my car, and they say, "Wow, he really has this shit together." Not knowing I'm homeless, I'm just looking for a driveway to park this motherfucker in, so I could go sleep in your bed. That's manipulation. That's playing on the fact that if you know how things go in order, you get your house, you get yourself, then you get some clothes, and you get okay, so you get some jewelry, over excess. So once you see people sit up here perping, like, yeah, look, I'm straight. And then when she says, "Okay, you're mine, I'm yours," whatever, then he said, "What? Do you mind if I spend the night at your house? Or can I get some gas money?"
But Truth Nasheed wouldn't advocate that at all.
At all?
No, he wouldn't advocate having money and not having a house
At
or
this
having
point,
a
I'm gonna
place to
need
stay.
Tariq Nasheed to step in because I'm seeing the clothes. I'm seeing the look. It's
What
all
I'm
about
saying
the
is
look.
he literally tells people.
Wait. It's about the look. It's not about displaying real characteristics of a real person and letting people get to know you. It's about tricking people past the first defense, tricking people past the second defense, and then playing on like if I see it, you see it. But you just
If I
don't compare to the cube, but this is why I do, because we look at the same information and get two different conclusions, which is cool. But you got to know why that's there. You can't
wait. If because if I can meet a girl and she blows me off before knowing me immediately, but we're gonna be perfect matches. How is it bad for me to try to bypass that first initial rejection?
How do you know that you're a perfect match for the person if
what you can't know?
You can
I'm
know.
automatically weeded out.
If you get
I'm
to know them and
weeded
get to show
out.
them that stuff, that's how you. That's
But girls are
exactly
not
how
gonna
you
want to
get
get
to
to
know.
know
Oh,
you
you
if
like
they
this
don't
type
like
of
you.
art? I like this type of art. You like this type of food? I like this type of food. That's exactly how you get to know.
But they're gonna weed you out off the rip.
How?
If they don't, a lot of times if they don't like the way you look, weed it out automatic.
That's my point.
Which is
That's
perfectly
my
okay.
point.
That's childish, man, to go off of what you look like, Jen, like how I look. What the hell? Who
Which is
teaching
that's
that?
to me that's perfectly okay.
Just like there's a problem with a man that will try to dress a certain way, there's a problem with a woman who just looks for men who dress a certain way. Because now the game is, if you dress a certain way, you can't
quit,
women.
I got my queen with me. I wanted her to give her perspective. I need everybody.
You can't have no offense. You can't have women talk about because it's not going to be
I want her to give her perspective because she's giving a perspective of a woman's perspective on what we're talking about. But what I'm gonna need right now, I need some respect. You hear me? Because I don't want.
No. That don't even got to be said. Everybody know to stay in their lane.
But the thing is, it's not like.
Hey, OJ, hold on. Time out, OJ. I got it. I can't do it in between with you. This is what I'm saying. Let's calm down. Get
and my phone about to die, so it's not. My phone about to die.
Well, let's just mute. Get a queen to respect it.
Go ahead.
We appreciate you, Brandon, and your queen, even giving a fuck enough to participate in this. Let's go.
All right. Hey, here, sweetie.
If a woman really likes a man and she doesn't perhaps like the way he dressed, she would take the initiative to change the way he dressed. She wouldn't just categorize him or diss him because of the way he dressed.
All right. Thank you, baby.
Thank you, queen. OJ, is that
I mean, if she likes you facially, or if you buff or something, yeah, that
OJ,
that's true. I mean,
if they see that you treat your mother,
that literally plays into what I'm saying.
Listen, OJ, because you start off like put down the saxophone. This is the drum lesson. If a woman looks at you and the way you move, but she can like say that the way you look is not appreciative, but the way you look doesn't make you. It represents an aspect of you. Whether you don't have the money to wear fly clothes, you don't have the proper raising and on to wash your shit, increase your, however it go. If a woman see you moving a certain type of way, she say, I want that in my life. This nigga helps with the kids. He helps cooking. He loves his mother. You know what? Let me see if Damn.
Yeah, if you want to be a lifetime simp, then yeah, that
Oh
works.
man.
You wanna
Yeah,
be a-
bro. How is
Yeah.
that a simp? How is it a
That's
simp that your mother gave birth to you and you love her for that? And you treat
ain't
her
the-
respectfully. Hold on.
See,
And you
y'all love.
hold on. And you treat her respectfully and you love her. And therefore, in comparison to all other women, you do the same. How the fuck does that make you a simp?
Being a mama's boy is not no that. Honestly, if you're a
I
mama's
didn't
boy,
say being a
chances are
mama's
you
boy.
are a simp.
I said
Like-
being a regular man who has a mother who took care of him, and you appreciate that, and so you show it back. Therefore, you show other women. How was that a mama's boy or a simp? How was that anything other than a man playing a man's?
That's not gonna get you women treating your mother correctly.
Can I say
bro,
something? Can I say
that's
something?
good shit,
though. Make your chick stay down.
Let me. Can I say something? I think where the brother's coming from is like, he just talking about sometimes, that's where he got the game from. You know what I mean? He just trying to increase the percentage of success by maybe adding some psychological tricks or some little this and that. You know what I mean? Which is okay if you genuine. You know what I mean? But a lot of us have developed a different kind of more natural game. But I understand where you're coming from because I have read some of those books. Like it was some dudes out in California that used to do that. They used to talk about that whole movie Hitch came from a group of guys that used to give seminars on how to pick up women and stuff. Pickup artist, I think his name was. Mystery was the dude's name. It was a white cat, and he's a regular weirdo looking dude, and he ended up sleeping with all these famous women. So I understand where he's coming from. It's just game he trying to pick up. But the thing is, you got to be genuine with it. You got to know that it's like a magical power, right? If you're going to pick it up, don't use it to destructively, man, because what you'll find is when you pick it up, then you have the power to really mess up some people's lives. You know what I mean? And so I guess it's like some Jedi mess. You know what I mean? Don't be taking it to the dark side. But I understand that maybe there is a place for that.
It's not even necessarily about manipulation or having sex with a bunch of women or any of that. It's just about being able to, like you said, make your chances higher. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like it just.
I mean, it is information, but see, don't. It's so much of it is geared towards the dark side. You know what I mean? Just don't use it. Don't use it to start running through sisters. You know what I mean? Because that's what you'll be able to do if you really study that. You feel me?
This is what I'm saying. What's a simp, OJ? Hit me in the head. What's a simp, bro?
A simp is a dude who either overly panders to women for their approval, or another definition is someone who lets women run over them. And in both cases, when you're a mama's boy, that can happen. Not only that, but like,
Hold up, I want to know what a mama's boy is, homie.
Cause I'm a mama boy like a mother. I definitely ain't got no simp in them.
The girls where I grew up call them niggas ducks.
Exactly.
What he talking about? Just what he talking about? Some simps. They call them ducks where I grew up.
He targets. They like, oh, I could play on him and he'll be eating out the palm of my hand, right?
Yeah, and hopefully he'll get a good job that'll take him out of town, and I can do whatever I want to do.
Yeah, but Suave ain't talking about that. Suave just talking about being a regular player, man. Just being a cool ass nigga, man. The chick don't see that shit, man. She gonna see you a cool ass nigga. You just ain't. You just can't afford that flavor though.
OJ, I'm allowed. What is a duck who gets a good woman?
Man, well, I done seen it too many times where I'm from. He still usually gets treated, but it's not to that brother's benefit, though.
Listen to the
question.
Be that. Listen to the question. What is a duck or a simp who gets a good woman? Not a good woman. I'm saying a good woman. I'm not saying a woman.
Okay.
Who will be good to you if you you put your foot in.
I heard you. And you're right. You're right. You got it right. You got it right, brother. You right. You got that. You got that. But see,
I'm only a simp if I get played by the woman I'm with. If I don't get played by that woman, I'm a good man.
That's right.
I do what I'm supposed to do.
That's
now,
right.
somebody who don't think that the average woman would treat a man good, then he believes that gorilla pimping is the way to be not a simp. But then what are you?
Gorilla pimping is hitting women. Where did I ever say you should?
Yeah, we didn't take it to gorilla level.
No. I'm just
But
like.
that's in that. It's in there. It's in the equation. You can't oust it though.
I'm pushing it to the extreme with simp, and then I'm pushing it all the way to the other end with gorilla pimping. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, whether you, damn, that's good, baby. Whether you take on a little bit of gorilla pimping and call it player, macking, whatever you want, it's gorilla pimping. Whether you take on a little bit of simp and you call it whatever the fuck, mama's boy, whatever, you know. But my thing is, it's all about who you're with and how they treat you. Because a good man that's with a good person that's with a piece of shit person can usually be called something negative. But if that same person, if my simp ass meet a woman who says, damn, this is all I wanted. This is all I wanted. So guess what? I'm back with my man. My man want to do movies. Every day she come in with another piece of equipment or some literature or a connection, and she improving you. And then later on down the line, you are what you want to be because your woman got on your team and didn't oppose you every day. Are you a simp?
Right.
No.
No. But the thing
No,
is, how do you get a woman like that? That's
by
the point.
being real. I just told you.
No,
by being
see, that's
real.
the thing.
Look,
You guys,
I hear what you're saying, but
y'all
my old lady
y'all want women. Y'all want women.
Listen, brother. Listen,
man,
brother.
you meet the women you want, man. You meet that girl. If you want a girl that work at downtown at a building, go downtown and meet her. If you want a girl that go to the church and meet her. If you want, you go meet her. If you want that stripper looking girl, you go to the club and you meet her.
What would you say, Bilal?
Oh, damn. I think everybody got cut off.
Just me and you, OJ. I thought you good, strong connection, OJ. That's what's up. Chat. Everybody just dropped off. We'll be popping up in a second. There go Brandon Bay. He's back with the Brian pass to the seat.
Damn, DJ Black was touching on some deep shit, man.
Yeah, man. That happens all the time when we build. And Bilal is back. Welcome back, Bilal. We missed you, man. DJ Black. There it is. Everybody calm down. What
happened? We got kicked
out. Yeah, but what I was saying though, I was saying you meet her. You go the person you want, you go meet them. You know what I'm saying? You go meet them where they at. You know what I'm
now,
saying?
see, this is what
how
you guys
do
are
it.
not. This is what y'all not factoring in. It's dudes who just are totally afraid to talk to women. Like there's people like that exist. How are they supposed to get a woman?
Why?
You just gonna say, "Hey, go be
I'm gonna
nice
tell
to
you
them?"
something. I'm gonna tell you something though.
Like
OJ.
And wait, real quick, because he said something
Okay,
earlier.
real quick, OJ Golden, Brandon, go ahead, OJ. Real quick.
Yeah, because he said something earlier. He said like a lot of these people are undeveloped pieces of shit or whatever. Like, how am I an undeveloped piece of shit because I've been focusing on playing basketball my whole life? How am I the undeveloped piece of shit because I've been focusing on playing video games and now I'm a professional gamer, or I'm a professional skateboarder.
I'm gonna have to agree with him.
Like, how is that?
If you exclusively wait a minute, if you exclusively date black women, what OJ is talking about is absolutely correct because our sisters are damaged goods.
Body bag. Notice he randomly said that. I didn't lead him.
Okay.
I didn't lead him, and that's what I was
Our
saying.
sisters are damaged goods, man.
Body
If you dealing with, because I deal with the same thing. If you dealing with exclusively black women, our sisters, man, they ain't going for no nerds.
I got you. Okay, Brandon, say what you got to say, and then I'll come back on that.
I'm gonna tell y'all something that you can go on any one of these dating sites. I don't have any more of those, but when I did, they had these little options, and they had these things where you can go on there and you could put the type of person that you're attracted to. So there are women that are attracted to guys who are dominant. There are women who are attracted to guys who are submissive. There are women who are attracted to guys that are intelligent. There are women that are attracted to guys that are unintelligent and just seem to use brute strength. What I'm saying when I say all of these things is when we're dealing with the black women in particular, I'm not saying that we don't have a damaged good out there, but among those damaged goods, there are still those that are like us. There are when I'm in Texas, the ratio of women to men, I think is like fucking 10-1. Florida, it was like 3 3 women for every 2 men. Georgia, again, the numbers were still staggeringly higher concentration of women than there was men. And I'm talking about black women and black men. I'm not talking about anybody else because I don't give a fuck about everybody else. But when I say that, I'm saying we can't, as men, just take the first option and then say, you know what, or the second option, or even the third option, and then run with it. We can't do that. The moment that we just sit there and say, okay, we take this one woman over the rest of the women that are around us, we have already played ourselves. We've simped ourselves. We made ourselves look like ducks. The only way a man can be identified as a duck is by moving like a duck or moving like a simp, by making decisions that are indicative of a duck or a simp. But if a man is making wiser decisions with who he's keeping around him, with the type of woman he's even associating himself with, I can guarantee he's going to get the woman he wants. I can guarantee that just by his actions alone. I'm not negating the fact that there ain't no bullshit ass females out there. And I'm not negating the fact that there ain't no bullshit ass men out there. It's on both sides. But to think that that is the only thing available, or to think that because we run into that a lot, that's something that's something that we're going to always run into. Maybe we have to look inwardly. Maybe we have to say, okay, what am I doing that's attracting these type of ain't shit ass bitches? What am I doing that is bringing me around women that I don't want, that I really don't want to be with? At the end of the day, if I feel as though they do this and that and the other, there may be something inward that I have to look at and work on within self to improve the outcome for me dealing with the women that I deal with. That's all I want to say. I just want to drop my little,
facts. And if I could come back on the initial thing, when you were saying about, oh yeah, these pieces of shit I was talking about, it's not for the reasons that you said. It's because they do bad shit. You know what I'm saying? These damaged people, as you say. My thing is this: not only do I not just date black, I don't date women who wear weave. I don't date women who got butt injections. Like it's not just like I want a certain type of woman, and so that's what I look for. I don't sit up here and say, "Oh man, I don't let a woman who pays no attention to her real hair, but yet will kill you over a bundle of hair that she puts." I'm not looking for them to represent what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? I look at them for what they are. That's just it. If I want a certain type of car, and I notice that all the cars at this lot is damaged, I move around. I don't say, oh, well, you know what? All cars are damaged. I don't. But if you wanted to paint a particular people in a certain light, that's the type of stuff you do and say. Now, is that me being super black power and creating my own propaganda? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm ignoring the negative and am accentuating the positive, just like they do the reverse when they want to get our ass attacked. What I'm saying is that we don't need metal detectors in the store because the majority of us don't steal. What you're saying is we need metal detectors because some niggas steal. And I'm like, damn, why do we always got to paint ourselves and build our life around the most ignorant of us? Why do these people get so much airtime, so much playtime, and then you're sitting on a panel with brothers who are just like the people you're talking about they don't exist?
Hello, can I be heard?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, so yeah, all I was saying, like you're saying that, but sometimes stuff is just you have to deal with reality sometimes. Like it's okay, it's absolutely okay to present a certain positive narrative if you want to, but the thing is that if I'm presented like you guys were talking earlier about, is college a scam? And if I'm presented college is the best thing ever. I'm gonna go to college. Oh man, I'm gonna get a $100,000 job as soon as I get out, whatever. And then I go to college and I don't get that. I get a $30,000 a year job with a dude who don't even have a degree, who don't even care about his job, who don't take nothing serious. then I'm gonna be like, man, college was not like they sold me this bill of goods. I'm jaded. I'm angry now, and that's
I
what I'm
agree with
saying.
you there, but that was
If you
designed for that. We can't take that away from that. That was the kind of the design to fuck us like that.
no, but what I'm saying, because I don't
people
want to get on the point of that, because it's not about the college point. It's about if
I
I'm
know.
saying, hey, all these
It's about
women,
the false
it's a
representation
bunch
and
of
the denial of realism. That's what you
exactly.
said.
If you saying it's a
Yeah.
bunch of good women out here, which there is a certain number of good women, but
Hold on. Is there a bunch of good women out here?
well, I mean, it depends on the definite
No.
I know. I
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't want to say it like
I
that.
don't
I didn't
think.
want to say it like
Look,
that.
and I'm honest when I
But
say this. I don't think. Welcome, Blue, to the motherfucking channel. Thanks for stopping
Welcome,
through.
brother. Welcome, brother.
but yeah, I was just
I
saying
don't think we give. I don't think we give. And listen to me, because I swear I'll be trying to be honest. I know what I am, but I want the truth. I want the truth to represent. I feel we don't give the good women enough platform. I believe that the more ignorant of us, men and women, are the loudest, the most colorful, get the most. You see what I'm saying? You
but the thing
pass
is,
by
see, this is
already.
the
Go
thing
ahead.
though. A lot of because I mean, basically, I mean, I got to say it like this though: the women are codified. So if I'm talking about single mothers, there's going to be like if I'm talking about single mothers are bad.
Yeah.
My girlfriend doesn't have kids. She'll say, "Hey, why are you talking about black women?"
Hey,
Like
guess what? I'll do that too. So
that's
am I
literally what'll
codified? Am I
happen.
codified black
Like,
woman? Because
huh?
I'll do the same thing. So it's not about black women. Of course, black women have a code, but that doesn't necessarily go under the feminist code or the black woman code. What I'm saying is this: how many good girls do you not notice on your way to that one girl that you do want? The one girl.
Several. I just want to say several
How
because
many
No,
girls?
that's a false narrative.
How?
Because like
it-
people will say, people will say like, hey, well, all the nerds, hey, black nerds, why don't you get with girls that are nerds? But girls that are nerds, they want the nigga that's playing football too.
Bro,
Like
okay,
they don't necessarily want
bro,
the
This
nerd
is what I'm gonna
Negro.
say. This is what I'm gonna say.
telling
Why
y'all,
do
And that's just one
damn,
example. Like not even
I'm
saying nerds. I'm just
a
saying
nerd. I'm a nerd. I'm telling you, I'm a nerd, bro. I
and this is
never
what I'm saying. Why
ever.
don't you stop calling those brothers nerds? That's
I'm
No,
not
I don't.
calling them that.
Because brother,
They either self-identify as nerds
I'm
or
saying.
people have
I'm saying.
designated them
Super
nerds.
nerd, computer, super nerd, and I got some.
man,
I got a cool old lady, but I got I got a nice
Dude,
little
you're a
package.
damn music producer. Come on, G.
I'm
Get
a
out of here.
nerd though.
Like,
I read
y'all
books.
be playing,
Hold
man.
on, OJ. I read books. I read all literatures from all kind of spiritual literatures. I read hella books and I talk to pro black niggas every day. That's for
So what
nerd.
you're saying is he's not an astrophysicist, so he's not what you're looking at as a nerd.
No. What I'm saying is a dude, like, if they're like his nerdness puts him in a black sphere. So he, even if he is the biggest nerd, the biggest computer nerd, he's dealing with rappers and stuff. So that's automatically cool.
Okay, but look, this is what I'm
If
saying.
I'm
Right.
so
But you're really talking the standpoint of a controlled situation. Like real talk. I like nerdy women. I don't like the fast. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? I've always been the more laid back. I wouldn't say I was a nerd. I was smart and all that shit. I love to do my schoolwork, but I wasn't a pocket protector, glasses pushed up on the nose type of dude.
I mean,
So,
I'm not dry snitching, but wasn't like, don't BOS mean something that's
brother
that's like,
struggle. Brother struggle, yeah.
But don't that mean like you was in a certain have a certain affiliation
to a gang organization? Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So come on, G. Like
I'm
y'all
saying,
be
clear it
trying to
up for me,
play.
because maybe I'm slow. Clear it up for me.
Y'all be trying to play.
But look, you right though, because look, let's just be 100. Let's be
Yeah,
100.
Blue be cripping.
Let's say this though, Swab. If we at the party, let's be real. We at the party. It's me, you, and DJ there. DJ got you know what I'm saying? He got a little bit of thug in him himself. Let's just be real. Are you worried about the dude with his shirt tucked in?
No, I see what you're saying.
Do you think he even got a chance over you with any of the females at that party? The nigga with his shirt tucked in.
I'm gonna say no because I get what you saying. But Blue,
shot. You know what I'm saying?
Listen. I'm gonna say yeah because you're painting the narrative. This is what I'm saying. We are looking at women who are on bullshit as the pride.
Yeah.
And therefore, that sets the narrative. The women who really know what's up, what they do, they date the jock who they marry. They date the jock. Who do they marry? So you got to purposely paint these women as, because if you're talking about women who are thinking like, man, who am I gonna have kids by and allow them to dictate my life from now on? Who am I gonna give the opportunity to secure me as far as a house and a home and allow me to make a home out of it? Are they gonna be looking at
how many of them is lucky enough to make it to the doctor without having babies by the job?
Yeah.
Because by the time she gets to,
just know that we can have this conversation, but we all gotta move at the same time because now you're talking about immaturity. Now you're talking about immaturity. I'm talking about a certain amount of people with a certain mind state, not in their 16, 17, 18 year. I'm talking about grown ass people.
Yeah. Because though, we'll hit those type of chicks, but we don't like. It seems like I get like sometimes we ain't really putting them on a pedestal though.
You just gave me the same mind as you. I wouldn't hit those type of chicks.
No, but this is what I mean. Me personally, I like the good chick. That's always been me. I look for potential. This is what I'm saying though. A dude will hit those type of chicks, but he's never really trying to settle.
If you stop hitting these chicks will stop feeling like they winning.
Yeah,
we keep
that's
saying this is the type of woman I want, but I'll show you in the kitchen. No, if I don't want you, I don't want you. Once you sleep with a woman, that's your woman. I don't give a fuck who she later on goes to marry, who she later on goes to have kids by. When you see her again, there's a special feeling that come over you.
Hey, so my mama, bro, look, I can't even say too much, bro. That's on my mama. That's true, though, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Let's
recognize that when you sleeping with a woman, you're making her more than just another girl. That's your girl. I don't give a fuck how much you diss her, how much you hate her. That's your girl. She know how you are sexually. You know how she are. You all have experienced something that you're not gonna experience with none of your homeboys, and mostly none of the women. So,
but see, I love the chick I was ever with though, for real. Even when I was with them at the same time, it was like they all had something special going on. So it wasn't like I never really had like this. I always picked good chicks though, like that was, you know what I'm saying, that went to school and shit, and you know, fucking up. But
you knew how to pick them. You know, that's a whole nother thing right there when you talk about.
Yeah, that's a whole nother discussion, brother. Because
and this goes into the point that I'm making.
I know how easy it is when you're hungry to pick low hanging fruit, but there has to be.
Hey, that's old school. I don't think they know what that means, man. That's old school, fam. You took it back right there. You got to run that back and explain that to the young homies what that means.
The low-hanging fruit are the ripe ones, though.
No, they're not.
That's true.
He just want easy accent. I just like easy accent. That's all that is. He say them the right ones.
Okay, now this is a teachable moment. I'd like to ask you, my brother, what do you know about agriculture?
As far as like growing things and all of that?
No, I was talking to OJ, but you can answer it as well.
You talking to me?
Yeah,
I mean, we used to have fruit trees in my backyard. And like
okay,
I said,
so you're saying the low
on the tree,
fruit,
like especially grapefruits, because grapefruits be weighing down the damn tree. When the grapefruits be heavy and good, it be weighing the tree down.
Yes, but I want to ask you, what's the shelf life on that? When you take it off,
the shelf life
perfect to your taste buds. I'm asking you. I want to ask you these specific questions because it's perfect to your taste buds, correct?
What?
Yeah,
the low hanging fruit.
Yeah, low hanging fruit. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the shelf life on that once you take it off? And let's say you don't finish.
But our ideal is to eat the right fruit. That's what we want. That's what you're supposed to eat.
But I'm asking you, what's the shelf life on it?
Well, I mean, that's why. Okay,
Huh?
the riper. I mean, obviously the ripened fruit is gonna die quicker because it's already ripened on the vine.
Okay, so there's literally no opportunity for you to grow and expand with set fruit, right? Give it the opportunity to mature in front of your eyes, as opposed to taking what's already been put into that fruit and then ingesting it.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the fruit is to eat. Like I don't
Right? I didn't
like
say it wasn't.
obviously like you gotta eat it
You know I
regardless.
ain't gonna say it ain't.
This is my thing. This is my thing, bro. And I'm gonna get out of this low hanging fruit thing because we are talking about women.
Yes.
Exactly.
You have the same. You're picking the same fruit as the deer when it walk past, and it reaches its nose up and nibble on the same fucking piece of fruit you got. Now here you is picking on the right piece of fruit with a deer bite in it. All I'm saying is, if you want a nice piece of fruit, make the sacrifice.
You need a ladder.
You need a ladder. You gotta climb. You're gonna have to
that
be
nobody
tough.
else can touch. And not just that, when you as a man get your woman for life, what type of man do you want her to have? Do you want her to have a man that when they go out, in certain places they can't go, in certain women they can't come across? Or do you want her to have a man who has a woman just like him, who say, hey, we can go anywhere. You ain't got to worry about motherfuckers tapping you on your shoulder. I was with him last month, last summer. Well, how many people have you slept? Like, real talk. If you want yourself to have a good woman, be the best man you could be. It's too easy for men. I'm saying men because I'm a man. It's too easy for men to do dog ass shit, turn around and be honored. Look, I haven't smoked crack. I haven't snorted coke. I've never molested nobody, raped nobody. I've never done nothing. But I get put in on the same pedestal as men who do these things. I get put on the same pedestal as men who beat their women, cheat on them annually, and sometimes these men get put at a higher pedestal.
Yeah, I mean that's the point I'm making. That's literally the point I'm making. Chicks like those kind of dudes.
No,
and that's not to say that's the only kind of dudes that they like.
All right,
but
okay,
if you notice, if we're being real, notice that dudes who have a bunch of baby mamas, these dudes get chicks. Like they get more baby mamas. It's no one saying, hey, let's the women aren't like, hey, this Negro, he's clearly not a good choice.
Getting the relationship work out?
And he's normally tricking them. That's why he has multiple baby mothers.
Have a wife because he's doing anything.
If like, they did, well, this is the point I'm making.
No, hold on. You're hitting anything like a monster, and then you calling the dude that's not hitting anything a simp.
No, therefore, I'm not calling a dude that's not hitting anything a simp. I'm not saying that.
Hold on. Now we're gonna jump from OJ specifically to black men in general. Are we gonna keep doing this? No. So now we're not only are we manipulating the women, but we're calling the dudes who don't, because that's my point about what a simp is. A simp is a man who stops men from pimping. Hold on, take it over. I gotta answer my door.
Hey, you know what though? So he right though. At a major point, it's a major problem, especially bro in the hood where dudes. I done seen it, bro. I done been disgusted by. I ain't never. You know what I'm saying? You know how something. Like, it's crazy, bro. It's like I used to be able to hear certain things and it never bothered me, even though I wasn't that way. But some stuff disgusts me, bro. And I didn't seen it. Dudes will sit up there and just, I mean, whatever is as easy as possible. And not just one. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, to join in on the same one and be okay with it.
Dudes will hit a girl that they won't be seen in public with. That says something.
Yep. Quickly.
Yep.
Quickly.
I won't. Guess what? I won't. Guess what? I won't. Oh, okay. So I believe it's other men like me. These are the men we need to pay attention to instead of calling them shit, making them
Me and big girl being seen, and the ugly girl, we being seen together, and we're going to buy some stuff. We finna have some fun.
Hey, keep it on though. Keep it on. That big ugly girl, she ain't so big and she ain't so ugly.
Yeah, no, cause me and her been having fun. We been enjoying life and laughing at motherfuckers. Shit.
Well, you know, I just want to say, not to beat up on the brother, but I tend to agree more with what he's saying. As a natural man, you know, On the natural tip, I understand what he's saying, and like I couldn't deal with I like dark skinned, nappy headed women. I couldn't deal with one from this paradigm. You know what I'm saying? I had to go to a small island in South America and find one because I don't. You know what I'm saying? I can't. No, man, that shit is too stupid with them sometimes. And then you know what I'm saying? I came up under that, man. It's so silly. I don't know if I would marry a woman that act like my sister. I feel sorry for my brother-in-law. And that's real, man. I feel sorry. I love my sister, but I wouldn't marry no woman like that.
Hey, man.
But Lyle, he's speaking the truth.
I would not marry a woman like my sister, man. And I love my sister, my best friend, but I wouldn't marry her. Are you, man? I love my brother-in-law for putting up with her crazy.
I know my mama tough. I'm looking like every time my mama, I look at it, everything so much different now, and I can just tell. I look at my auntie, I look at my mom. I'm like, bro, y'all don't want to bow down. I look at the advice that even my mama gives her. The advice that the type of advice my wife mama gives her is just terrible advice. It's like,
do they have men blue? Do they have men blue?
No.
Oh, you're right. A sister that's been raised by a sister who don't have a daddy. Some of them is extra hard to deal with.
I just want to know because I'm not saying what you're saying ain't true, but a lot of times, you know, a woman can't be soft. A lot of the time, there's no men around, and a woman has to be what the man is. Just like there's no women around, and the man has to be what the woman is. It's simple
You're
as
right,
that,
but the ones that was raised by single women, a lot of them is just too bitter and too rough, dog. It's
now
just
I
too
do
much.
understand, like I get it all across the board, but I just hate when there's this broad brush where it feel like
and I don't like the effect that the welfare system has on a lot of our sisters' mentality. So when you combine the welfare system with being raised by a single mother, some of them are just impossible.
That clutch is not beneficial to us.
You know what's the bad part too is that the good ones that are there, they keep, you know what I'm saying, and they trying to ignore the bug that's in their ear the whole time. Once they have that bad experience, now you know what I'm saying,
fully corrupted.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And wait, how can you be a man in the house when your woman knows she can call a white man on you at any moment and you gone?
And see, I'm gonna tell you though, we just had this discussion at like 5 something this morning, over the simple fact that the comment I made is that it's sad, bro, because no other man in any other household has to fight or prove that he's in position to take lead. And guess what I said? But nobody does that with the white. Guess what? The first thing come out my wife's mouth, because you ain't gotta ask that white man to get no job. I'm like, that's the point.
And I'm gonna let the argument go. I'm gonna let the argument go because it is a good build. But this is what I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
Black men, stop giving black women your sperm. Hold your sperm. Let them get a job like you had to get a job. Let them get an education like you had to get an education. You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of times what we do is in our mature ages, these women get our sperm and flip it to a baby and they sell it to the state on a monthly basis. That puts you at a disadvantage because now you got to provide more than the state provides, which at 17 ain't popping unless you into shit that you can't even be proud of doing. So what I'm saying is that I'll let the conversation go on, but just know that's your sperm. That's your sperm. Quit giving it to her. Make her go through the same. If she not the type of woman that say, baby, let's make a baby, get this free housing, these stamps, and we gonna stack our money and we gonna come up off this system. If she ain't talking like that, if she talking this is mine, this is mine, this is mine, just know any economic plan you got is only gonna go to sustaining her house, not building yours. If you want to be a man, provide for the woman and your kids before you even meet them. If you want to be a man, get your own place to stay, get your own key to that motherfucker, get your own transportation. But I know, believe me, I don't got none of that shit. That's why it's so important for me to focus on that, because it was so easy for me to waste 30 years in the street being something that was nothing.
Say that shit. You right, brother. You sure right.
And I agree with that. You should have your stuff together before you even start talking to women.
Before you even, if you really love your wife, Give her a man who can provide for her. Be the man that you want your daughter to be with. And that's who you give to that woman that you want to make your daughter and your son with. As simple as that. But y'all can go back to the bill. But yes, please quit giving these women the advantage through this system, because a lot of the times it's more beneficial to them immediately, because a lot of times they just want to get from under their mama roof before they kill each other. A lot of the time they just really like your dumb ass and let you hit raw and get pregnant, and they think so blissfully of life, and then when shit set in, they're scarred. So if you get down to it on the base-to-base thing, like I say, that's the simple me again. But as far as my black men, just know we got to define us, because we thought when they was giving them benefits out, because them kids, them my babies too.
So here's another issue though. This is why we need so much help though.
I'm finna hop off the line real quick, get this haircut. I'll be back.
All good.
Guys,
peace.
All right, peace and love, brothers.
Thank you, and Queen, for the insight.
It's all good. You know it's love.
All good. All good. Hey, so Suave, when did you figure out, you know what I'm saying, what type of man that you needed to be? Was it growing up, or was it when you was already grown?
Bro, yesterday. Yesterday.
And had to fuck
before that.
Pretty.
Day before that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I do. Am I still doing it? Have I still
No,
done that?
I ain't saying that you're not still, but this is my point though. Where do you think you would have been at if you knew what you knew now?
I'd have never knew y'all. I would have never knew none of y'all.
On a whole nother level, right?
Oh, I'd have sold everything I had at 12, and I'd have got the fuck out of Gary, Indiana.
That's this is the issue mainly is how do we get our women to snap out of the slumber? Because it's like it's some type of slumber going on. And it's like, and this ain't just, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, we already understand the man aspect. The man, you know what I'm saying? Especially most of our generation of daddies that just fucked up everything. You know what I mean? From just, simply not being there.
Some of them was there and fucked it up.
You know what I mean? So we already understand that aspect. Dudes are not there. The majority of our babies are in single mother homes, right? They live in the projects and shit. The question is how do we turn that tide where they start producing, where they stop producing babies and start producing soldiers for the cause? How do we do that?
Well, that's my thing. What I just said, men dictated. Men dictated. Y'all feel like that? Y'all agree with me? So have a plan for the boys. That's it. That's why my thing is I'm trying to get this homeless shelter for young men transitioning into being men, because there's no buffer. 12-year-old, you're in the house. 14, you're homeless.
Yeah,
really.
12-year-old, you're in the house. 14, you're homeless, stealing pizza puffs out of the grocery store. Keeping the buildings over friends' house that ain't really friends. Y'all just have a common struggle. And that's why Brother of the Struggle was something that I implemented for my gang life and put it in, because we bond on our struggle. When I'm hungry, I don't care what gang you're in. Let's eat.
Everybody eat. And that's and you know what, man? And that's the one thing I missed about living in Cali is how the togetherness. I had to learn the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Because shit, I was homeless at 17, bro, out here in Alabama. So I had to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? From the get-go and get my shit together. And just figure it out.
And he did.
Yeah. And bro, it's so different. It's just different in the South, bro. I had gotten to that state where I came down here still banging. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, shit. And then the first place we moved to, which I was upset, was into some projects. So I'm banging it now. You know what I'm saying? I'm figuring like, shit, these niggas don't bang like we do in Cali. So I'm trying to go hard. You know what I mean? Automatically and lead a bunch of niggas and shit. And now it's like, it get to a point, bro, where I start peeping game on how niggas operate. It's just a totally different ball game. You know, you in Cali, I hit a lick. I ain't just going and ducking myself off. I'm finna go back, bro. We all finna eat today. I just hit a lick. We all finna eat. And it was the same thing with anybody else. You know what I'm saying? If they hit a lick, they finna come get everybody, man. We finna go and do whatever. And it was just like, I seen instantly the difference in the friction. Just think, bro, they will never have a first 48 in a place like California or even a place like New York or I don't even think they could have one in Chicago. Think about where they have places like First 48 at. It's always the same story. One dude, he know the dude that he killed. I've never seen no shit like that, bro. And like, this is the place where it happened. Since I've been down here, I know at least 12 different murders where it was like literally these niggas then grew up together, been cool for life, and it's over like a little half. Not even no serious like, nigga, he got pounds in that, like, nigga, half a dub. I'm like, what? I'm sitting there like, man, hold on. You telling me, bro? I mean, like, and it's like the loyal. I had to really learn how the loyalty game was because everybody be like, bro, you dumb. I'm like, man, what you mean? And I just never really understood how, nigga, man, I'm talking about, man, you turn the other corner. So I peep game. I tried to see the situations that we had. And think about it. When we having gang initiations, it's not just about jumping you in. It's about, man, this ain't the worst of it. It's going to be way worse when we, you know what I'm saying, when we out in the streets. I need to know that you ain't finna be scared and running them when it go down. So that's the whole point of it. It's really about, you know what I'm saying, seeing where you at mentally and spiritually. So that's the test. And can I trust you in time of pressure? You know what I mean? And they don't really too much, you know what I'm saying? They don't too much do that down here. That and it just, I see that. And it shows, you know what I'm saying, with how they treat each other. And it's like, damn, when you look at struggles in different places, I just see the South, bro. It's a totally different mentality, bro, from other places I've been at in the country with our people, bro. And I seriously pray for them, bro, because it's bad down here, man. It's bad. Like the mentality is sickening, bro. And don't
I think a lot of times, see, California is a powerful place. Where you say you at now?
I'm in Mobile, Alabama now, man. I'm in the south of the South.
Say, bro,
that's what's up.
people got a whole mouthful of gold. Where you at, huh, bro?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It'd be like all black people, I think, know that there's a cap to your success, and if you don't, good to you. But I think you're delusional. But it's like some places know, hey, the most I could get is some big wheels and some gold teeth. But some people don't never stop at big rims and gold teeth, so you never see them with it because they trying to stack to get that crib in Bel Air that they drive past. You know what I'm saying? But it's like motherfuckers be on, like, when you expose to different shit, you have a different frame of reference, and shit just move different. So a lot of people now, when I'm seeing with kids is hanging with their closest enemies because they're their closest ally. Who is better to take over the universe for He-Man but fucking the Skull Dude? You see what I'm saying? Like at the time, the reason why Batman is beefing with the Joker because they're the greatest. If they clicked up, guess what? Can't nobody fuck with them. But you still know there's that, you know, you the Joker, nigga, right? Or you know you Batman. Like, yeah. So you know there's that element. And then once that person become food, hell. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's the cap. We didn't got what we gonna get, man. A lot of times it be principality or just dominance over the relationship as far as how outsiders see you. Like that nigga be horning you, bro. And as far as that gang mentality, it's like the folks in the Vice Lord was two nations. There was two nations who had to coexist, but they made it like they didn't. The Crips and the Bloods, they was two community, you know what I'm saying, based organizations who could coexist, but they know that people have different mentalities. And it was like where I was from, I seen who the Vice Lords was, and I seen who the folks was, and I was folks. Like real talk, by my nature. Because the Vice Lords was more hot-headed, short-tempered, red, flare. I was more cool, laid back. But if you go there, I guarantee you I do more than what you do. But that's
so
I don't walk. But
folks is like the Crips and the Vice Lord.
Yeah, now that's what I'm saying. Pay attention to the colors and the structure. They know this shit. They know this science already. That's why they give the certain signs to the certain motherfuckers.
Yeah.
The certain colors to the motherfuckers, the certain lick to the motherfuckers. That's why they give the folks and the Crips a plan, and they give the Bloods and the Vice Lords some pistols. Because they know, no, these motherfuckers want to be leaders, and these motherfuckers want to be territory leaders. Same thing, different aspects.
Yeah, you're right though. Because even when you look at, I always, Chris was like, it was never like that type of. And we show you always hear about Bloods just doing something retarded, pulling niggas out of
Stupid dumb shit, stupid everyday unnecessary shit,
like,
making them hot. But it was like, but why?
Tom
But
Cruise,
why the Bloods and why the Vice Lords don't just wipe the Crips and the folks off the map? Because they know what's popping off if they cross that line with these niggas. You better stay over there with that, because we're coming out, and we come out, we not watching our back. When we drop our kids off at school, I'm not looking over my shoulder. Nigga, I'm coming to you, handle the problem, and we going on with our life. See, all this old dumbass beefing at every liquor store you go to, man, look, the reason why you got to carry your gun to the gas station is because somebody else got to carry their gun to the gas station. Don't you know you're that somebody else to somebody else? So if both of y'all leave y'all motherfucking guns at home, guess what you can do when you go to the gas station? Get some gas and survive. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, we gotta look at shit better than that. But what it was the play on two nations that was gonna be built anyway, that would coexist. But they automatically put us against each other. I was looking at the stuff, man. Vice Lord say all is well, folks say all is one. So if all is one and all is well, then that means we all one. That's well. But they split that shit up on purpose. So I don't even know what all is well mean. But when he say that, we going. Fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? Not knowing he telling me the complimentary to what the fuck I'm yelling.
Yep.
He telling me the other half to the instructions. I'm like, all is one, all is well, and we beefing. Nigga, what the fuck? That's what I'm saying.
You ever seen this, like how we stand in California? You ever seen that?
No, I've never been.
So like, just a lot of people always talk about the way we stand, right? It's usually like, it's crazy, bro. We stand on, I don't know where this comes from.
Like you on your square.
Yeah. But I never knew that until I got like a dude, you know what I'm saying? He was talking to me one time about it. But then I think, who was it? It wasn't Griff. It was somebody, man, that was on Sonetta, bro. And he was just, you know what I'm saying, talking about how you stand on a square, and he was just showing it. When he showing, I'm like, damn, is that why we stand like that in Cali? Like, I ain't never, you know what I'm saying, I ain't never even thought about that. Maybe his house shoes on that square, tough.
I mean, have y'all brothers ever really tripped on how a lot of that gang stuff goes back to masonry, like the Shriners and the Shriners and the Freemasons or whatever, you know, the other ones, the Blue House, whatever they call them dudes.
I could tell by the hand signals. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When I look back,
the handshakes,
signals
the
and the handshakes.
stance,
But
the art. You know what I'm
shit.
saying? Throwing up the 5, throwing up the 6. I mean, that's
So
all like Shriners and Freemasons, man.
You better believe that it's at the top that know more than what you know.
That's where all this shit come from. Masonry, Jewish, Hebrew, Islam, Christianity, all this shit comes from masonry. These Masons are all these things. They have the pyramids, the 6-point stars, the crook, the fork. They got all this shit. They got the Quran, the Bible, the Torah. They got all this shit. When you look at them, it's the same. The Jews got on Shriner hats with Muslim signs on it. The Jews, they women got the same shit that Muslims wear. If you look at the original Jews, look at this, like the Syriac Orthodox Church, that might be Christian and stuff like that. If you look at they nuns, they look like today's Muslim women. You know what I'm saying? All this shit.
I'm with you on that, man. I just seen all that firsthand. As a matter of fact, when you go to Palestine, the Jews, if the synagogue get bombed up, the Jews will go pray in the masjid with the Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
And you talking about they enemies? They not really enemies, man. I done seen that firsthand.
Well, you can peep game on it. The fight is the fact that you gotta think, what's the stance on from both of their stances that's fighting over there. Both of them know that each other don't belong in that land. Both of them know that. and nobody can move. That's the stalemate. You see what I'm saying? If one knew for sure, they already that's why they do it. I mean, everybody they know who that land belonged to, bro, and they gonna play that bullshit game, like, you know what I'm saying, and go back and forth with each other and act like it's little extra shit going on. Well, now I believe at one point in time they were together. Now they're, you know what I'm saying. Now I feel like, you know, it could, you know what I mean, just like how it is with like Crips and Bloods,
All
little
you gotta
shit
do
go
is
down.
look
Well,
up.
they now
and
that
it
the only thing
continue.
they get together on now is keeping the black man out.
Yeah, all you
Yeah.
gotta do is look up. Just look up. And I don't even think. Look, this one. When I say black, I mean the descendants of the slaves and the people who came before the boats to America. I don't look at Africans as blacks. I
I
don't.
do.
They are our brothers.
Anybody with a nappy head.
And they are our brothers. The only way they are not like us is that one term. They are our brothers. They have the same diet as us, the same geological, biological makeup. I'm in agreement with all of that. But black is more, it's not a race, it's not a nation, it's an experience.
You
That
don't
left
like you don't like Negro?
No.
I don't have an opinion on Negro. It doesn't do me like Nigger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it don't fuck my head up like that. Colored does more damage to me than that. You know what I'm saying? And the thing was because we embraced Negro. And then we really embraced black. But when we grabbed black, we said, nah, you're not gonna do us like we did when we said Negro, because we let you tell us what a Negro was. Black this. Black moves like this. Black doesn't depend on this. If black is against that, black don't do that. And they said, well, that's against the law.
Partially too, though, why I say that too, though, is because Africans wouldn't, they would all, everybody would consider themselves black, but not many people would consider themselves to be Negro.
Well, I can see
that's
that,
where you start
but
to see that.
I think that's because the black man had the black era is like Egypt as far as blacks in America. That's our most monumental. That's when we made it the highest. It's still not there, but it's still remnants of its standing. There's still remnants of Fred Hampton. You know what I'm saying? It's still right. We still got a Sada Shakur, and like those were black people, fists in the air, afros, black, red, black, green, yellow, you know, black. When people say black now, it's not that. It's another version of what makes them comfortable of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I get Africans. We are descendants of Africans. We are descendants of that, whether we came before or after the boat. So the whole indigenous thing is just really a play on trying to get a treaty drawn with the terrorists. The same thing the Moors did. Like, I'm not for that. I don't want a black America. You understand what I'm saying? I want a black country called nigga that white people can't even say that shit. You can't even speak the name of our land or our people because it's called
But you know that they already had that country. It's called Nigeria.
Yeah, no, I want nigga.
You want one for black Americans, and there you go. So if you want black Americans, it's already a country called nigger. It's two of them actually.
We gotta be solo because we ain't gonna have to nobody.
Two countries called nigger already.
Where?
Niger and Nigeria.
Neither one of them is nigger.
Please, nigger is a conjugation though.
I mean, nigga, that's Niger and Nigeria, which can be easily the precepts, which can be precepts to the word nigga. Yeah, I get that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We're gonna make the country gonna be called Nigga.
Nigga.
All right, right on. Right on.
Why do you even want to be here? You understand what I'm saying? Why would you even want to? So we have to be able to allow ourselves to establish ourselves throughout the world. I don't mean just stay in America, but America is where we at. So America is where we damn sure had a right to build something at. And then once we open up trade with other places, then we open up established relationships, then they'll let us in their land and we can be like, damn, we can get some land over here too. But as they pointed out, ain't nobody fucking with the black man off rip. You got to show some progression. And people, whether you like to believe it or not, and then I'll shut up, people are waiting for the black people in America to do something.
The whole world is.
Go ahead, Blue.
The whole world is, bro. Because it's a certain way that we want to live, and the way that we want to live, if we on top, we will require the whole world to live like that. I mean, that's just unfortunate. We don't want to damn go to that. I want to spend time with my family all day. And when we hungry, I want to go pick our food. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do all the extra shit. You know what I mean? I gotta go. You know what I mean? That's the way, if I had it, that's the way the world would be. You ready to feed your family? You'll go and feed your family. Shit, even better, you'll have your own, you know what I mean, in your own area, in your own lot. But you know what I mean? But the thing is that what we see is think about our come ups on a little level, right? Think about what happens to cats that try to get control of, because the main thing is, right, if we want to come up in this system, it's about getting control over things that we create. That's the main thing. We create a lot of shit and we don't have any control over it. And that's just not music and entertainment, it's many other things. So the fact that they will kill you now on a lower level, just trying to get control of some shit like an entertainment business. Like, look, all right, we mass produce, you know what I'm saying? Music, this and that. We want to be in control of that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
up, Ibrahim, and everybody jumping in?
Cool. But yeah, so you know what I'm saying? We want to produce on a mass level. So the thing is that this dude don't want you to be in control of any aspect of your life. Like, as little as he act like he ain't paying you no attention, he's always paying you attention. We can see that with Bill Cosby. We can see that with, you know what I'm saying, how they keep in control cats like Diddy and them. And then we can see even how they bring in, you know what I'm saying, Suge through the ring. So, you know what I mean? Irv Gotti, you know what I mean? It's many of them that go through that. Just over trying to get control of the basics or the little stuff. So imagine us trying to get control over, you know what I'm saying, in a mass way. It's a problem. So we have to be strategic. There's no question we got to be strategic on what we doing, how we doing it, and who it's announced to and when it's announced. Because it's no question. He's always, you know what I'm saying, he's always paying attention. So it's like we can't do it the way, you know what I'm saying, the way Irv Gotti did it. You know what I mean? And announced it. And they tied all this money up in court quickly. So it's like we gotta figure out outside of the system, how do we build and create what we need? Because the system is if we rely on the system, that's how they can cripple it. We got to be outside of it, where it's like, okay, we feeding each other. You know what I'm saying? We're clothing each other. Like, we're just doing these things, you know what I'm saying, for ourselves. We're finding our own cotton to knit our shirts, and we got our women knitting the shirts. We ain't even necessarily selling it to each other. We just distributing it to each other. And then even food, when I get food, I got for me to distribute to my neighbor and my other neighbor, and if she got whatever, she could distribute, and so on and so on. So that way we're more so relying on each other than we are necessarily relying on the system. Then I think that we could take the next step, which is, you know what I'm saying, however we want to deal with other nations and this and that. But it's like, one of the maneuvers that gotta be outside of the system, so he don't tie our money into no bullshit like court and making up stuff like, you know what I'm saying, you're building on toxic land, or I mean, it's just all kind of scenarios, bro. They good at coming up with in this system. But y'all can go ahead, man.
Okay, Blue brother, can I ask you this? Do you think that our people, is two things to that? Do you think that number one, I think that, like, if we're gonna do something as a people, we're gonna have to focus on one thing, right? And just everybody get on code and do one thing or produce one thing. Now, see, so if I come up with that magical product, or if we as a people come up with the magical thing that we can all do and start getting money and everybody can start eating, do you think that we are all ready to give up all our own personal stuff and say, well, we're going to go ahead and all get on code and apply our energy towards this so that
That's where
two
the women
generations from now, they'll be talking about something different.
that's
Do you
where the
think that
women
we're
come
ready
into
for
play.
that?
That's my point. That's where the women come in at. We can't be in our 30s just now being reprogrammed, bro. That shit has to be done from the get-go. She got to stop raising herself to be in the same raising kids that put her in the same predicament she in. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to raise. It's only a few that actually think that, you know what I mean, I'm gonna force my son to do this and do that, and then he gonna be LeBron James, or I'm gonna force him to, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And that's hard. It's hard to
So
see
how
that.
do we get everybody on code without religion?
Without religion,
I
number
say
one, that's
results.
I'm
How
gonna
do we
tell
get
you.
everybody on code
I say results.
without religion?
We make being codified cool. Like
I think part of it. I think, well, number one, I don't think it would be religion. To me, I say it would just be a law. But this is what I would say
We can't make a
is that
law.
I
What we
would say,
saying is no. What we saying is tomorrow, black people need to get up and focus their energy on Project A. Now,
I say we
how
could
do
do.
we
Hold
get everybody on code with Project A
on.
without religion?
Without
So
religion,
so
I
just
mean,
being go ahead.
mostly majority is into religion. though. That's gonna be the toughest part, is even getting them to move because they on religion.
No, so the thing is that being codified is seen as hard to do. Like they give us so much stuff that we don't want to eliminate anything. Like there's so much stuff that we think is essential to our lives that we can't
Exactly.
eliminate anything. So once you start talking about eliminating something or having standards, then black people have a problem. Like, no, you can't you can't take that away from me. That I've been doing that my whole life. You can't take that away. That's good for me. Or I want to keep doing what I want to do because I'm an individual, like most black people think,
And
and
I'm comfortable.
we just have exactly, and we're comfortable, and I'm an individual, so I don't. It's cool it's cool for you to do that, but for me, that's not cool. And I think the thing is that, like I said, we have to make codification be attractive. So instead, because what I will say, because I mean, this is going to be harsh, but if we look at the women on YouTube who are pushing this interracial crap and all this stuff, like Crystal and Karen, she's attractive. Like she's good looking.
Yeah, Cynthia G is attractive.
Cynthia G is she's decent.
No,
looking.
she is not. No, she is.
She's
Cynthia
decent
G
looking.
looks like a
I'm
fake.
not gonna give Cynthia G that, because Cynthia G just too damn mean, man. But she is decent
I don't
looking.
even watch her. I don't even watch it. But
She not
Cynthia
bad
G,
looking. I'm not gonna
she
get.
looks
She's not bad looking. Tiffany Haddish ain't bad looking, but she ain't my type of chick.
Cynthia G look like a white woman in black woman makeup, like really expensive, really professionally done. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's me, because like I'm saying, every time I see her, she got this thing on top of her head. You know what I'm saying?
But not to harp on Cynthia G appearance.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out that like a lot of the chicks, like even this chick Diane Corns, Water Sniper recently brought out, who was doing Ghetto Gaggers. Diane Corns is fine. Like these chicks, they're not pushing black empowerment. If we look at black empowerment, usually it's an overweight,
like who?
Kind of an overweight chick.
Wait, have you seen this one on there? African Esquire. She's
African Esquire. She's fine,
like
but
who?
she not really. I never really listened.
I want to know. I want to know
Like,
who you talking
She
about.
don't be saying nothing.
Okay, she's a YouTuber,
fire.
African Esquire. She's
I know
pretty
African
fine.
Esquire.
Her
She's
afro
hot.
might be
She's
fake
super
though.
fine.
No, I want to know who you said wasn't though.
I'm just saying in general,
No,
it's not good looking women.
No. Name one. Like you just named several. Name one that's not.
I'm not gonna name somebody on YouTube who I feel is unattractive, because that's not even fair to
Come
them.
on, man.
Yeah,
That's too
not,
lower energy.
I'm not gonna do that. But
Okay.
what I am saying is
this
that.
is what I'm saying. I don't think they exist, man. So you gonna have to say somebody.
But what I am saying is that the more attractive chicks, they're not pushing black empowerment. Like, and I mean, Paris is Paris Milan, she's attractive. She kind of pushes black empowerment, and that's another thing. they always kind of tote the line, like where it's kind of like I wanna like I'm really more about women, but I'm black too. It's never like I'm black before anything, and it's always gonna because the culture has a feminist vibe to it. That little small feminism is gonna seep in there regardless what happens. That's why it's always a tit for tat. If somebody say, "Hey, look what this bedwench is doing," then somebody gonna come right back and say, "Well, black men do it too." Like if you say, "Hey, black women right now, a lot of them are getting with white supremacist males who are out there killing black people." They're gonna be like, "Well, white dudes. I mean, that we're doing that because black men don't like us." Which a lot of this stuff is just false narratives and totally not true. And a port is just to go tit for tat, and that's what we need to stop. Like every time we do it,
I'll tell you this though. Not to take validity of what away from what you said, but I'm hearing some chopping. Is anybody else in that?
Yeah, I hear it kind of. Is that me?
That's what I'm asking. Is it me? Okay. Can y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can understand what you're saying.
Hey, Blue, say something right quick. Oh, it's you, Blue. You chopping up real bad. Okay, not to take any validity what you're saying. Okay, fine. But that's a preference that you have. And when these women make quotes like the one that you just said, it's because these dudes know them. Not because they look at them and say, no. It's because they dated them. And they say, no. For a black man, you're not the type of woman that I'm attracted to. So it's like to sit up here and say, yeah, Cynthia G is fine. Like that let me know that it's a preference thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, but what I'm saying though is that
if it was my old lady, she'd have to change that hair quick.
No, the hair, yeah, but see, and this is another thing. If we're being real, because look who has their natural hair. CK, Crystal Cares, and she has her natural hair.
Yes, but if
Diane Corns.
Okay, hold on before you ramble off your list of your famous women. Don't you know if you wanted to prove the opposite point that you could do that too? No, hey, Blue, you chopping up real bad, bro, and I think you're trying to talk. Drop out and come back in. Don't you know if you wanted to prove the opposite? If you want,
I was just about to make a point.
Hold on, my bad, Huey. Welcome, Huey, to the panel. I did not see him come in. What's going on, bro? All right, but this one I'm saying.
Peace, fam. Peace.
If you wanted to prove the opposite argument, don't you know that you could name women that have natural hair?
Yeah, right? But the point is,
your point
is that the opposite point is not reality. So
how come?
This is
so
what
I'm
saying.
Okay, hold on. So let me tell you what you just said. You said no women that are pro-black, truly for pro-black, are attractive. You said that no women that wear their hair natural is dating black men. That's what you just said.
That's kind of true, though. I was gonna point out. If you
wait. You don't need to point nothing else if you just said that.
I mean, we're being real. If we're being 100% real, if we being 100% real, chances are, if we see a black woman with her natural hair,
when you're being 100% real, you don't use phrases like chances are.
What do you mean?
You do not. Are all women who wear their hair natural dating in an interracial relationship?
I would never say that.
No. Listen to the question and give the people the answer. Are all women who have natural hair dating outside their race?
No, absolutely not. I would never say that.
Are all black women that are truly pro-black unattractive?
I never said that either.
Yes or no?
No. And I wouldn't say that.
But you've been making that case, and you're fit to continue making that case.
It's the thing. We can't get to reality because you're trying to look good for the women.
You can't get what
you trying to be nice to the women without you trying not to be seen as a
black people. I'm trying to create. Listen. I'm trying to create something that might not exist to everybody, but exists to me and other people who focus on it. That's it. It's easy to just look at everything from what the fuck America gives you and say, yeah. But then it takes something inside of you to look at shit and say, man, This shit ain't being measured by the right tools. The conversation switches from level to level, from room to room, depending on what you're talking about, just to keep this one perspective. You've been sitting up here making a case that, look at Cynthia G, this girl, they're attractive, and look how they talk. And you don't find that. You couldn't name not one black ugly girl that does pro-black shit. Which
why would I do that? That's you.
Because it's real. But hold on, wait, because it's real. I'm not saying I'm attacking her or none of that sensitive shit. But
Well, Suave, wait. One of the girls we named does have natural hair, and she is dark skinned.
That's cool. But what I'm saying is that you could prove the contrary argument if you wanted to.
Like,
look, listen to how I'm coming. And this is it. If he would have been like, look, Cynthia G, blah, 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 blah. This girl. Okay. If he could say, this girl has natural hair and date these white men, these girls have natural hair and date these black men, I wouldn't even be saying nothing. But it's like he's building propaganda. He's building a speculation off of propaganda of what he would like to be conceived as norm in contrast to what I would like to be conceived as norm. And he's giving all the power to it when he says, well, that's just how things are. No, that's not how things just are. That's how things have been set up to be. And it is easier to settle within that. I agree. It's easier.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. Blue, I think you I don't know if you can hear me, Blue, but you chopping up real bad, bro.
I mean, but the original point was just how do we get our people or our sisters?
And I'll say about results.
Everybody
I can knock that out right now, my bad, because it is.
I just want to make this point real quick.
You do, and I want to hear it, and we're gonna go there because I might have thrown the conversation off the road. But I'm about to say just through results, man. Because I've seen my people when you get out of church and you got your Bible, your Quran, and your Torah, and somebody walk up on you and they swing on you, you put your Bible down. So I know that when results need to happen, religion doesn't matter. We put the books down. If we figure out a way to Blue, say something.
Yo.
Okay, you back. If we figure out a way to increase our economic value, which is easy to do because one thing we have to do is stop spending on dumb shit. Guess what that does? Increases your economic value. We have to make shit more accessible. A lot of times we're paying for the access.
So wait a minute. What you're saying is we are going to have nationwide appeal, black nationwide appeal for our objective just based on the results.
I could jump out the window and say that. But I wouldn't mushroom cloud it into one thing. It's going to be a sacrifice. It's going to be
right. What I'm talking about is convincing people to make that sacrifice.
That's what I'm saying. We're going to have to make it. We already have people willing to make the sacrifice. Blue's willing to make the sacrifice. I'm willing to make a sacrifice. We're willing to go live off the grid, get our water from a river, learn how to irrigate water to our house, learn how to establish, use solar panels or whatever. We're willing to make them sacrifices just to guarantee that our grandkids build shit that surpasses the technology today.
So that's very interesting what you said. So then you do think that by what you said, I think that maybe you're leaning towards some agriculture, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hello, and can I make my point real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
Suave, do you know any black people that skateboard?
Yeah.
Now, how many do you know?
About 3.
Now, would you say most black people skateboard?
Not off that statistics, no. But I would. I damn sure.
No. Just saying. Would you say that most black people skateboard?
No.
Depending on where you look at, bro. You go to Cali.
Now I'm about to make my point.
In Cali, yeah, they do.
Let me make my point.
Okay,
Yeah.
When I consider California with the rest of the states, I would still come to the same conclusion. No, most black people do not skateboard.
Exactly. Okay. Now, most of my friends that are black skateboard. Do you see what I'm saying? So just because I'm living a certain reality does not mean that's reality. And that's the point I'm making. Just because if I surround myself with pro-black people, there might be some attractive pro-black females. But on a whole, when we're just looking at pound for pound and what's really going on, a lot of the women who claim to be pro-black, because a lot of them are feminists anyway, but masquerading as pro-black. But a lot of them, these liberal, like women who are liberal, more liberal and stuff like that, they're more overweight. They're really not always attractive. You could even see that with white people.
And what's wrong with overweight?
I hear you.
Bro, but that's not true, bro. That's not true.
I let him make his point and I move on. I want to say this right quick, and then I want to hear what Huey got to say because he just got on the panel. Piece of cube in the chat. Elaine, what I mean by jump out the window is I'm saying I will stand on the premise without actually just going off what I know generally right now without investigating it. That's what I mean. I'm convinced off the evidence I have right now. And I say, okay, you know what? I might be hitting the ground if I do this, but I'll jump. That's all I mean. It's not a shot at you. She said I used that phrase with her one time and she didn't know what it means. Poor Elaine. It's cool. See you tomorrow on game night, hopefully. Cube, the link is in the back if you want to, bro. Okay, go ahead, Huey.
Hey, OJ, where you from? If you don't mind me asking, God.
He mine.
I'm from LA.
You at LA? That's where you at? That's where you stay at? You stay in LA? Because I just wonder.
Well, I mean, I don't stay like I stay to you guys. I stay in LA. Yeah, I stay in LA.
Okay, yeah, I just be wondering though because I stay in Atlanta, bro, and I was listening for a minute, bro. And none of that shit you saying operates here, bro. And like it's more.
Dude, it's the truth there too. I can go
black and white.
The same thing.
Hold on, let him get his point out, bro.
But go ahead.
And we'll hear you, OJ. Go ahead, Huey.
I mean, for the lack of words, I don't like to use black or white, but it's more of us here than in pretty much Cali. You feel what I'm saying? And the awakened people and women, I mean, like they come in all different shapes, colors, and sizes, bro. You know what I'm saying? And beauty is all in the eye of the beholder. You feel what I'm saying? So what you looking at as beautiful might not be beautiful to the next man, or look at appeasing to the next eye. You feel what I'm saying? Because you're going off the programmed way of looking at what they consider beauty or what they consider acceptable. What they consider acceptable. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like we got to get off of the program of way of accepting things, bro, and just get out of that, bro. Because what you was talking about, man, that's ill, bro. It's kind of crazy.
Right, now let's be 100% real. How is me saying that a slender, nice looking, dark skinned female with natural hair is programmed? Now, I mean, if anything, that's the
But why
opposite
does
of
she
being
have to be
programmed.
slender? I mean, I could just go for because to me, honestly, your attitude, number one, takes you up at least 4 or 5 notches. That's
I
number
can agree
one.
with that.
Attitude.
I absolutely agree with that.
That can make you look like you smiling all the time as opposed to frowning. Might take you up.
Okay, wait. I gotta say, are any of y'all married?
Yeah.
Are any of y'all married?
Yeah. I've been with my wife. I've been with my wife 17 years.
Okay, so check this out. On the tip of equality for a man in marriage. Now listen to me. It's not fair. Neither person in the marriage can gain a whole bunch of weight. Now, if you get with a woman and she's a certain size and you say, yeah, I choose you and you nice and you cool this size, that's fine. But if she go 120 pounds over that dude and you still keeping yourself together, come on, man. And it goes the same way for a man. If you marry a woman and you expect her to be faithful to you, and then when y'all got married, you was looking one way, and then 10, 15 years later, you 150 pounds heavier and always wearing sweatpants. And you know what I'm saying? It goes both ways, man. People have to keep themselves. No, there's a certain standard, though. There's a certain standard, man. It's not just like, it ain't no trap where I got you in this trap. Now I got your leg in this trap, and I get to do whatever I want. That's not.
Okay,
that's
let
not
me
acceptable.
go Huey, then OJ. Let me go Huey, then OJ.
I got my old lady, guys.
I'm not saying. Hold on, Huey. I said me, you, then OJ. I'm not saying y'all putting that shit out your ass, but what I'm saying, you know what? Right along with Blue. Point taken, Bilal. What Blue said. A person's attitude takes you up a few notches. You know what else take you up a few notches? Normalizing it. The normalization of skinny girls. The normalization of women who look like your daughter. You understand what I'm saying? As being like a real man want a woman that look like a real woman. I'm sorry. But that whole slender ass body type style shit that these women are looking like skeletons trying to hold on to, that's not attractive to us. We don't mind a role because we know what real people look like. But in today's society, people aren't attracted to real people. They're attracted to people who hide all the things that are not socially accepted, like a big nose or a wart or, a flabby stomach or, the same shit everybody has. Natural hair. So it's different scales, bro. And if they put heavier women in front of you as a sex symbol, like they do these teenage girls, you would find normalized that. It wouldn't be like, because I mean, look around you, bro. These little perfect body girls that you're talking about, even when you at fam, there's a cap to that. And they know that shit. It's unrealistic. So be 100% real about everything. And don't just say, OJ lived his life and this is the way things are. Huey, go ahead and say what you want to say. And then OJ, I'm pretty sure you want to tell me the fuck up.
No, that was right. Because I was just gonna say, like my old lady, we was together when we met. We was fucking young titty boppers. You feel what I'm saying? We ain't had no kids. 7 kids down the line. She done put on a little weight, but she still look beautiful to me. You feel what I'm saying? Because she know how to wear it. And a big woman is very beautiful if she know how to carry herself. Now a nasty woman is just nasty. She gonna look sloppy regardless of what. It's gonna be some skinny ass little motherfuckers that look frail. They look like crack addicts. But if they carry themselves right, it's about what they putting out. So it's all in the eye of the beholder, man. Some people like skinny women. Some people like big women. Some people like the ones in between, bro. It's all about what you like, bro. So it ain't no a perfect one or a correct woman or some shit. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck, man? What are you talking about?
OJ, you could go in. OJ, you could go in, but also realize that you have to add in all the factors. You just can't say a woman is attracted because of the way she look. Because if you know that woman and you meet a woman that you might feel physically unattractive, who's going to get the overall better score? You have to do that. And Elaine in the chat says she's been married 10 years. She lost weight and her husband got mad. Go ahead, OJ.
Well, all right. So a few points. Nowhere did I say I was talking about some artificial, unattainable standard of women to be attracted to. I didn't say, hey, I like a big hydrogel ass with a liposuction stomach or some big tits, or I didn't say anything like that. I just said slender. Slender, when I mean slender, I mean not overweight. And the one thing that's wrong with black people, and we have to realize this, there has to be a standard. That's why everything's all over the place. This is why these chicks, they be trying to have this fat acceptance stuff. Like nobody want no fat acceptance. Being fat is not good. It's not healthy. And for the most part, it's not good looking.
Okay,
now,
bro, that's just you.
Y'all gotta let me finish.
I'll let you go. But you know.
I'm gonna holler at y'all when I get to work.
All right,
for sure. Have a good one, family.
But you know that some people are heavier than other people, and it doesn't take a toll on their health. You can't
I agree with that. That's true.
It doesn't. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Am I echoing?
No.
Okay. So if we like I said, we have to make a standard. Like we always try to make the exception swallow the rule. Like, let me give you a perfect example. If y'all know who Zion Williamson is, this nigga is a fucking monster. He's 6'8", fucking 285 pounds with a damn near 50-inch vertical. That guy is a one of one. That guy, there's no way a guy is gonna be 285 pounds and be and be jumping out the gym. That's just not gonna happen.
Other than him.
Exactly. That's just not. It's not. He's not even supposed to be alive. Like that guy is just out of this world. So what I say that to say, you guys are trying to bring up some try to squeeze a guy, trying to squeeze Zion Williamson's into the average NBA player looks like, and that's not what I'm saying. Is we have to make a standard. Like, we're not talking about exceptions. I'm not talking about a chick who is 250 pounds and looks nice or nothing like that. What I'm saying is there is a certain range for the average person that they look healthy and they look good. And that's the standard that we have to be
Okay, that's what's up.
that's what we have to we have to promote. We have to promote that standard. Not only that, but being, we do need more attractive Black women that are speaking pro-Black, because that's actually going to attract more women. It's not even to attract the men.
But what type of people are you attracting if that's what they going off of? We don't want that. We don't want that. We want quality, not quantity. We just don't want to attract all the self-imposed, insecure motherfuckers who say, "Oh, they're beautiful. Their lifestyle is better than mine."
Listen, brother, I can totally. I deal with thick women, and I probably had every fetish there is, and I can totally get with what you saying, man. But when you in the presence of a swimsuit model, you might not feel and be talking like what you talking like right now. That might change your whole next 10 years. You know what I mean? Like,
what do you mean?
I like women with women parts.
I mean, like, I'm not saying that there is any particular type of woman that is best, and any particular body type, right? And then, beyond that, but I'm saying that any of that stuff really gets down to like really being a fetish. You know what I'm saying? Either you have a fetish for women with a little more juice on them, or you have a fetish for women who are a little slimmer, or you have a fetish for women who are a little taller or a little shorter, or you like the perfect ones this way or that way. It really is just a fetish, man. Because you can't, I mean, even what you're saying is an artificial standard of beauty. You can call that an artificial standard of beauty, and then when a natural swimsuit model walks up on you, and then you'd be like, damn, man, that's just the way you are. And then you'd be thinking about it like, man, all types of women can be beautiful, man. And OJ is right, man. The thing with the obesity and the thing with being overweight is kind of played out right now. Like, it's getting a little out of hand, especially, the overweight thing is getting out of hand.
What he's saying is, you saying that if Beyonce was for the revolution and we got the old Monique before she lost weight, that Beyonce would have a bigger effect on the movement than Monique would.
That is true.
All I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the movement, man. I thought we were talking about
OJ.
I'm talking about OJ. That's personal partners. I thought we was talking about the choosing of a person
what
to
he's
be
saying
around.
is he's saying
making the movement popular by putting popularly accepted people in the position.
Right. No, I'm not saying even popular. Well, I guess beauty.
Yes.
Popularity.
Stop. I'm not going to attack you out of context. I know what you're saying. By putting popular people in position, playing on people's insecurities and ignorance. Because real people know what real people look like. I'm not saying these people don't exist, but when has Black people ever had a fetish for just sloppy built ass women? Never.
No, I'm not saying that. Even if you think some lady like Buffy the Body or something is a good representative, like, I'm not saying, but I'm saying beautiful. I'm saying women who are attractive.
And for the chat, anonymous, I put the link in the back chat on the Hangout. Check your Hangout. Q. No, we're not scared to call. Well, I know I'm not scared to call fat people fat. I just asked him to point out a fat, unattractive woman on YouTube. Because if
he just said beautiful, man. Beautiful is in the eye of the beholder, bro.
What Q was saying in the chat. He said, right. People are scared to call fat people fat. No, it's not that. It's just not we were in a hurry. We don't get that rush out of calling people fat. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people think that they keeping 100% realer than me because they're willing to insult somebody. I'm not trying to insult somebody. I was trying to prove a point. You named several women who you said were attractive. Not name the ones that you say that aren't. Okay, fine. You don't want to do that. That's cool. Go ahead back to your point. I just wanted to address that.
And then real quick, because Elaine said, aging, like, I'm not saying you leave your woman because you age. Like, I'm not saying none of that. What I'm saying, and a lot of women, they always get like, because women always take whatever you say personal. Like, I'm not directing this at any woman or anything. What I'm saying is that you got to see, like, an attractive person is just like people like attractiveness. Now,
hey, more bigger women think that they're more attractive than skinny women. Most skinny women are more insecure than
they are.
Big women are crazy.
Smaller women are way more insecure than larger women.
Yes.
And I don't agree with that all the way, but
You
I
would
can
you
see that
you
in
you
some
couldn't come from the angle that you're coming from, because then that would you question everything that you just
But
said.
wait a minute, brother. You were just talking about not going for low hanging fruit, and I would think that the bigger ones are the low hanging fruit.
Exactly.
No,
Body bag.
No,
the
no.
bigger women are more approachable, but they give you less. The cuter women are less approachable. Once they let you in, they're flooding for you.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you
I
this.
don't
The
agree with
bigger
that
woman,
always
right?
either.
Let me
I
tell you
believe
this. The bigger woman is going to take care of you. She gonna nurture you right. She gonna cook for you right. The little one go run the streets, and she used to being used and
You
being
know what?
abused.
And
And this is
that I think that is a false
I
scenario.
don't. Yeah, I would too.
You know
I
what?
would
Hey, wait. When a big girl cheat on you, then you really feel
Hey,
stupid.
all of them will.
When you
Exactly.
get
All of them.
when you
You
let
gonna
a
be
big girl
pissed.
cheat on you, you really gonna feel silly.
Shit, why? If you got feelings for her, you gonna goddamn feel silly regardless if she do
Hey,
good or
look,
not.
let me tell you
You feel-
something. When a big girl cheat on you, it's like,
you'd be
damn, man.
like,
You know what I
damn,
mean? I could have.
cheated on by
Nah, it ain't nothing no different, man. You gotta realize, see, that's just like saying that black and white. You gotta realize you're not looking for a person for a person. You're not looking for the lady for what the lady is. You're looking at her as a piece of eye candy, and you're a fucking that is crazy, bro. That is
That's
No,
not
ill.
true,
That you
I'm
can
not
look.
man.
saying
Come
that at
on.
all,
Y'all be
man. I'm
jumping
not
to
saying that at
extremes,
all,
man, and
man.
y'all
I'm
be
That's
talking
saying
what
this
it
about
out of
sounds like,
an
context.
man.
experience. I'm talking about just something.
Yeah, that shit
Maybe I'm
sounds like.
talking on a different level, man.
Like we
I'm
just can't
telling you,
like
man. They
when
listen. All women are the same, brother. You
I
dealing
feel
with the
you.
same thing in all different size packages,
I
right?
believe you.
So
I
it ain't
believe
gonna be
you.
no different. You ain't gonna. It ain't no big girls
No, no,
keep
no,
they
no,
mind
no.
on daddy and all
Listen,
that. I'm not finna hear that because big
it's the
girls do the
same
same
shit.
stuff, brother.
It's
Yeah,
the
it
same.
is, bro. I'm just
It's the
telling you,
same
bro.
shit. It's the same shit, but it takes different pressure points. You see what I'm saying? Like you will get to the same results, but it take different ways to get there. But they reading from the same playbook. I know what you're saying. I really know what you're saying. But
They are.
it's just when things are not as you perceive them. But it's easy to make that argument. But people who have the experience of life know once you get that past, it's like, hell no, that shit don't hold no water. Like these little hoes crazy, just like big girls crazy. These little hoes insecure, just like big girls insecure. Like,
And the thing is like, yes, all these Negroes are the same, Elaine. All these niggas are the same.
is that what
So
you said?
but to be like
I
as
put the
black
link
people,
in the back, anonymous. Check your hangout, anonymous. I just sent
as
you.
as black people, we can't ever just say, hey, like we need to set a standard. We just need to have standards. That's all it is. We don't ever want to leave nobody out.
I'm
Like
not saying
if
we can't have standards. All I'm saying
no,
is what you basing it off of.
I'm just basing it off what people like in general. Now,
Okay,
what I
who
will
are
say
people? Because when we talk about people in general, we talk about white people.
now, no. We're
Yes,
talking about
when
all
you're
people.
talking about people in general, you're talking about white people, bro. Now, if
I'm
you're
not talking
talking
about white
about
people. I'm talking about
if
every race of
you
person on the planet.
okay, and what I'm saying is that standard is classified and defined by somebody that don't look at shit like you.
This is the point. Look, there is no, except some thirsty Nigerians. There's no freaking place where fat women are considered
Man,
better
you out of your
looking
mind,
than
man. Big girls big
there's no.
for royalty, man. Big
And
girls
I'm
big
not.
for
And this the
royalty.
thing.
And
I'm
shout
not
out
talking about
to,
some shapely like Miss a lot of booty. I'm not talking about a chick that looks like that. Even though that's false, and you can't even look
you
like
talking
that.
about more gut? You talking about
She
more gut than butt? I get you. Shout out to Hebrew, anonymous Hebrew. Shout out to Hebrew. Thanks for joining us, brother.
But yeah, I'm not talking about somebody like that, but that's fake because she has a big hydrogel ass and she gets liposuction. Like, I'm not talking about no Insta thoughts. I don't know why y'all
Not all
equate
of them get
attractive.
liposuction, bro. Some of
All
them
of
is
those
naturally
chicks,
built
no,
like that, bro.
and
That's
this the
that
thing.
California shit, bro. You
No,
need to
that yeah,
find some
exactly.
of
The
these
California
cornbread,
shit
bro.
is
You need to
real.
get you some of this good cornbread and some of this goddamn some
No,
shit, bro. Seeing
no.
that,
If a
talk
chick
about
is
they
on
you
if
saying
a
they
chick is on
liposuction, bro.
Instagram,
You ain't seeing no real asses.
If
You
a
ain't
chick
seen
is
no
a
real
big
thighs
Insta thought,
and
she
no
got a
real
big
shapes.
hydrogel, dude.
What
That's
you talking about?
the South is the king of
You ain't
hydrogel.
seen
They
no
the
little
fiends of the
woman with a nice
hydrogel.
ass frame. You ain't see a little woman with a nice frame and a nice little butt
Dude,
and a nice little shit. They
it's.
all got different little
Are you
shapes,
really
bro.
gonna tell me that the
Serious?
king? You live in Atlanta, the capital of hydrogel asses, and you're telling me that, like,
And
come on,
all of
dude.
them ain't hydrogel
I'm
asses.
not
That's what you
saying
just
all
said.
big
You
asses
talk
are
about, you
hydrogel.
think the motherfucking stripper girls. You ain't talking
I'm
about the
saying
little
I just said
goddamn. You ain't talking
Insta
about little
I
Keisha,
literally just
and you
said
ain't talking
Insta
about little Tiffany. You ain't
I
talking
know,
about
but
little
this is what I'm
Rashida
saying. Look,
and
both of
neighborhood
y'all
shit.
right. Both of y'all right. But what you got to do is what y'all say with the listen. You talking to him about strippers, and we talking to you about everyday people that get accepted. Regular job having people who have liposuction, butt lifts, and breast implants.
No, what I'm saying is that there's regular women who look good, who could fit a good standard of beauty.
That slim category that you got, right? Yeah.
I'm not
right?
even saying necessarily slim, like, cause see, you guys think I'm saying slim, and I
No,
mean like a
slim.
skinny
You
white
said
person.
slim. You said slim.
No, but you guys think I said slender, but you think when I say slender, I mean a fucking
You
just a
talking
super
about thick?
skinny white
Talking about
person.
little thick, little bow-legged little thing. Don't we call them
No,
little
So
thick
what you
little things?
talking about is
Not
no
even
matter how
necessarily
big.
thick, just
What you
on the
talking? Yeah.
borderline.
Hey
But
man,
you
I spent
talking
2
about
years in Brazil and them girls ain't had no work.
you
I know
talking
what he
about no
talking
matter.
about, man.
Yeah, you
They
talking
still
about
got the small way. Well, the problem is the American food, brother. The
he
women
talking
here
no.
about
eating this
no matter.
American food and they acting they
Brazil
living
is
like
kind of a plastic
Americans.
surgery thing too. But
He
what
talking
I'm
about.
not
He talking
saying,
about.
I'm
No,
saying,
no, no. Hold on,
do you
hold
guys
on. I
know who
got you.
Miss
I got you.
Alada
I got
Booty
you.
is?
He talking about. He talking about. No matter how big you are, your waist makes sense. You're attractive.
Right.
He talking about no matter how big you are, it make like you're not sloppy built, unattractive, this, that, and the other. Like I get what you're saying. Okay, I may have jumped like because when you say slender or slim, like I'm thinking like a kid body, damn near. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking like a 30-year-old trying to look 17.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
No.
okay,
No.
all right,
I'm talking about still having the waist that makes sense, right? And even when
yeah.
they get a little bigger and a little older and put in some weight, they still look like they make sense.
It look like they at least pay attention to the shit every now and then.
Well,
Right.
even then,
Right.
like
Not
I
like
would even like if my like right now I'm with my girlfriend and she kind of wants to have a baby. Like if she got fat from having a baby, I wouldn't really. Or if she had like some, because girls are going. If you
Don't
had,
do it to her. Don't do it to her,
if
bro.
you ever seen
Welcome
if
to
you
Brother Cube outside the cube to the panel. Thanks for
peace,
joining.
but yeah, if
Yeah.
you ever seen a girl who had a baby, sometimes even if they get in shape, they still gonna have the little stretch mark stomach. Like so, I
Yeah.
understand that. Like nobody's saying we gotta be the most strict people on earth, but we
All
do
our
need
opinions
a
are
standard of
valid.
beauty that
All our
women
opinions
can
are
actually live up to.
valued. All
Hey,
our
can I add something?
yes, sir. Hold on. Let me say this, and then you can jump right in with both feet.
Yeah.
All our
Oh,
opinions are valued, and so therefore, that's what the conversation is for. I'm just concerned with what we're gonna allow to be the norm. That's all. And so maybe it's my insecurities mixed with my ego is my concern with the little bit of information I got. That's go ahead.
yeah. I was listening to you guys, but I had to take a break. Now we got to be honest with ourselves and stop kidding ourselves. When I'm at work or at the store, well, no, well, let me just say this. Basically, when I'm at work, I feel better when I'm working around pretty women. We got to stop kidding ourselves like being pretty is not something that's real and it's not realistic. And then on the other side, we got to stop acting like, there's not ugly women out here and ugly dudes out here. It just is what it is. But those people, they have the ability to make up.
What's good, big dog? What's good with the big bro? Yeah, still can't get no views with this shit 4 years later. Yeah. Motherfuckers, they give a fuck, dude. They don't give a fuck now. Hold on. No, we might be in the interview. Hold on. Oh yeah, we is. Interview on Solar Vision Debate League scheme right now.